So what you're saying is you don't want to invade Poland?
Everybody wants to invade Poland.
How are you doing, Peter?
I mean, come on, all the cool kids are doing
I'm
it.
doing fine. I survived the storm. Got a lot of trees lying around, but otherwise, okay.
You had a big disastrous storm in your area?
2 in 2 days.
Wow.
First we had Dudley, and then we had Eunice. And Eunice relocated our wooden fence entirely. So, yeah, all good. Good fun. Now we got enough firewood to last us for a couple of years. So, it's not all bad. With quite a lot of damage in the country. So.
So are we starting soon?
Yeah, there's 9 people waiting in the live YouTube chat. We'll be starting in about 3 minutes.
Hi. Thank you, Antipode Cereal, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you, Frank. Hello, Matt Metro. Always wondered why your Canadian leaf is upside down.
Who they're talking to who?
Antipode Cereal. He has a symbol, the Canadian leaf symbol, but it's upside down.
Huh. Yeah, there's a few people here doing that don't like Canada, and or they don't understand how our freedoms work here and that they're all protected. So it's just it's a funny, messy thing.
Until Trudeau takes away all your rights, right?
Yeah, that's probably a discussion for another day. That's actually a big misunderstanding. That's not what's happening.
I was pretty certain the whole thing was just about the COVID restrictions, right?
That's how it started out, and then there was a whole bunch of other stuff. But we're going to be starting our show in about a minute here, so we should probably just let.
Come on, you can't sum up a Canadian problem in less than a minute.
Oh, but he took their bank accounts. He took all their bank accounts.
Yeah, well, our topic here today is something else. I'm happy to talk about it in a later stream, though.
A stream titled "That Monster Trudeau."
You guys ready?
We're going to start the stream. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for tuning in to today's show. Can you convince us that a god or a goddess exists? And our panel is here. I'm going to leave it to Taco to do the introductions.
Yeah, so this is the third one Politics server is letting us run. This is pretty sweet. We've got a new guest as well this week. I guess we'll just start with Jefferson, move left to right. And Jefferson, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Jefferson Spatchcock. I've got a YouTube channel. Yeah, that's about it. Nice to be here. Thank you guys for having me.
I'm Randolph Richardson. I am the president of an organization called the Canadian Atheists, where we're promoting atheism in a gentle and non-confrontational approach. We're not trying to deconvert anybody. We're trying to make sure that atheists have equal footing in society to theists, people who believe in deities. And we're looking forward to having a great show today.
I'm J.L. Warren. I run the YouTube channel, Bridge the Divide, where I examine irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that usually follow them, and how, with rationality, reason, and education, we can bridge the societal divides that those create.
I see. TJump next now.
I'm TJump. I'm starting an atheist church. Give me money.
That's awesome. And then
TJump, we're going to need to talk.
Yeah, my name's Peter the Tucker. I run the channel Gonna Go For It. And other than that, I produce for several channels. Pretty much the most well-known is On Raw.
And then Jack Burton.
Yeah, I'm just some guy on the internet, and I got COVID, so I have like zero energy.
Oh, gee, I'm so sorry to hear that. Is there anything David Lopan can do to help you with that?
Oh, God. Nothing a little chemical engineering can't fix.
I hope it goes real easy for you.
And I'm Taco. I debate sometimes, and I don't think I've ever lost. I guess that's a sign of a good internet debater, right? So let's go ahead and get started. We do have a couple people in queue, and I did message the one guy from earlier, but Al, I'm pulling you up. You've got a panel here. You can talk to one person.
Yes.
We're not going to overtalk you and dogpile.
There will be a bit of an effort made to make sure the conversations don't go on way too long, though. But we do want to get to the meat of the topics.
So Al, convince us a God exists.
Hello, Al. You're muted right now. I think you need to turn on your microphone. Do you have something for convincing us that a god or a goddess exists?
It's like he's muted. We'll come back to you once you get that figured out. Scrum Master, can you convince us a god exists?
Sure. Currently in the scientific community, there's a debate for whether or not we live in a simulation. Now, outside of a couple people, like, so let's talk about the people who are very famous for this thought, right? So we do have Mr. Tesla, right? What's his name? Elon Musk. We also have Neil deGrasse Tyson. However, some people who argue this is, what's his name? He's a physicist. I believe his name is Frank something. I think it's physicist Frank Wilczek or Wilczek. I can't pronounce his name. Anyway, so the idea is that we believe in a simulation, right? And
just to clarify real quick,
yeah,
those individuals that you cited I think Tesla, I think Musk, Elon Musk is going around kind of like, I think that may be what he believes.
yes,
But Tyson and anybody else, any other working physicist or astrophysicist or cosmologist, they're pretty much gonna say that that's a hypothesis.
100%.
Yeah, but I don't think any of them actually believe that we are currently in a simulation. This is but I mean that I've heard it put forward as a potential hypothesis is a way, kind of like a thought experiment, a way to think about things, given the light of certain evidence. So, but I wouldn't say that us working at it like this is a real thing would really get us anywhere.
Well,
to be fair,
I mean, we're debating.
To be charitable, I think. Just to be charitable here, I think we can go along with the Elon Musk one because he's very well known. He's done. He hasn't.
Like, can he get to the argument? So he's just saying that people believe it. So yeah, people believe it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get there. I think we can go along with that part and we can accept that. And then, so if you want to offer the proof for the goddess or god, then let's maybe go on to that as TJump
Yes.
is trying to get at.
So my premise is basically going to be that if we live in a simulation, or if as far the scientific community's closest admittance to God, in from what I'm saying here, is their belief that we live in a simulation, right? And if we live in a simulation, then there has to be a God who created the simulation, right? That's going to be my
No.
argument. And so I guess I can put a link. I think that kind of addresses the articles. I can.
We can start there. So
Okay.
you asserted that if we live in a simulation, there must have been a god to create the simulation. Well, no.
Correct.
Like the simulation could have come about by random chance, or it could have come about by aliens, and the aliens could have evolved, and we're just existing in the universe. Simulations can come about in lots of different ways. They don't require a god.
Oh,
Could be future humans doing an ancestry simulation.
well, again, I would say that whoever would created the simulation would then ergo be defined as God,
No.
right?
Or would
Unless
would
we're
they be
given
your
a
classical? Would
particular
they be your
definition.
classical theistic god? Would they be like the Christian god, or would they just be they're in control of it? Like, I'm not a god when it comes to my computer.
Well,
So
I
they
would say
just
the
be-
You know
definition
what?
the definition of God is a non-physical mind that created the universe, created everything else other than itself. It's an uncreated, eternal being who created everything else.
Well, okay, so that's actually, to be honest, that's my fault. I should have asked for clarification on the definition of God before coming up on stage. So so we're gonna go with. Could you repeat the definition, please?
Yeah, a non-physical mind that created everything other than itself.
Okay. Well, I can't even debate that, because even in my personal belief of God, I believe God has a physical mind. So I have to disqualify myself from the conversation. I apologize.
Okay.
Go
Well,
back to
where are you
arguments.
going to argue then?
Out of curiosity,
ahead.
Scrum, if I may ask, do you consider yourself a Christian, like non-denominational, or any particular denomination?
I consider myself, well, I would be defined as a Nazarene Jew, right? That's the way to define it, would be Nazarene Jew. There are similarities to belief in Christianity. However, fundamentally, the beliefs are still Judaism,
Could you
right?
explain the physical brain or physical mind that God has thing? Like how does God have a physical mind if he's
So the belief, and this is with a lot of Judaic foundations there, right? That God does have a physicality. God has a body. He has a person, right? But again, that's just with a bunch of fundamental, stuff from the Torah and things of that nature. So it's not really, since that really doesn't fit the definition. It kind of not really worth debating. You know what I mean? It's like,
Where would we find that person?
he would be found where he wants to be found.
Well, I'm more interested, like, if it's a physical brain, that means it exists in space-time as matter or energy of some kind. That's what physical means. And so
Correct.
that means it must be inside the universe somewhere, right?
Correct.
So if it's inside the universe, did the universe exist before this mind?
I don't know. Couldn't give you an honest answer based on the references that I use. I couldn't give you an honest answer. It'd be purely my opinion at that point.
Well, you mentioned the Torah, like the whole God created the heavens and the earth kind of a thing on the Alpha and the Omega.
Correct?
So if he created the heavens and the earth, if he created the universe, but he's in the universe, that seems to be a slight contradiction. So he must have be outside of the universe to have created it, right? Because if he created it while he's already in it, doesn't really work.
Yeah.
Well, he could get in it after he created it, so that would be a possibility.
Right. There are
Yes.
two interpretations on that. So there's either he created it and came in, or that he created it via some form of vehicle or some form of avatar.
But right,
Right?
so
If you read,
if he's in the universe, then and he's a physical body, then we would be able to detect him, wouldn't we?
well, I'm still stuck on the part of so let's say the universe didn't exist, only his physical brain existed, and then with his physical brain he created the universe. But how could there be a physical thing that existed before the universe if the universe is all the physical things?
Right. So as I was talking, there is there is that first idea interpretation that the universe was created out. He created the universe from outside and then entered in, and as well as there's a second interpretation, which is he created an avatar, right, in which to or a vehicle of sorts in which to work within the universe, right? If you read when you read Genesis, it tells you about the Spirit of God, right? All the verbs of creation, being when you read Genesis, all the verbs of creation, those verbs are not attributed to God Himself, but attributed to this Spirit of God, of what He talks about, right? And so this Spirit of God, right, is what created, right, is what creates light, is what creates all these things, right? When you look at the linguistics of Genesis, and so the idea is that the Spirit of God is the acting vehicle, right? Now, whether this Spirit of God is still God Himself within an avatar, or another being created, another individual created to do such things, that's not necessarily the debate. But my point is, I bring that up to say these are the two possibilities. I'm not sure which one is true. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't prove it to you, but nonetheless, that's the belief, since you asked.
Was his brain physical before he created the universe?
I couldn't tell you that. I couldn't tell you. That would have to be asked before the universe. Was there physicality?
Yes, that was yes.
Yeah. So I'd be lying if I gave you any answer.
Okay. Do you have any evidence of this God existing?
That one's purely belief. I wasn't going to kind of debate that piece, because then that's basically me going through biblical biblical prophecy in the Torah and Tanakh, and try to piece them together to reality. It's more work than it's worth. I like the simulation debate. It's a lot. There's a lot more. It's a lot more articles to debate. So
Why do you
The
think we're in a
question was,
simulation?
can you convince us of a God existing? So can we, since you say you have no evidence, can I ask what convinced you, at least convinced you enough to have this belief?
I would say personal experience relating to articles that have historical context.
Can you expand on that?
Yeah,
What kind of
I had a
personal
personal experience, and it lined up, and it lined up within the context of the Torah, right? So
Now, my question was, what kind of personal experience? How did that manifest, or what happened?
yeah, sure. Let me pick one. Oh, excuse me. Growing up, right? Let's just say, growing up, I had insane luck, right? Despite all reasons to have failure, right? I was extremely lucky to the point of ridiculousness at some point. For example, there were tests I would pass for not even studying. There were jobs I would get that not even being qualified. There were all sorts of opportunities I would have, and despite
But
either
when
not
you say
practicing.
test,
Correct.
just a little clarification. When you say tests I have passed without even studying,
Physical
so
tests,
you,
physical academic
yeah. So
tests.
what I'm curious about is that you had a test, you were asked something, you didn't know the answer and wrote it down anyway. How did that work?
No, yeah. So I had a Scantron, didn't know the answer. Went ahead and scanned it. I went ahead and put my answer on the Scantron, right? And
What?
still, couple times, all throughout high school. Most of my
Yeah, no,
studies.
sorry. Well, maybe it's because I'm Dutch. You put your answer in what?
Scantron.
What he's describing is a Scantron test. Essentially it's like a sheet of paper that has multiple choices like A, B, C, D, E,
Okay.
and then you fill in the bubble as to which one you want the answer. The teacher has pre-programmed a reader to read the correct bubbles that are shaded, and then that's how you score the test.
Yeah, it's multiple choice.
It's multiple choice is what it is.
Yeah,
but
multiple choice.
I'm extremely curious. So this, I mean, you're interpreting the existence of this entity off of well, mathematically it could be derived down to like coincidence or chance. I'm kind of curious, how do you juxtapose that, like God specifically helping you with a Scantron test versus everything else that's going on in the world? I mean,
Yeah. So yeah, and so right, and so when it comes to the Judeo-Christian God concerning how he deals with the world, right? Favor and non-favor, right? And so, when you read these books, they tell you if you follow his traditions, then there is favor, right? He gives
what
favor
about
unto
all the individuals? What about the billions of individuals that do or believe that they are, and in their heart they believe they are, and they don't get that same favor?
Right. And and this is the thought that's been going around ever since, I believe it's Martin Luther, right? Which is the Christian belief is that faith alone grants you favor with God, right? However, personally, I have found that observing his traditions and rituals, right, with that faith is what gives the favor of God, right? As I've been doing such in my youth, um, so those are the boundaries of favor. And so the way I've reconciled it is simply, despite most of the world having a belief of God, or despite most of the world having their own form of image of God, right? The reality is that they don't meet the acceptance criteria that is written to actually get what they're asking for.
I have a quick question. Did you notice your luck and then start doing these traditional things, or had you been doing these traditional things and then noticed your unlikely good fortune?
Right, had been doing these traditional things and then began to start, testing, if that makes sense.
Have you ever had a run of bad luck?
I've had a run of bad luck before.
Do you attribute that to failing to meet those traditional obligations?
I do. I would say, for example, right, this is back when I was with my parents. I would do something greatly disrespectful to my parents, and sooner than later, right, I just have that karma. You know, similar things, right? And to be fair, right? To be fair, this could all be self-fulfilled, right? This all could be self-fulfilled, to be fair.
I think that's an interesting question. Like, do you think all billionaires are favored by God? Are all of them very lucky because they adhere to the tenets of God? Billionaires,
No,
millionaires,
however,
politicians.
no. My opinion of that has become similar to what's written in the Torah, where it says certain things are ordained, right? There's scriptures that talk about why do the wicked succeed, right? And so we can all agree that there are some many successful people who are indeed wicked, right? But nonetheless, they are very successful, as well as we can say, in our opinion, we find good people who are very misfortunate.
Right. So how do you
Right.
tell the difference between your luck, which is inspired by God, versus their luck, which is ordained? Like, couldn't they just be the same thing?
Right, and so what the qualifier is that the traditions, right? The traditions and the rituals that God has, keeping the Sabbath, you have your holy days and etc. Right, and the commandments as well. These laws and statutes and commandments that must be kept. Now, for those who succeed without keeping these things, right, it is attributed to them getting their blessings from the bad guy, right, from the devil or from Satan, if you will,
Right. But
right.
I'm
If
asking.
what you're saying is correct, then it would be really easy to test if someone would follow your lead and accept everything, go along with the traditions, adhere to the laws. They would then get the exact same amount of luck that you have in life. Have you ever had someone that maybe you mentored or maybe you taught that then ended up being as lucky as you?
I can't say as lucky, because I wouldn't know for sure, right? I don't experience it life. However, I have seen levels of success once people have taken on those responsibilities. I've seen people change for the better. However, right, to be fair, right, these commandments and traditions are very positive promoting, right? They do promote good behavior. They do promote
What I
good.
was
Go ahead.
what I was referring to is one of the things that you mentioned is succeeding in a test without knowing the answers. I mean, that would be a really easy way to test it. Just
Well,
give people
not really. I
tests
don't
that
think
they
so.
know nothing about, and then they would succeed in
I don't think that works. So
that
like,
test.
because he doesn't say you will win at a test every time. He just says lucky. But I think there's a different point here, which is that if you can succeed if you do the things he's saying, and you can succeed by not doing the things he's saying, then why do you think doing the things you're saying actually is the cause of the success? Because if it seems like you said that there are these other people who can succeed from benefits of the devil or whatever, and you're getting success because of God favoring you and you following his tenets. But it seems, how do you tell the difference between the two? How can you tell that your following God's tenets is actually what's causing the success, as opposed to it just being luck in the universe, just like billionaires have luck in the universe? How do you actually show that your method is a different kind of success than the success that other people have? Because I mean, I did the same thing in high school too. I never studied, and I aced tests all the time.
Okay, he's just Scrum Master, just indicating that he got disconnected from the stage. So I don't know if we can bring him back in to continue.
Yeah, sure. I'll pull him right back up. Also, for people listening, I just pinned everybody's social media, so please go follow those people. Well, everybody here at some point.
That's in the Heathen Hangout discussion channel.
I'm also curious as to Scrum's methodology.
Yes, and so the parameters are now. This is where it gets a bit supremic. Is that the qualifiers for receiving blessings? The qualifyings for receiving blessings is being chosen, right? Is being of the chosen, his chosen people, or a descendant of his chosen people, which can be rather abstract, today, because the supposed start of these generations are thousands and thousands of years old. Um, So the test would be oh, if you take someone of this lineage or this descendancy, right? Not necessarily culturally speaking, right? Well, it depends how some people interpret differently, right? Whether it's cultural descendancy or whether it's patrilineal descendancy, matrilineal descendancy. Regardless, right? I believe this thing can be tested, right? If one takes these descendants and each one you take two of each of these descendants. One keeps the commandments and the laws and the statutes, one does not, right? And repeat this over, right? And see how that person's life fares. Personally, I believe those results would come in line with my train of thought here. However, this test hasn't been done, so for me to tell you it's as such, right, would be unfair. However, that is the belief. That is the belief.
But wait a minute, because most billionaires on the planet don't adhere to your religious faith. So if we
Right.
did that experiment, presumably a lot of those people would still become rich and wealthier than any of the people who do follow those beliefs. Anyway.
Right, and so yeah, and I know you asked a question about it earlier. To answer that, there's a qualifier, right? And the qualifier is being a descendant, right? And so if someone is not a descendant yet has success in life, right? Or if someone is not a descendant and yet if someone succeeds without following those commandments, right? Then the great success, for example, these billionaires, right? They're basically kings of the earth at this point, right? Once you make $1 billion, you're basically a prince or king of the earth, right?
Sure.
It is still, it's ordained, but it's ordained with it's ordained in a negative form, right? So the idea is, yes, this person is a billionaire despite being wicked. However, right, they have blessings of their wickedness, and it will later be rectified in the future.
All right, but I'm asking, how do you tell the difference between those two? You're saying there's two different kinds of blessings here, and you're saying they're different. One's good, one's evil. And I'm saying, how do you tell the difference? Like
You tell the difference by
maybe they're both the exact same thing. They're just both random luck. Like there might have nothing to do with the rituals at all. The rituals do absolutely nothing. And it's just the fact that everybody has some set of luck and some people succeed and some people don't. And so your rituals do absolutely nothing to change anything. And just the fact that luck happens to some people might be the cause of both of those things.
Right. And so the qualifier, yeah, and so one would say the rituals could have nothing to do with it. The difference is that, my experience when I stop these rituals, right, my quality of life goes down, right? However, for someone let me speak plainly in this sense. So according to the books, right, there is a lineage, whether it be cultural, patrilineal, matrilineal. There are these lineages that have made this agreement, right, underneath the covenant, right? The covenant being, do these rituals, keep these rituals and things, and you will be blessed. Don't keep these rituals and things, you will be cursed, right? However, there are people on the earth who don't come from that lineage, therefore they are not bound to those acceptance criteria, right? So therefore their fortune is not dependent upon those acceptance criteria.
Wait,
However, people of such lineage their fortune and misfortune is dependent on the acceptance criteria.
So does that mean that if somebody of that lineage doesn't follow these tenets, it's impossible for them to become a billionaire?
Yeah, you know what? I could say that. I would more accurately say that they would just be misfortunate.
Okay,
so they could have those $1 billion, but not to their fortune.
George
How
Soros.
would you know the difference between someone? How would you know the difference between someone who is being blessed by the bad beings versus being ordained to be a blessed bad guy by the good God that ordains these things to be thus and so? How would you possibly know?
I would say it's one and the same. So to be blessed by the bad, to be blessed by the bad, or be ordained to have bad blessings is one and the same.
Well, I think he brought
so
up
if
a
you're
really
not
good point there. He said that if he would say that someone who didn't follow the tenets, if they were from this descendant tree, couldn't become a billionaire. And I'm guessing the descendants are like Middle Eastern, right? Like Jews.
Well, these bloodlines are thousands of years old. So
Right.
so the migration, so with the empire expansions, Greek, Rome, or even Sumerian, Persian, Greek, Rome, right? These empires have forced expansions of thousands of people, right? Thousands of different kinds of people and relations. So today you would find them all across the world. You'd
Right.
find them in the Middle East. You'd find them in India. You'd find them in Africa. You would find them in Europe, right?
But Jews would be a good example of this, right? Jews are a pretty well tied into that lineage, correct?
Correct. But even with Jews now, academically speaking, you have people who descend from Jews, nonetheless, they haven't been, they don't identify Jews for hundreds of years. They haven't identified as Jews. Nonetheless, if they were to check their lineage, they would go into, one of the trees of Judaism, of those Judaic bloodlines.
Well, my point is that most Jews are secular and they lead the world in banking, in art, in wealth, in intellect, education level, doctorates, Nobel Prizes, you name it, they're probably at the top. And they don't, most of them are secular, most are secular Jews. They don't really believe in God anymore. So it seems like that seems to refute your claim that if the people of this lineage don't follow this pattern, then they can't become successful. The Jews, who mostly don't follow this pattern, are the most successful groups in the world.
Yes, that's quite interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Just for clarification, Scrum, are you a Karaite Jew?
Oh yes, am I correct? My father was. I am not.
Okay. So you stated that your dad is, so because you're putting a lot of stock into the Tanakh. So I'm really curious, how do you, I mean, if you were not born where you were born, if you didn't have the parents that you had, the influences you had as a child, there's a very good chance that your religion and the influence of your peers or wherever you grew up, geographically speaking, that it would be a lot different. So
100%.
Okay, so why put so much stock in one particular text?
I would say, and to be fair, I look around some other texts. I take a peek in the Quran and I take a peek in the Bible. Right, but always everything is filtered, right? I try to filter everything based on the Tanakh. And I would say that
Yeah, but why specifically the Tanakh? Because you can actually go back even further than that to the text that eventually inspired the Tanakh. I mean, you can.
I use the Torah. I use the Torah, right? I do use the Torah.
Throughout human history, religions evolve, and so the text that came before that, going all the way back to Babylon, Babylonia or Akkadian, you can trace this stuff way back, for much further back. Plus, there are older texts. You've got things like the Bhagavad Gita, which predate these things by close to 1,000 years. So,
Bhagavad Gita is, what is that?
That's Hinduism.
That's the Hindu. Okay. Yeah. To be honest, I mean, there's bias, right? Identity bias, right? All sorts of biases there. 100%. There's an identity bias with the Tanakh and Torah. So that's, if I was born of a different group of people, then 100% my belief would have to follow that, right? Because I believe that, I'd say
not
at the end of
there are people that convert all the time, but given the geographical issue and given the possibility that you admitted yourself that it could be just confirmation bias, given these two things, that you can't eliminate these two issues. These are two pretty large issues. So how do you justify just kind of like, that those don't matter? I'm going to believe.
I would say regardless of their potential, um, it's kind of a don't look a gift horse in the mouth kind of thing, right? At the end of the day, it's like, well, from my experience, right, as an individual, my life reaches prosperity from adherence to these rituals, and my life experiences degradation when I conflict with these rituals. Therefore, it is better for therefore, based on personal experience, it is better for my life to go ahead and continue doing these rituals.
I'm really curious about one thing you just said. You said that if you had grown up in a different demographic, you would adhere to a completely different religion, which
I would have
means
had to.
you would adhere to a completely different God.
Yeah,
So
I would think I would have to, right? I mean, maybe, I mean, by all
but
means,
how
it's still
how
possible. Go ahead.
how then is it even a relevant concept if based on your location a God is real or not? How then how can a God even be real if that's the case? Are there different gods for different parts of the planet, and are all of them real?
Perhaps there is one God and just simply different interpretations of that God, and different
You
people get different results of that particular God.
you can't have two completely different religions that are mutually exclusive when it comes to things that is said about them in their holy book, and both be the same God. So
Okay.
that would be a completely different God. So, and this is was
Or
my
it would be a
question.
highly deceptive God that's influencing two different groups of people differently in order
That's a
to,
possibility too.
yeah.
That's a
Also,
possibility too.
okay. Well, to be fair, to be fair to the God that we are proposing does or could that probably does or does not exist. At the end of the day, the question is whether or not people truly. And I'm gonna get off the stage soon because other people are messaging me to get off and let other people speak. But
Hey, we like talking to you, man.
I enjoy talking to you guys too, but apparently the audience is telling me to stop. It's telling me to just stop, man. Just stop. So, but to be fair
Hello,
to this,
audience.
right? But to be fair to this proposed God, um, people choose what they want to do, and let us remember that there are people who would take the what's the word authority that is God, and then at the same time now go ahead and put their own ideology on top of it, right? There are people who would utilize people's belief in God and then go ahead now and say and just do things contrary, right?
But
We have different forms of Christianity and Catholicism where one group actually adheres to God, or at least tries to adhere to God with their actions, while another group does not adhere with actions but just with mental belief or mental agreement with.
but if you can just pick and choose a God, what does that say about whether or not that God is actually real? If it's just up to you to pick a God that you like.
Well, hold on. I do admit that if I was born of a different demographic, then I wouldn't have the same beliefs I have now. But my beliefs does not constitute truth, right? So even if I
I
was born in a
agree.
different
I agree.
yeah,
But
so
if
even
you
if I was born
had
of a
if you
different demographic, hold on, let me finish it. So even if I was born of a different demographic, right, and had a different belief in God, that doesn't mean I would still gain the same results I do from that belief of God.
no, but it would mean that the God that you currently believe in is not real, and
No,
another God is.
that's not what he's saying. No, he's saying that if he grew up in a different country, he would have different beliefs, but only the God he's talking about now would still be the only true God. The other God he believed in wouldn't exist. He just falsely believed in it. So
But
he's not claiming that.
Yes, that is
that
that
can't
is that is what I'm saying.
and I just pointed out that can't be true, because if you adhere to a different God with a different set of rules, a completely different holy book, a completely different backstory, that is a different God that cannot, by definition, be the same God that you believe in now.
He's agreeing with that. He's saying the God he believes in now, that he's talking to us about now, is the only real God. And if he grew up in a different society, he would believe in a false God that didn't exist. So he's not saying they're the same God. He's not saying both would exist. He's saying the God he believes in now is the only true God. But if he grew up in a different society, he just believes something false.
But have the same results.
No, I wouldn't have the same results.
I
If I
thought
was
that
born in a
was what you
if I
said
was born
earlier.
in if I was born in a different demographic, right? For
Mhm.
example, let's say I was let's say I was from a wealthy Caucasian family, right? Statistically speaking, of course, I would have a very despite not having a belief of God or having a belief of God, right? I would have a very somewhat beneficial life, right? I'd have parents who have wealth and able to give me help set me
Not
up certain ways.
necessarily.
Not necessarily. I'm just saying,
necessarily.
statistically speaking, not necessarily, right? Because individuals are individuals, and everyone's, there's still a
Listen,
realm of
statistically speaking,
individual.
Caucasian people aren't wealthy.
No. I said if I was born of wealthy Caucasian people, not that
Yeah, but
Caucasian people.
that is already setting up everything to your advantage. I mean,
Right. So
what if you grew up in let's say somewhere in India in a very poor family believing in Hinduism?
right. I'd probably still be a very hardworking person, regardless. I don't think I would have the fortune I have today. Whether that be from not having an understanding of the rituals that I do today, or whether that would be from not having the lineage and rituals, or whether that be from just not having the necessary aspects of becoming successful, right? So
But there are people who come from that demographic, have a lot of luck in life, and turn out to be very wealthy people.
yep.
So how would you explain that then? Is that because of your God influencing them even though they don't believe in him?
And I think
would
we
say-
should probably come to the end here pretty quick. Maybe we would just wrap up with this would be good because there's a lot of people waiting to join us.
Yeah, there's a lot of people waiting. I'm getting a lot of messages. But yes.
Stop
I
bugging
would say
them,
yes.
people.
No, it's okay. Like I understand. Like, it's time for me to get off stage. I've been up here for a minute, and
Yeah, we're not trying to kick you off, but I mean, we've kind of
no,
moved the topic.
I need to come off. Like, there's other people in the room. We have to be charitable.
Thanks for chatting.
All right. So
Appreciate it.
thanks for appreciate coming on stage. All right.
Thanks
go
for
back.
your time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
So Kremlin bot. Do you guys have?
Oh, just one quick point before we go. L to the next one. LPCDV2, who had technical issues earlier, confirmed to me in private chat that they're having trouble getting their headset working. I see they're also interested in joining, so perhaps after Kremlin, if they're still waiting, we can bring them in as well.
Cool. TJump, were you saying something?
I just said thank you we enjoyed chatting with you. I was just saying thanks to the last guy.
Awesome. We do appreciate your time. Kremlin bot is up next. He says he can prove God exists, so I'm pulling him up right now. Hello, Kremlin.
Hello, Kremlin bot. Can you convince us that a goddess or a god exists?
Wait, can you hear me?
Yes.
we
Yeah,
can.
bud.
So first I just want to say I'm a Jewish Muslim with Judeo characteristics, and my irrefutable proof of God existing is that I found a website that said God exists. So please
Sorry,
prove me
what did you find? I didn't quite hear that word.
a website.
Oh, a website. Oh, okay.
So
is that your proof?
Well,
Well played, sir.
first important question
I'm
I have
curious.
about the website is,
Was it a
does it
Canadian
have-
website?
well, one of the important questions I have about the website is if it has proper validation for its domain name.
it was verified by the U.S. government.
Okay, so this gives it some credibility. Tell us a little bit
No,
more.
it doesn't.
No, it gives us credibility about the website.
Well,
All
even
right.
if Trump validated it, I mean,
No. Prove to me why God doesn't exist.
I mean, we're asking to be convinced, right? If you'd like to try to convince us, we'll listen. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next one.
I think God exists because I said so.
Okay, we do appreciate you coming up. I'm going to go ahead and pull up Al. Al, thanks for hanging on. I know it's been a little while.
Hello,
Emo,
Al.
we do see you.
Hello?
We can hear you, Al. Good to have you on.
all right,
Yeah, hear me?
Yes.
You guys can hear me?
Yes, sir.
What you got for us?
Okay. Hold on. Hold on, give me this. As I was saying, a few folks are asking and wants us to why does God exist and how come God exists? But if God existed before the universe, then why did the universe allow God to create creation within its own realm? And if God is a judgmental God, as they say he is, then how can the universe allow a creation of that form or deity to present itself onto us? And as someone else stated, if he is, let me see, if as someone else stated, if so, he's outside of our observable realm or universe that we haven't able to find him yet, then what I'm trying to say is, how can we prove the physical and non-physical if he himself describes himself to us as I am?
Oh, so I understood about a quarter of that. First thing, we can come to the belief God exists because humans believe wrong things all the time. We believe in delusions, illusions, misconceptions, fallacies, unicorns, leprechauns, all kinds of things. Our brain produces false beliefs all the time. Secondly, we could prove God exists even if he's non-physical, not spiritual realm or whatever, if you could make novel testable predictions. Like if I believe God exists and if I say my God will give me a gold brick every time I pray to him, and if I pray to him and we can verify a gold brick appears in front of me every time, that would be great evidence of God. That's a novel testable prediction. So it wouldn't matter if God is physical or non-physical or existed before the universe. As long as he interacts with something in the universe, he can be shown to exist.
Okay. For a common interest and beneficial means to each individual person, religion grabs a hold of all in one. Many have created their own way, and for not the purpose, in exchange blessings, good luck, an answer from whatever God you pray to, another point to whoever is saying the universe came before. If so, the universe must carry a conscience, which will allow creation within its own realm. If asked and answered, I have a question. If God created all before the universe, he is, I am, okay, both physical and mentally, men and women cannot understand who or why we are here, but why find a reason to. The Bible tells us how to live by so, okay, so my question comes down to, if he is a being and he is, I am, a non-responsible answer to a question that is open to all, did the universe allow God to exist or the other way around? Logic goes out of the window.
Neither.
I'm really curious. Are you reading this off a website? Because it sounds
No.
like you're reading it.
I said this is something I sent to one of the folks that was speaking earlier. I couldn't get my audio working, so I read.
Oh, okay.
I read. I read what I sent to him. But
Yeah,
if he can
I
read,
was just curious. No problem.
okay.
I'm curious. Do you interpret the universe as having agency?
As someone was saying in the Haven chat, they said that the universe and God is outside of our universe observance. So if that is the case, then there must be some influential interest that was left behind, as it is always in the past and not the present. We just have remnants of the past, but in the present, we only find artifacts. We only find things that describe how we should live and why we're here on this planet and the reason that we are here for. We always tend to find a reason to why we're here and why not were we created for our own reason. We're basically living in someone else's experiment, as I would say.
I would say no. I would say there's no evidence that there is a mind that had anything to do with the creation of the universe. I would say that the natural world has always existed. It's uncreated, and we just evolved from random chance. So no, there was no mind. There's no requirement of a mind. We're not designed. None of that follows from what we see in the universe.
And by the way, Al, I just reposted what you had indicated you'd sent to me in the Heathen Hangout discussion chat.
Thank you.
Another thing, well, I will listen in for right now and read the chat as well and the feedback of what I just said, if that's okay with all y'all.
Well, how about this, Al? What do you believe?
I believe that each person individually has been taught some way to believe in their God in a certain way to live by that code. And me, myself, I believe honestly that religion is taught. I believe that we're here consciously minded to the moment we decay. And from the moment we decay, we pass on. But passing on to whatever reason we pass on to is how humans, I would say, find their own way of believing in their God to see what happens after death, you know?
So it's a coping mechanism to deal with essentially death.
I would say so, actually. If it's not physical or logical, I would say so. Some folks say it's scientific, but some of this we aren't able to prove. So I do say that it is a coping mechanism for a few. And it has been taught throughout the generations and centuries as well.
What would you say to someone who hasn't been taught this?
I would first, I would speak logically and about some of the physical things that we have learned on this world and some of the what we can see and what we can touch from our own perspective and our own hands.
Do
We
you
have
think?
not once.
Do you think?
I have to clarify because what you said, everyone has been taught this. As someone who hasn't been taught this, what would you say to me? What happened? Did I miss something?
No, I would say to follow in your own way of being able to understand and perceive the meaning of how a God is able to bless onto others. Has it blessed me? And if so,
I don't
in what
have
way?
This probably going to be difficult for you to understand. I grew up in in a predominantly atheist country. I didn't have a God concept while I was growing up. I still don't have a God concept. The only thing that I can remotely get to is what other people tell me.
See, I also grew
Sitting
up.
next to me.
I also grew
You
up.
want to speak?
I also grew up an atheist through my whole childhood. I still am. I've always been. I've never. Most of my childhood, I didn't have any of this God stuff caught to me. You mentioned logic earlier, and I'm wondering, do you think that your God has to work within the laws of logic?
If so, I would feel that would be a self-experimented God, if that makes sense. I would
Okay, so
say
you started off with if so. So it sounds to me like you're not sure. So if you're not sure about whether your God has to work within the confines of logic, then that's going to be hard to convince us that your deity is real.
Yeah, I would say that I hopped on here to actually speak about. I know it was to see why God exists and to prove why God exists, but some of the comments that I was reading was actually something that I wanted to get out there of everyone to hear and know that I myself don't believe in God of, like, if someone is born blind and his blindness comes, like, he can see again, is that a blessing? Some would consider that a blessing. If his blindness was healed scientifically, yes, by medicine, then it's human interference. It's something we gave back, or as in help him see again.
So again, we're dealing with hypotheticals here because you're saying if. We're looking for something that's going to be convincing about whether a deity exists, and we're just not finding it here. It sounds to me like you've got a lot of ideas that you probably. I would suggest that maybe you try to find a way to consolidate them and work on kind of simplifying the whole approach, and perhaps contacting us again next fortnight when we're running this or at a later time. because when you came on, you did present a lot of ideas. It makes it kind of hard to digest. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to give you constructive feedback here and encourage you to try to maybe refine your ideas and try to simplify them down. You know.
It would be helpful if you could put it into like a
And
syllogism.
also-
Like if you put it into a syllogism, premise, conclusion, that would be super helpful.
Excellent. That's the
And,
perfect way to
and,
do it.
and also don't come on here and thinking that you need to prove God. The topic is convince us that a God exists, and in order to get there, I think an easy way to get there is think for yourself what convinced you.
Well, just to
That-
clarify, it's to convince us that a god or a goddess exists. Either one's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you know what convinced you, then that would be a good starting point to talk about.
I'll see y'all guys next talk then.
Yeah,
Great.
cool.
In a fortnight.
Okay.
Thank you very much for
Thanks
coming
for
on.
having me
in.
on.
Thanks for coming up.
Thank
Right.
you.
Thanks for joining, Al.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up Evil. He's been waiting. I see Boomer and Jason. Both of them should be interesting as well. Hello, Evil. I pulled you up.
Hello.
Hello, friends. Just to quickly ascertain whether you guys can hear me, one of my AirPods died.
We
I
can.
just got off the train. Literally just got off the train. You can?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, that's definitely fantastic. So I just want to reiterate, you guys might recognize my voice from a previous conversation that we've had. I just want to reiterate that atheism is anti-intellectual for multiple reasons, but I do hope to convince you ultimately that, from the theist perspective, that a God does exist, and that is the ontological state of affairs. But I do want to understand. Yeah, go ahead.
So, yeah, when you're saying atheism is anti-intellectual, I, of course, disagree with you on that. It's actually neutral to that. There are some people who are anti-intellectual, but that's a separate thing from whether they're an atheist or a theist, in my view.
Sure. Let me elucidate what I mean by that. So every position that I've encountered under the name atheism thus far has been anti-intellectual.
What do you mean by
perhaps you would
anti-intellectual?
Well, specifically you, TJump, if we're talking about you last time, I destructured your argument, like logically speaking. I showed that the infrastructure was actually appeal to ignorance fallacy. I also showed that you actually only have an inductive argument against God, which would be invalid. Because inductive arguments are invalid.
So
logically speaking.
everything you just said is anti-intellectual. First thing, inductive arguments. Hold up, one sec. One sec.
It can be validly inferred.
Hold up. Hold up. So inductive arguments aren't invalid. That's just anti-intellectual. You don't understand how arguments work if you think inductive arguments are invalid.
It can be consistent. So if the form is correct and they don't contain
okay, stop talking. Stop talking now. Stop talking.
I'm gonna pull you down. Look.
So
he didn't interrupt you. Nobody interrupted you. Let him talk when he's talking. And
he did interrupt me actually. But sure.
So specifically, there is two different forms. There's deductive and inductive arguments. Deductive arguments are sound and valid are the terms, and inductive arguments are called cogents. And what's the other one? Cogent and forget. But there's a word for it. There's specifically a word to show how inductive arguments can be valid. So if you don't know that, that's your problem. Secondly, you never showed any problem with my argument whatsoever.
Yeah, so because the premises don't prove the conclusion, okay, they support the conclusion, probabilistically speaking, and actually that is also tentative. It's contingent on the actual context that's been provided that actually accompanies the argument itself. That's why the scientific method, okay, is itself reliant on a lot of context, okay? The way that it employs induction is in a very specific kind of almost an esoteric way, depending on the field of science we're talking about. Whereas if you're just looking at induction in a vacuum, it is invalid.
No. So again, cogency is literally the word to describe a valid inductive argument. In philosophy, it's literally one of the things. You're just ignorant of philosophy.
Yeah. It's not mutually exclusive with invalidity. It's deductively invalid.
No.
Okay, we can agree to disagree, okay? Maybe I'm wrong on this.
Google cogency. Google what a cogent argument. Oh, strong.
And I just want to point out, I'm not going to agree to disagree. We just disagree is the way it is. But I want to get to how you will convince us that a goddess or a god exists. And go ahead, Jay.
I'm really curious, Evil, because one of the statements you made in there was that God. I'm going to assume that you're talking about like the Christian God.
I haven't made any statements about God.
You said God was the ontological basis for everything.
I said I wanted to convince you of the ontological state of affairs from a theological perspective.
So I can
would include God.
I can deduce from that you are saying that the ontological foundation for everything is God.
You can infer that, and I suppose, I would grant you that. You can infer that if
you're not an atheist, you're talking to a bunch of atheists. That's a deduction.
Do you have an argument?
You've inferred that. That's not necessarily the case. Okay, so you simply don't know how logic works.
Do you have an argument? Can you give us an argument?
Because the topic is convince us that a God exists. Do you have anything convincing that a God exists?
Yeah, I'm very curious because how you came to the conclusion that whatever it is the ontological foundation of everything without begging the question or being an argument from ignorance. Or maybe even an argument from incredulity.
I'm interested in how you're going to convince us. Please proceed if you'd like to. If you don't have an answer for JL Warren's question.
Hello. Sorry, my other AirPod died. That's why I couldn't speak. But just respond to the person who said that he's interested in a way that I could convince him without it being like some kind of formal fallacy. I mean, you realize theology is quite a broad field. There's obviously a lot of disagreement.
Can we stop with the side tangents? And can we just get to it? Can you just present an argument?
Don't need the preamble, dude. Just tell us how you determine.
You gave lots of remarks, right?
Okay, so let's skip that. Just give an argument.
I just pointed you to the topic of the conversation, which is convince us a God exists.
Or God.
So if you don't think that is important.
Yeah, I understand. So the reason that I came off to trying to just basically ascertain your positions is because if you are a hard atheist, that means that you have some form of you've deduced a contradiction.
Okay, you're breaking up. I guess we can all go through it quickly.
Why am I being overtalked?
Because you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Your audio is cutting out. Your audio is cutting out.
Your audio is cutting out. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's coming back.
Okay, my deepest apologies. So what I was saying was that because you guys think from a hard atheist position, there's a contradiction somewhere. That needs to be resolved before I can obviously start providing any, convincing argumentation. Otherwise, there's still going to be the contradiction that has been unaddressed. But in this case, I suppose there is no actual deductive. There's no deductive argument. There's only an inductive argument that TJump has provided.
I need some clarification because you're assuming a lot of things. For instance, that we're hard atheists.
Wait, I don't want to get sidetracked again. One sec. Peter, 1 sec. I don't want to get sidetracked. It doesn't matter what he calls us.
Please, TJump, let me finish.
Wait, 1 sec.
I was trying to finish.
Peter, we're getting sidetracked again.
You haven't proposed a single God. Can you first propose a God that we're supposedly going to be convinced of? Because you don't seem interested in, and he's gone. Okay, you don't seem interested in telling us about your God. You just want to tell us about methods how to get there.
Sure.
I'm more interested in the God that you're proposing.
Okay. I understand. I'm not prepared at this time to propose, say, some kind of empirical, empirical God, for example. I can propose like a metaphysical sufficient condition for an Abrahamic God, which would be like an external non-contingent actualizer.
Can you narrow it down to the God that you actually believe in?
Yeah, I just stated that it is sufficient. Can you please stop interrupting me?
Go to the
when
God
I answer your questions, can you please not interrupt me as I'm in the process of answering your question?
I was I was finishing up my question, but if you're not interested in my question, then there's. Yeah,
I
there's
was
no-
answering your question and you proceeded to interrupt me. So I said it would be a sufficient condition for the Abrahamic God. Okay.
Okay, what is your sufficient condition? Give us an argument. What is your argument?
Which one? Which Abrahamic God? Judaism, Christianity?
Give you the
Islam?
my
Which
rendition
one?
of. I will keep. Okay, so I just asked 2 questions there. One by TJump, one by you. So which one am I answering?
You decide.
Okay, so it's a sufficient condition for the Abrahamic God, which means that any God in Abrahamic religion is the sufficient condition for that. Now, I said metaphysics,
like Baal?
so I'm not discussing. I'm not discussing.
Hold on. Like Baal?
Yeah.
Who's a god in the Abrahamic religion?
Isn't he no longer like a? I'm sorry, that's incorrect. He's not a god.
Asherah would be a good one. It's a goddess. You don't hear a lot
Jewish.
about her.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do they still believe in?
Oh my
I'm not
God!
too
Can we
well
get to
versed
the
on-
evidence? Like, I want an argument.
Yeah,
I
sure.
don't-
I'm sure.
you said
Sorry.
a
This
God.
guy is going on about Judaism. I don't really care.
Yes,
for
I
that
know.
right now.
It's a distraction,
You
which is
said-
why I
you
try to
said
stop
a
it.
god in the Abrahamic religion. I just mentioned a few, so I'm still curious which one you're.
I don't care which one. I
Yes,
want to know his
all of
evidence. It
them.
doesn't matter which
All
one. He can
of them.
indicate any one. Just give me
Yes.
evidence.
Exactly. The entity that I'm proposing would be a sufficient condition for all of those gods.
Okay, and what is
Now,
it that you're proposing?
I just stated an external
no,
non-contingent
the evidence. What is the
actualizer,
evidence?
which would terminate an infinite regressive series of contingencies, which would arise if you have, in the instance where you have concurrent contingent actuals. So any potential for it to be actualized, you require this entity, let's say, to terminate paradoxes which would arise as a result of it not existing. This would also include stuff like, because you would have to, you couldn't actually instantiate the series in the first place without having without having this God, let's say. There's also a book called Approaching Infinity by Michael Humer, and it basically goes through in both physics and quantum physics, and it applies the BGB theorem to this temporal contingency arguments. And it shows, and other forms of proofs as well, and it shows that these paradoxes arise if you have a universe which does not have an external non-contingent actualizer X, let's say, and which is also a being, because you've got lots of paradoxes such as regress of causes, you've got regress of truths, regress of infinities,
Is a
which have
being
been
a
shown to be
mind?
mathematically possible. Yeah.
It's metaphysically impossible.
Evil, if you could take Occam's razor to all that, what would be the elevator pitch for it?
Occam's razor.
I
Shit,
think.
I have to search that up.
Well, one sec. I think he says, can you simplify the argument? His argument is the contingency argument. He's saying infinite regresses are impossible, therefore there needs to be a necessary being. That's his argument. It's false. You don't.
Yes. In simplified sense, yes, that is.
So you don't. It's
But
false.
I also provide justification for the premises,
Right.
since a lot of people don't.
That's fine. That's fine. So
You hold the view that it's false.
yes,
Could you
like
elaborate
most
on that? Why it's
physicists,
false?
the consensus in physics and philosophy, like most experts in the field. One sec. Let me address your points first. So
This is metaphysics.
one sec.
This isn't
One
physics.
sec.
Evil,
One
please
sec.
let T-Jump finish.
So metaphysics is a branch of philosophy. So philosophers are the expert here. There's no such thing as like an expert in metaphysics. It's purely hypothetical. Secondly, the closest thing to an expert in metaphysics is the physicist. There is no higher expert. The philosophers get no say on physics. Thirdly, the consensus is that infinite regresses are perfectly possible. There is no logical contradiction. Paradoxes are purely apparent. There's no actual logical contradiction anywhere in them. Brute facts can exist. Brute facts are a contingency that's a terminating contingency, which invalidates the entire argument, proving that contingent things need a necessary cause is a false statement. They are logically possible, so it proves that one's wrong. We can go through every single premise. Every single premise is wrong. You don't need an infinite regress. You can have a brute contingency. One second, I'm not done yet. Not done yet. So we can have a necessary thing. We can even grant there's a necessary thing, and it doesn't need to be a mind, like naturalistic pantheism.
Yes, I said that it has to be mind.
Wait. Stop. still talking. So there can be a necessary thing without a mind called naturalistic pantheism. There's no reason to think it has a mind. We don't need a necessary thing at all. There can be a brute contingency. So there's no infinite regress with no necessary thing, brute contingency. Or we can have an infinite regress of contingent things, like the multiverse, string theory, etc. So all of the consensus in physics says that everything you said is wrong, and the consensus in philosophy is like everything you said is wrong.
This sounds quite reasonable to me. What are your thoughts, Evil?
Okay, thank you for that. So that was by definition a Gish Gallop, but setting aside that,
no,
aside the
it
fact that it was.
Oh, come on.
No, I just told you that sounded
Right,
reasonable.
what-
That's not a Gish Gallop. TJump was very clear.
Well, actually, to be fair, right, I do have ADHD, so I do have a weak working memory. So it is difficult for me to actually recall every fucking thing he just went through. But anyway, I'll try.
I literally
my
just
best to.
addressed your premises one by one and showed they're false. So if you want to pick one, I can tell you which premise yours is
Yeah,
false.
you should have done it one by one instead
did.
of going
I literally did.
iterating through the entire series.
I literally did one by one. That's what I did.
No, we didn't go through it one by one. You just listed them out all in one.
So you
I'm not
made
gonna
a claim.
go
Let
through
me
this now.
walk you through this again. So you made a claim that there can't be an infinite regress of contingent things, right? That was your first premise.
So that
Wait,
was one
right?
of my premises, okay, which I supported, which you haven't addressed the actual support that I gave for the premise. I cited multiple paradoxes. I can actually go through the.
I did.
each
I literally
paradox
addressed that. I said those
if you had it.
paradoxes are apparent.
Regress of unactualized potential.
Yeah, I literally addressed that. So those paradoxes are apparent. None of those paradoxes show a
Yes.
logical contradiction. Therefore, there is no contradiction
You know
in
they
infinite
do.
regress.
That's what a paradox is.
No,
God.
paradoxes
Yes.
are not logical contradictions.
Well, not entirely, but they are. That is typically a necessary condition of a paradox. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah. What is a paradox then?
A paradox is a intuitive inconsistency.
I don't think that's the. It's a self-contradictory, logically
no,
self-contradictory.
it's not.
Oh my god.
No,
You're so
it's not.
stupid. But anyway, it literally says it on Wikipedia.
Okay,
no.
We're not doing that.
Oh, he's gone. Okay. Who's next?
Evil?
Oh,
Don't call
Evil's
your
back. Oh, bring him back.
interlocutor.
Let's give him another chance.
Okay. I'm pointing out, do not call your interlocutors names.
Well, one sec. I'm just going to read from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Paradoxes. By paradox, one usually means a statement claiming something which goes beyond or even against common opinion, what is usually believed or held. No part in that doesn't include logical contradiction. It's not a part of the definition of paradox at all in any philosophy textbook.
So, in certain societies, an intelligent blonde would be a paradox.
Okay, guys. So fine. I accept that there is some contention on this semantically speaking. However, I am using a fairly credible definition considering I'm using like a Wikipedia one, which is typically peer review cited. But anyway, I'm not going to go into that. Fine. I will say paradox doesn't have to be a contradiction, doesn't have to entail that, but that's the definition I'm using. And it's not proprietary. Now, with regard to whether science or physics is some kind of precondition for validating metaphysics. Physics, sure, there's a reason why those two words are similar, but physics is like the foundation upon which metaphysics typically is built. It undergirds metaphysics. However, it's not empirical. Sorry, it's not ontological, which is the exact limitation of physics, which metaphysics addresses. Okay, metaphysics is there to address why, say, Gauge boson, like a photon, travels at sea, why it's been denoted as such. And rather than just stating it as a brute fact, which is what TJump seems to allude that this is somehow a defeater for the omnipotence, sorry, not the omnipotence paradox, the infinite regress of contingencies, which I've, posited as being something which is evident for a God, right? Because when you have an external non-contingent actualizer which terminates this, or let's say instantiates this mathematically, this is a sufficient condition for other proofs such as maximally great being and actually downstream Abrahamic religion.
Okay.
So,
first thing, I said that the brute contingencies are logically possible, which defeats your first premise that all contingencies must. Yes, brute facts are brute contingencies are brute facts. are a logical possibility. They're logically possible, which invalidates your first argument that all contingent things must terminate in a necessary cause.
Logically possible is so you're using S5 here or using S4? What is it? What do you mean that logically possible?
You can pick whichever version of logic you want. Logically possible just means no logical contradiction. They all entail this.
Clarify your claim.
No, I don't.
I'm
You
asking
can
you to
pick
clarify
any
the
logic. They all say the same thing. It's logically possible means no logical contradiction. Also, the wiki
So
it quotes the
paraconsistent-
Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
Paraconsistent logic would say the same thing.
What?
Would a paraconsistent logic say the same thing?
No, I'm using standard logics, as I said.
Okay, so when you just said that all logic would say the same thing, that was incorrect.
No.
Now, moving forward...
No, it was not incorrect.
Okay. Okay.
So you're
what I
evading
would
the
like
point
to say
here.
in
So I
response to
proved
that
you
is
wrong, and you're
you need
evading the
to
point.
provide. I would like you to provide some kind of argument that shows that a brute fact negates somehow negates my position. Because you just stated that a brute fact negates my position, which is
Yes.
fine. That's your counterpoint. But I would like an infrastructure which obviously concludes that.
I
as a
already provided that.
counterpoint.
Your claim
you
that
just provide the counterpoint.
your claim that all contingent series must terminate in a necessary cause is false. Brute contingencies are an example of a contingent set that does not terminate in a necessary cause. Therefore, not all contingent sets must terminate in a necessary cause. Owned.
A brute contingency is not an epistemic object. It's just like an abstract.
There's no such thing as an epistemic object. Stop using words you don't know what they mean.
It's like a natural. Yes, a brute contingency would be like a natural number. That is an example of
a pineapple.
brute.
There is a brute contingency that is a pineapple that exists. That would be an example of brute contingency. A brute contingency is a fact that has no explanation which exists. So it could be like a pineapple could be a brute contingency. But I'm ready to go to the next person because this guy's kind of dumb.
Yeah. Fucking.
Okay, nope, not doing that.
Yeah, I felt like that
Lazy.
conversation wasn't really progressing very well. It got very complicated, and there was a lot of information brought in, and we didn't really get to the subject. What do you think about bringing on Lazy Dog?
Absolutely. I did want to point out. So what I wanted to ask him was, it appears that the God mind is a metaphysical impossibility. So I wanted to figure out how he deemed it a metaphysical possibility. Anyways, Lazy Dog.
Well, I'm actually not sure I would agree with you there, Taco. I don't see why it would be a metaphysical impossibility.
Because it's vicious. It would only reference itself.
Well, that doesn't mean it's impossible. That just means it can't be justified with epistemic reasoning.
Maybe I'm deeming it impossibility too soon, but it seems like it to me.
I think TJump makes a good point with the epistemology stuff here. So perhaps we should, hey, Lazy Dog, welcome.
Thank you very much.
What you got for us today?
Well, first of all, I want to say I'm a little bit nervous.
It's okay. Take your time.
I would say that God, at least I've struggled with the concept. I used to be an atheist because I anthropomorphized God, and then I realized that God, the idea of God as a man in the sky, is absurd. So that's how I became an atheist. And then
what convinced you to believe now? Because you said you were an atheist, and now, if I may ask, what particular faith do you follow?
I don't follow a particular faith. I believe that as human beings, we necessarily believe, in order to exist, that existence is better than non-existence. And I believe that the religions of the world are sort of systems of belief that that people have followed, and through following them, their lives have become better. And that's why they've propagated. And from a mimetic perspective, these ideas contained within religions have been very successful.
Okay, well, from an anthropological standpoint, almost from an evolutionary standpoint, the concept of religion did at one point in our history serve a very good purpose, and that was uniting individuals into greater numbers underneath the umbrella of a common belief. Survival in numbers is one of the one of the biggest things in nature. You know, the bigger your group, and if your group is working towards the same objective, the odds of you completing that objective, the odds of success go up. So mathematically speaking, then yeah, in our earliest when we were like nomadic tribes wandering around the earth, that would make sense. If you can get everybody together, believe in the same thing, working towards the same goal, your odds of survival go up. So there is a physiological, or I would say an evolutionary kind of utility to religion then. But just because it had a utility, I wouldn't say you won't be able to jump that gap and say that this thing is actually true. So you could say that you can look at the explanations as to things that we had for phenomena that we didn't understand, 50,000, 100,000 years ago. And we came up with our best explanations at the time, given what we understood about the world. So we say, oh, it must be this, it must be this. And usually it was by comparing things that we saw in reality. Then we would see other phenomena, we'd make comparisons, and we try to come up with explanations. And usually those explanations came up to, like, oh, it must be something bigger, grander, more powerful, larger than us. And eventually these things turn into gods and so on and so forth. All the way from primitive animism all the way up to today. So, but it still doesn't say that these things are like true of the universe, that these are just, explanations that have evolved over time. And these explanations evolve as we begin to understand more and more about the world. At one time, lightning came from gods. Now we understand what lightning actually is, so on and so forth. There's, myriad examples. So how do you jump that gap to the kind of physiological utility of a thing and then that being representative of like a god?
I do it because it's useful. I think it reconciles a kind of a conflict between non-belief in God and belief in God, and I do it through definition. So I define God as everything that exists, that of course both we know of and also the things that exist that we don't know of.
And do you have any evidence or anything that supports this claim, or is this simply providing a psychological utility to you that it helps you to reconcile things about the world that discomfort you?
I mean, I can't motivate you towards accepting my definition by saying anything other than that it enables you to say that you believe in God, and maybe it bridges a gap between you and people of the book, people of God. And definitionally, I think it's very logical. I mean, existence, if you want to dispute the fact of existence itself, then, I mean,
well, the point is how we're getting from point A to point B to C, D, and so on and so forth. So if you draw all of this back, if you like just boil it all down to like one initial question, is your question like, this is an answer for why we're here, or the purpose of like life, or why is there something instead of nothing? Is that where you're basically boiling it all down to? Is like God is the answer for why there is something rather than nothing?
I don't know if God is the prime mover, if God is the, like, that I've in Aquinas, St. Thomas Aquinas' thinking, he has 5 proofs of God, one of which being that there is a sort of causal chain of events that has happened all the way up until now. And right, so now is a contingent of what happened a second before, and all the way down to the beginning of existence. And then God would be the first thing that put things in motion. I don't know if that is true. So Thomas Aquinas seems to think that infinity is absurd. But I don't know if that's, I mean, it doesn't seem like evidence enough to me. If infinity might be true. And so if that was the case, I would say that infinity is God. But if there was a prime mover, I would say that would also be God. I can't know.
So ultimately, because you said you were an atheist and then something convinced you. So was there anything like evidence or experience or anything beyond just the personal appeal to emotion that convinced you that this thing exists?
Anything? No, I think it was just contending with certain ideas. I was very interested in Jordan B. Peterson. I watched some of his debates with, for example, there was an atheist with whom he debated. And it just seemed, like a good way to reconcile myself with the institutions that believe in God. Because I do believe that Christianity and Islam and all of these religions contain wisdom that I can use to make my life and the life of people around me better.
So okay, I get the you see some of the positive effects of uniting people under a particular ideology and survival in numbers. That totally that makes sense. But how are you able to reconcile the kind of the more, I would say, intense dogmatic beliefs that go along with this, or is this just more really kind of generic deity, don't be a dick kind of thing, for lack of a better term, just to boil it down to its essentials? It's just be kind to each other, don't be a dick, and this kind of generic deity that's there that we can't disprove because it's unfalsifiable, kind of gives us that message, kind of brass tacks.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the ideas of certain religions don't make sense in a modern context. I seem to recall things about stoning people, that people should be stoned within certain religious scriptures.
Yeah, so people are still kind of doing that. Now, is there a god or a goddess that you're going to try to convince us of here?
Well, I would say it is the God that is defined by being existence itself.
I think where we were going down this train of thought, Randolph, where we were going with this is that I think what he's essentially arguing for is deism, where your standard, like, kind of sufficiently powerful entity that kicked the football in the universe, and or whatever kind of like attributes you want to give to it beyond that, but not enough to like claim it's a particular god, like the Christian God or the Christian triune God or Allah or anything of that nature, but essentially this extra powerful entity that is that kind of like started everything. Which, if you're asking like what came before, that I can get it because we lack so much data, you could rationalize yourself to that. And you really can't defeat it because it's unfalsifiable. Because like, what came before? We don't know. We have no data. So therefore, it must be. It could be this. So there's no reason to not believe in it, which is kind of a Pascal's wager because it doesn't cost you anything to believe. So I understand that, and I think you can get to that. It's not something that can really be backed up, but
I can go so far as to say that it seems to me the case that existence is real, but as far as going and saying that existence is a goddess or a god, I'm having trouble connecting those dots.
Okay, I mean, it's axiomatic. It's like the Ouroboros. Once you bite your own tail and hold that idea, then you hold it, and you get to decide whether you want to do it or not.
Well, I think it's. I mean, like I said, I think you can get yourself to deism without running into any major problems, and I don't see a real problem with that. People. I mean, it's as graphic as it may sound. People aren't running around blowing themselves up in the name of a generic deity. So, if this is something that provides a psychological or physiological benefit to you, and it doesn't harm anyone around you or spread any kind of particular like divisive ideology, then that's fine. That I wouldn't have a problem with that. It wouldn't convince someone like me, myself, just because, it's either, we either know or we don't know. So I'm not going to put answers into places where we don't have data for, where we don't have information for. It's like, if all I have is a question mark, there's no justification for me to put any kind of like entity or being or mind or brain or whatever, or deity into that slot until I have justification to put that thing in that slot. So I'll simply say I don't know and carry on with my life until we have the data. So
yeah, and for me, like, I don't see how this adds any meaningful value or any kind of empirical value or anything like that to say that existence is a deity. It doesn't seem to make any difference. If it does make a difference, I'd like to know what that difference is.
Peace. You don't have to.
If there's something, I think that falls under the umbrella of uniting people towards a particular idea. Just strength in numbers, is it just has that kind of evolutionary benefit of helping us all to survive by keeping us all focused on one particular thing. It's like if our objective is like peace, living together in harmony, one world species, that whole kind of thing, then I would say that. But it's like the primary issue that I have is like when you bring in a lot of that dogmatic, crazy ideology that comes along with it. It's kind of like all the baggage. That's why, the generic deity is, I say fine, that's good to go. It wouldn't convince me. I doubt it would convince anybody here on the panel, but I wouldn't see a particular problem with it.
And one last issue that I would have with it is also, why would it be just one deity? Why not a group of deities together to make existence operate as it is?
But I would say that if there were more deities, they would have to be contained within something, so that
why is that?
Superstructure. I don't know. Can there be something that isn't within, that doesn't exist within something? I don't know. I haven't thought a lot about this, so maybe it wouldn't be valuable.
See, they could be separate, like a bunch of bubbles that make up a foam, right? They could be individual bubbles, but they work together to create that structure, that foam structure.
You can think of it in terms like lazy. I think the easiest way would be like a coin has two faces.
That's an idea.
Yes, a coin has two faces, but it's still, the coin is the totality. And
So
the faces
still,
are the attributes.
two separate
of the
things
coin.
can join as one deal, but still two different things on each side would be the best way that I can analogize it. But as far as like convincing us, I pretty much stated, that wouldn't convince me. I mean, I can understand how you got to that point. I wanted to see exactly where you landed, and would that convince me? Would that convince? And I can't speak for everybody here, but I can tell you, I mean, I can see why you got to that point. I think that's okay. I wouldn't take it any further than that, because one, is unnecessary. Two, it will do more. I think, in my opinion, it does more harm than good. I think you need to keep. I think in a certain respect, keep asking questions, which is good. Just keep investigating. Would be the best bet. But beyond that, I think if you're just arguing for deism, doesn't convince me. But that's fine.
But I'm curious to know whether you would, if any of you would have any contention with the idea that existence is real.
It seems to me that it's real.
Did you say existence is real? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that existence is.
I don't have any objection to that. It seems to be the case.
Okay, and so if you were to define God as existence, then that would be fine too.
Well,
so the problem I'm having is defining it as existence, and I did raise a question that I think was unresolved: is why should it just be one deity, and why not multiple deities working together? And there's a lot of problems I have with connecting those dots.
I got a question real quick. How is saying existence is God any different from saying this cup I'm holding is God? This cup exists. I'm going to label it God, therefore God exists. How is that different from what you're doing?
Well, it's not necessarily much different. I would just say that the cup is not the totality of God.
Okay,
And
so
if there were multiple deities, they were individually, they would not be God in its totality. Only the unification of all of them would
Do
be.
you consider existence to be the totality of God? And if so, how do you know that existence is all there is?
Well, what else would there be but the things that exist?
Well, despite the problem of identity in that, if P equals everything and everything is God, then what is the value of not P?
Yeah.
The
I
value
didn't
of
follow
not
that.
P.
Like,
So
I think it,
P equals P, and P does not equal not P. So basic like this. So if P is everything, like, and everything is the existence of God, and everything is God. So if God is existence and existence is everything, and that's how he's determining that, or that's how he's defining that. So if P equals everything and everything is God, then what is the value of not P? There is no not P.
it would be non-existing
So-
things. Unicorns, leprechauns, not P would just be non-existing things.
Okay, sure.
But
I
I'm
mean,
still
then
not.
you can do this. You do concepts exist though? They're mental states. I mean, but they exist as a mental state. So just the fact that I can conceive of a thing, even though it doesn't exist materially in reality, I can conceive that mental state. Technically, that falls within the parameter of everything that God created.
No, because that concept exists, but the actual existing unicorn independent of your minds does not exist. It would be in the set of non-existing things. It would be a not P thing. But I'm still like, what is this God that is existence? Like, I agree existence is real, and I agree you can make up a label for it. You can label it God, but unless you're saying this God has like intentions, desires, consciousness, then you're just saying reality is reality.
Yeah, basically. It's very simple.
So you're not saying it's conscious, you're not saying it has any desires, it's just nature and that's it.
I'm not sure whether it's conscious in and of itself or whether consciousness is a phenomenon that happens within the human mind or the human brain. But
So
I would
if it
like
was-
to say or think this is what I believe, and I can't logically deduce it, but I would like to believe that consciousness is endemic. I think they call it panpsychism. So that the universe itself is consciousness.
So if the
That
universe
would mean
is,
then that rocks are conscious.
Yes, in a certain sense, yes, but not through sense organs or a brain. So the expression of its consciousness would be something inconceivable for a human being.
Well, then by the same logic, the hairs on my head are also conscious as an overall part of who I am. And so I don't see this as very useful argument for convincing anybody that of what you're trying to convince us of.
well, he didn't say an argument. He just said he liked to believe that. The only argument he presented was that he's just labeling reality as God, but that doesn't indicate that there's any consciousness there. He just said he likes to believe it's conscious.
Oh yeah, that's an important
I'd
distinction.
What I'd be curious of is how is this beneficial? How's this belief? What do you get out of it?
Well, by believing that consciousness is endemic to the universe, it closes the gap for me to believe that when I die, the consciousness which is contained within me might flow out of my organs and out of my organism, and
that's that psychological utility. How you
Yes.
reconcile the fact that at one point you will not exist, but you still have to reconcile the other side of that. That before you existed, before you became consciously aware of either yourself or the universe or whatever, there was a point in time where you did not exist and you do not have conscious awareness of that. And then after the fact, after you die, we can presume that you will simply return to that state. There's a state in which the atoms that composed your body did not exist in that form, and then there will be a state in the future where your atoms no longer are forming you anymore, that they will return to essentially the universe, and right. So, but you didn't have any consciousness before that. It stands to reason that you will have no consciousness after that. So
I'm not necessarily sure that is true. It might just be that obviously I didn't have the organs to record memories of consciousness before my birth, and I won't have them after I die.
So how are you then conscious if what you just defined is that you weren't conscious before you were born, but your consciousness lives on, except it's not conscious?
Well, I'm not sure the consciousness
That's
is
where I
mine.
disconnect. Say again?
I'm not sure the consciousness is mine, per se.
No. But you said you like to believe when you die, your consciousness keeps existing and flows into the consciousness of the universe, but it won't be conscious. That's where I disconnect. Maybe I'm not getting this.
And supposedly, if you're proposing after you die, your consciousness goes somewhere. But like I said, you currently have no conscious recollection of anything 1,000 years before you were born, or 10,000 years, or 100,000, or millions of years before you were born, or even 10 months before you were born. So there's no consciousness that is there that you're aware of. So you can't determine that your consciousness existed before it came into your body, because you didn't bring anything from that experience before then. So we can simply say that there was no memory, there was no experience that you brought with you. So you can't say that that thing exists because there's nothing to support the existence of that, or that state. So given that after death, your body will decompose, it will decay, will eventually, the elements that create you, the elements that you were formed of, will eventually return to the earth, or essentially return to the universe. Whether you're cremated, they're blown into space, or you're buried in the ground and they return to nature. Either way, you can't say, you can't really jump that gap to be like, oh, well, then my consciousness will return to the universe. Well, if you have no memory and you have no experience, then essentially you're not aware. You wouldn't be aware. So it's a lack of awareness, and then you're aware, and then you go back to a lack of awareness after a brief period of cosmological time. So
did he present any evidence, or say that he had evidence for this, or why this is a reasonable?
No, I'm pointing out that there is no evidence to support this. That it's just a psychological utility. It's all it's providing for him.
Well, I don't think we've ever asked him. Do you have any evidence for this?
I can't show you any evidence, but I've had mystical experiences of.
I don't think you're going to be able to convince us.
No, I don't think so either. So it might be a moot point. But I've had mystical experiences of my consciousness slipping out of my body. I think it's commonly known as an out of body experience.
Sure, I've had those too. Those are a pretty common psychological phenomenon, and it can happen without an actual soul. It's just a certain kind of a delusion, like a dream.
I've taken DMT and I've gone out of my body.
I've been extremely hungry and imagined things.
Brain states, lazy dog is what we can, and we can actually induce these things as well. There are medical procedures and techniques that we can utilize, with brain stimulation, to actually induce these kinds of states. So it's not enough to get us to that point. I understand the psychological utility it provides for you. I get that. If you don't want to question that, I would say you need to address that. The kind of unwillingness to say well, am I justified in holding this position just because it holds a utility for me? Does this actually say anything, or am I just believing it because it makes me feel good? So the best example I can give is imagine I was born a theist. I was born, I believe in God, and my parents raised me that way, whatever. And prayer is a part of my daily ritual. right? So I pray every day and I do my thing and I live in my life. And then one day I'm in a car accident and the car is smashed, but I'm still alive, but I'm trapped in the car. Okay. And the firefighter's trying to work me out of it. So I'm trapped in the car. I'm freaking out and I decide to pray. So I pray. And the prayer, the act of it, it works very similarly physiologically to meditation. I calm myself. I focus on a singular thing. I slow my breathing, my respiration. I lower my blood pressure. And the firefighters are able to cut me out of the car and pull me out. Now, the reason I survived long enough to do this is because I didn't panic. I didn't freak out. I kept myself focused. On the prayer itself. Does the physiological utility of prayer mean that God exists? Can we bridge that? Because the prayer worked to physiologically calm me and keep me alive long enough to be pulled out of the car wreckage, does that mean that God exists?
I'm not sure, but it certainly. Would you not agree that as human beings, if we live in our identities and we think we are this thing that has, I want to go to work, I want to do this person, it is easy to, when you of your brain, to forget almost that it is also possible to be in such a state of relaxed focus as you describe, where you're in contact, I guess, with your limbic system, your parasympathetic nervous system. You're using something that you might not identify yourself as. You're experiencing yourself in a different way than in everyday life.
Well, the short answer to that question is no, is that it doesn't. It's because as the theist, I already believe that God exists. I pray, it gets me through the trauma, and then it confirms what I already believe. The prayer got me through. I believe, I pray, I go through trauma. It's part of my belief system. It got me through because it kept me calm, it kept me focused, and I didn't panic. So therefore, it confirms what I already believe. It's confirmation bias. So I'm looking at this from, if you're the theist in the situation, you can't get past, you can't eliminate the possibility that it was just confirmation bias. As an atheist, I understand the physiological mechanism of meditation and staying calm in situations. I do a lot of rock climbing and just stuff with, ropes and rappelling. So there are situations that I've been in as I've done this over the years where I've had to remain calm, where things happen, a rope breaks or a strap snaps or something starts to fail. And if you panic, you're going to be in trouble. But if you stay calm, focus yourself, you can get through the situation, because when you panic, you make bad decisions, you freak out, you just grab onto things. So I understand the physiological utility of it. It doesn't mean, and that's why I can meditate and I can focus on things, but just the existence of the physiological utility doesn't mean that the thing actually exists. So it's just confirmation bias in that. So until you can reconcile that, I think you need to address that. That just because it has a physiological or psychological utility for you, or maybe even for a group of people, it doesn't mean that it's true.
Sure.
Okay, well, I think probably we should move on to the next person. I've got some suggestions, unless, Lazy Dog, if there's one last thing you wanted to interject before we moved on.
No, nothing springs to mind. Thank you for your time. Have a nice day.
Thank you, bud.
Thank you for coming up.
Okay, I'm bringing up your facts. Your favorite Arab. Hello.
Yes,
Welcome.
that's Monday. How's everyone doing?
Great. Thank you for joining us. Is there a god or a goddess you'd like to convince us of?
Well, I mean, before I just want to ask you guys a question. Do you want to be convinced?
We're open to it.
Yes.
You
Yeah,
want
we're open to it.
It's why we're here.
Yeah,
Right.
if it's true, I'd like to know.
Yeah.
I mean, considering me, I'm also trying to get educated on this subject, right? So I thought like if me coming up here, I can learn more, and So the first thing I think about when I think about God is his beginning or his ending, right? But when you think about a beginning or an ending, you think about a being or a thing, right? Let's say the beginning of this pencil, for example, came from this, this, and this, which is a factory, the wood, the graphite, right? When I think about God, I think that he has no beginning or ending, right? That doesn't make him nothing though. I think about God, how do I put it in simple terms? Um, God is above time and space, which means he is timeless. I
How can the
think
thing
that God,
exist for no time?
well, how can something exist without time?
No, existence implies like temporal state. It exists.
Temporal.
So how can a thing exist for no time?
I don't agree. Like the consensus in physics is that space and time are emergent from something else that existed before time. So I don't really see that as a huge problem.
You could think about it as he is basically not time and space, but like the creator of it. I mean,
So did you what convinced you that it's just a single creator and not multiple working together?
why would someone as strong as God have more than one of him as strong as him?
Okay, you're asking me a question. I just asked you a question.
Well,
I'm wondering what convinced you.
God is so strong that I don't think he needs people beside him. I mean, not other eternal beings.
So this is so I asked you what convinced you. I've asked you what convinced you, and you're talking about what's needed. It necessity doesn't determine whether there's more or less of something. We may only need so much water to drink each day, but there are people who will drink more than they need. That doesn't stop it from more water existing than what we need.
But doesn't that the same thing apply to God?
I'm asking you. I would like to know why it doesn't apply if you're convinced that it doesn't.
I mean, can I ask you a question? Is that
Certainly, I'd like to get an answer though, but sure, go ahead.
I'm gonna be honest here. I don't have an answer to that question, right?
That's fair. No problem.
To be honest, I'm also pretty uneducated. I'm pretty educated, but well, what do you think is behind all of this?
Behind it, to me, reality is just reality. I don't think of anything behind it. I know there's some people who think we're all brains in vats, and that there is something somewhat like the Matrix that's behind everything. I'm not seeing any indication of that. I don't consider that to be the case. If there is behind, we are what's behind everything in reality. I suppose reality is the backdrop. It is the whole cosmos is the backdrop.
And what do you think reality is?
From what I can determine, it's what I'm experiencing. This interaction with you and the other people here on the stage, my daily life. I wake up, I breathe, I eat, I do things with my family. These kinds of things are all part of reality. I look in the sky and I see stars at nighttime. Just everything, basically. The number 42, as Douglas Adams called it.
I think he's asking what's it made of? What is the most foundational part? I would say it's a quantum field.
It's a quantum. And how do you explain that in simple terms?
I think quantum fields are necessary, uncreated things that make up everything else in reality.
I agree with that.
Do you think that we came from evolution? I mean, that could be also like a counter argument. Because like I think God
We don't have to think that. We've got multiple lines of evidence to confirm that is the case. That is no longer a question.
How far back do you want to go, though? Sorry. How far back do you want to go? Because evolution is how we are here now, but where we came from, we could go as far back as abiogenesis, for example. Like how far do you want to take it back?
That's a bit off topic. I'm sorry I started this, but
No, it's okay.
I just think it's hard. I'm pretty sure it's hard to explain, because like you have to believe in something to believe in God. I don't know how to explain it. Let me try. So I believed in God because I believed in His miracles, right? I mean, how can you explain a book, which is the holy book of Quran? How can you explain a book that has not changed over thousands of years?
I want to talk just briefly. I just
host
want to
a
address
show.
something.
Thanks for the
just
super
want to
chat,
address
Tim.
something.
Appreciate
A
it.
show about the Quran. Can I ask you a few questions about the Quran?
Peter, just let me just. I just trying to ask him something first. He's saying how about. Go ahead, Peter. I forgot what I was trying to say. Go ahead.
That's okay.
My apologies. So you said how about a book like the Quran? So let's take the Quran.
Okay.
We know for a fact that there are errors in the Quran. Does that affect
There's
your
multiple
belief?
Qurans. There's multiple editions of it. Which one are you talking about, you guys?
I'm talking about the only edition, which is the Holy Book of the Quran.
Yeah.
I haven't heard about any other editions.
There's more than 33 that have been shown on our YouTube channel that written in Arabic. 33 different ones that have different
Those are
passages.
33 chapters.
No, different books, and they claim to all be the Quran, but they have differences between them. So they are different publications with different perspectives.
Well,
I think where I'm going is something that is in every single one of them. So
Sure, we can assume that. Let's go ahead and assume that.
Well, you can also think about it like it's basically you can think about it as in a different dialect in the language of Arabic, but it's just done in a different dialect.
that is how
But it's
I
the same
was
definition.
told that it's that we have different Qurans. It's just
the same meaning.
small differences in how it's written.
Right.
But so for instance, the Quran tells us that that stars are lamps and can be hurled at earth and even at specific people. We know that it's completely ridiculous to think that a celestial body that 9 out of 10 times is bigger than our own sun can be hurled at a single person on earth. We know that, for instance, is wrong.
That's where gods come in. That's where God comes in.
It doesn't matter who comes in. Right. If you hurl a planet, a star bigger than our own sun at a specific person on Earth, it would no longer affect that specific person. It would affect the entire Earth. It would annihilate the entire Earth. So the concept that is proposed in the Quran is completely wrong because it's impossible. It is physically impossible to hurl a star at a specific person without affecting the rest of the planet.
Well, did you tell me the definition of the verse, or did you just read it out directly?
I don't have the verse. I'm not that well versed in the Quran, but the Quran does state that stars are lamps which can be hurled at demons and at specific people, and Allah will make that happen.
Yep, Allah is God, and I think counter argue that the Quran has a lot of metaphors, right? So what God implies here is that the same force as a star that's as big as the sun or even bigger, the same force as that could basically be hurled at a single human or a single demon.
No, it couldn't.
Hey, Faye, just real quick. When the Quran was written, did human beings understand what stars actually were?
Yes. That was 1,400
that
years
they were
ago.
that they were hundreds of millions of light years away, or sorry, that they were millions of light years away, some hundreds of millions of light years away, and that the light that's reaching us is actually coming from stars that are long dead.
No, I don't think we were that
They know
advanced into
that
technology.
some of the stars Did they know that some of the stars are bigger than our entire solar system?
I think in the Quran it explained somehow, because
I can tell you straight up, Arab, it doesn't. When the Quran was written, and I'm not making any claim as to who wrote it or why they wrote it or what inspired it, but I can tell you, they did not. The understanding of what we have of stars today was not possessed by humans then. So the assumptions made about what could be done with them was wrong.
Well, I think it would be reasonable to assume that under Islam they probably had at least a slightly better understanding of stars than the biblical authors did. Like I'm going to guess that under Islam they probably didn't think that stars would fall out of the sky. Would you say I'm correct on that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I have to cut you off, Randolph, and just go back a little. Warren, you asked that question, right?
Yeah, I asked, at the time of humanity itself, when the Quran was written, did human beings have an understanding of stars, just stars themselves, stars, planets? Were they able to look up to the sky and determine what was a star, what was a planet, how far that star was away, how close it was? These various things.
No, just because for the sole reason that Peter mentioned that verse, because God actually wrote the holy book of Quran, and God is it basically knows everything, right? And I think he wrote that in the book and basically tried to explain it to us humans.
Okay, I can get you to a topic that involves knowledge that we did have at the time the Quran got wrong.
What would that be?
And that is how embryos form.
Embryos.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it cells that multiply from the host body?
According to the Quran, when the sperm meets the egg, it forms a blood clot, which is wrong, which then in turn starts forming bones, which is wrong, which then in turn are covered with flesh, which is wrong.
Can you give me the chapter and the verse?
Aspect, as I said, I don't know this off the top of my head.
But can you at least provide proof? I mean, you could be just saying verses, because I'm not sure how they translate exactly to English from Arabic, so I don't exactly know what verse you're talking about.
I think it's chapter 23, verse 14.
Let me check. In verse 33?
I think it really
God
okay.
in the Holy Book of Quran.
Now, my understanding is that Muhammad had it written. He dictated it and people wrote it.
God sent an angel to Muhammad, and that angel took the words from God and gave it to Muhammad, and Muhammad gave it to his friends, we call them Sahaba, and they wrote the book. But
this is all predicated on faith.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just curious. Did you find the verse that I
Yes, I did. We developed the drop
Can you
into
tell
a
us what it
clinging
says?
clot of blood, then developed the clot into a lump of flesh, then developed the lump into bones, then clothed the bones with flesh, then we brought it into being as a new creation. So blessed is Allah, the best of creators.
Okay. So I forgot that it from blood turns it. Yeah, well, I did say it turns into a clump of cells, which is pretty much a similar thing. But so we know for a fact that that is wrong. And the people at the time knew for a fact that that was wrong, because they were, at that time, they were eating animals, or they were slaughtering animals, and they would have come across embryos in different states of development. So they could have seen, people knew at the time that that was not how new life forms. But the Quran got that wrong. Why do you think it got it wrong?
Well, I don't think it got it wrong, to be exact. I think
It did.
there's a scientific reasoning, and there's a religious reasoning.
Which is wrong.
Well, Arab, you run into an issue. If Allah, he runs into an issue. If Allah knows everything, okay, and say all of the information, all the knowledge that we have now here in 2022, Allah was aware of all of that and all of the truth. Why didn't Allah just convey it like it is now?
Well, the sole reason that God created us is to test us. And if he just basically told us what's going to happen.
I agree, but why would he write something down which is demonstrably wrong? And not only that, but the people at the time knew that it was wrong.
Well,
Why
how
would
can
he
you
write it
provide
down?
evidence that they knew it was wrong?
Because as I said, people were eating animals and would have come across embryos in different stages.
What
At
makes you
that
think that they
time,
knew it was an
people
embryo?
knew.
Well, also
people knew.
the Greeks demonstrably had a better understanding of anatomy and development than Islam did. So if the Greeks had a better understanding of it through experimentation and observation and the things that they were able to and things they were able to do, if one culture has a better understanding of it, and then all of a sudden a book comes along and claims a bunch of other things that are demonstrably wrong because human beings as a whole, humanity already possesses better understanding of it, why would Allah give a worse understanding of it after we've already discovered the knowledge beforehand? Like, for example, why would this all-knowing entity not convey information as it is true? Why would, if it's supposed to provide understanding, for the world, why wouldn't it give the correct understanding of the world? Why wouldn't Allah simply say, hey, those things in the sky, those lights, those things are called stars, and those things are like millions of light years away. In fact, the light that's reaching us, those stars are already long gone. It's just that it takes that long for the light to reach us.
Well, why would you just... Do you know, that's a lot of information to put into a single book, right? Don't you think you really just simplify it?
It really isn't. There are cosmology books that are shorter than the Quran.
I think what Jalen just said was shorter than the verse.
Yes.
No, but I think that's just one topic out of millions that you're just supposed to.
Well, yeah. So, like, you could summarize everything in there, and you could basically say Allah possesses all this knowledge, and Allah can convey it because Allah has the power to do so and the knowledge to do so. Could convey this information in the most easily understood way possible, because essentially, by your definition, Allah would be like the greatest science communicator.
Right.
And so, why wouldn't it communicate the science in the most like palatable way, but yet chose to put it this way? How are we supposed to determine truth from reality? How are we supposed to determine what is true when what we get from nature and through our own personal observations and the work that we do comes out differently than what the all-knowing entity that supposedly is explaining everything did? Now we have two conflicting points. We have something that supposedly came from a god that doesn't describe anything really at all, and then we have everything here that says, okay, yeah, this is how we know it not to be true. So why wouldn't Allah, if it knows everything, simply convey it in the way that it knew that we would eventually understand it and just advance our reasoning?
Well, it's true what he wrote in his verse, but it's just in simple terms. I mean, we start off as blood clots, right?
That is the problem. You can keep saying that it's true. We know it's false. We know for a fact that it's false. I gave you two examples that are false in the Quran. But you can't keep saying that it is true, but it's conveyed in a different way. It's not.
It's conveyed in simple terms. It's conveyed in simple
No, I put it in simple terms. The lights in the sky are actually stars. They're composed of gases, and they exist millions and millions of light years away. And the light that you see is coming from objects that are long since gone. That is an easier explanation of what a star is than what it gives in the Quran. Allah would be in possession of this knowledge and would even be able to describe it better than I just did right now.
If Allah was not in possession of that knowledge, then he would fail in being omniscient, all-knowing, basically.
Say that again?
And then if Allah was in possession of this and did not give us basically, if Allah is in possession of this and does not convey it in the best way possible to further our understanding, then Allah is deceptive. If Allah is not in possession of this knowledge, then Allah is not omniscient, and Allah does not know everything. So
in the
then
53rd
you come
chapter-
into the real problem of, if Allah has this information and conveyed it in a way that was wrong, why would Allah deceive us? And then you say it's to test us. To test us for what? Because
No,
if
I did
Allah
not
is
say that.
all-knowing,
I did not say that.
You said,
I
but
did not release. I said he did not release all information to test us. I didn't say he changed information.
what we're trying to tell you is that it's not about not releasing information.
Right.
He on purpose released false information.
Well, it's consistent with the God of the Quran because it specifically says that he is the greatest of all deceivers.
Does that
He
say
does
that?
say that.
I've never heard about it.
Yes, it does say that in the Quran, that Allah deceives those, and it also says that Allah chose certain people to not believe and to never believe, and that is why Allah is calling himself the deceiver in the Quran. But I would really like to stick to these two examples, which are
I'm pretty sure that's
The
350.
star,
That's I'm pretty sure that's 354, and I think the word that it uses is makir.
So the
Okay,
problem I'm
yes.
having, your favorite Arab, the problem I'm having is that there's been two things discussed here now that are not consistent with the facts of reality. One is that bones before flesh for the development of an
Yes.
embryo, and the other one is a misunderstanding of stars. And because of this, I'm not convinced that Allah is real. So I think that's where I'm at with this. You're going to have to reconcile those somehow, and they're in the Quran, which is it seems to be unreconcilable.
But this also goes back, Arab, to that initial question I asked you, that all of this that you're presenting is predicated on faith.
Right.
Why would we use faith as any kind of a tool? Why would we use faith to get to the truth?
Why would we use faith to get to the truth?
Okay, to
don't
make it a
have
little
an
bit more concise, to make it a little
I
bit
don't
more
have an
concise, a little. Okay, so yeah, because there's problems with that. Faith can be manipulated. It can be manipulated by external sources without you knowing it. It's pretty much emotion based. It's how you feel. So if your feelings, which are you know that your faith can be that you can misplace your faith into things.
Right.
You know that you can believe in things that are wrong. You can, especially if there's no evidence. I'm looking at all you flat earthers out there. Given faith and how unreliable it is, why would we ever use it?
I don't have an answer.
I can come up with a clear example. So, for instance, the Christians take the Bible on faith. The Muslims take the Quran on faith. Those two books are conflicting on several issues. So one of them is wrong. You take it on faith. How can you determine whether or not you got it right?
I think that comes down to the miracles God created.
But you say that again?
Show
What did you
us
say?
proof.
Which would be a claim that the Christians use as well. Because there are miracles in the Bible.
He said the miracles that God created.
But there are different miracles in the Bible than there are in the Quran. The Quran also says that the Bible is corrupted. The Bible is not true.
Yes, it does say that.
The Bible is recognized as the word of God, but it was corrupted by men. So some of the miracles in the Bible are not miracles at all. So, for instance, Jesus never rose from the dead.
What are the miracles in the Quran?
For one
In the
instance,
Quran, Jesus is still alive.
I can remember one miracle, which is like the most famous one, which is our Prophet Muhammad came to a city, right, or you could call it a village, and he tried to spread Islam, right. The villagers asked him, they were like, if you want to prove us that there's a God out there, we want you to show us a camel with 6 feet and that could basically that is also pregnant, 6 feet, and that could also feed this entire village with milk. And he pointed to a bush and a camel that was pregnant with 6 feet and could feed an entire village came out of that bush. I don't think that's coincidence. I think God
I don't think it
created that
happened.
animal.
Let's go to a bigger miracle.
Wow.
Right.
He also split the moon in two, which we know didn't
In
happen.
the ocean. Right. He also split the
Yeah,
ocean
which
too.
we know,
No
which we
ark.
know didn't happen because the moon is still in one piece.
What makes you think
It
he
didn't
didn't
split.
put it back together, right?
As far as I know, it doesn't say that in the Quran.
He's the strongest being, right? Can't he just
Yeah,
do
he
that?
used telekinesis
As
to
far
move the two halves of
as
the
far
moon
as
back
I know,
together.
as far as I know, putting the moon back together isn't in the Quran. Might be mistaken, but as far as I know, that part isn't there.
Well, if you can, don't you think something as strong as God could split the moon and put it back together?
It could, but it would
mean, he split
also
it.
put that in. It would also put that in the book, so it would line up with reality again, which it didn't.
I'm just gonna I'm gonna search up the verse just so I can know what I'm talking about.
Well, you can look it up. You can look it up. I want to go back to the two verses. Why did Allah put misinformation in the Quran? Knowing that we would figure it out, knowing that would sow doubt on whether or not He is the one true God.
You know, the
Why would he
Quran
do
is
that?
the Quran is the source of information about Allah. And there are problems with it as a source that we've identified a number of them here. So probably moving on to our next, I'm going to just say this: none of this stuff is convincing me, and I suspect it's probably fair to say that the others in the panel here are not convinced by it either. Probably for at least that reason alone. And I'd probably be good to move on to our next caller, but you'd be welcome to come back.
I appreciate your time,
Can I make
Randolph.
one quick suggestion,
yes,
Randolph?
go on, Peter.
Sure.
So I host a show for
Right.
a guy called On Ra, in which he goes through the entire Quran.
Right.
And every surah is named. It's you can look it up, the entire series. Yes. So we went through.
Thank you for the super
everything
chat,
that is
Adam. Appreciate
wrong
it. You're awesome.
In the Quran, there are 3 episodes left. Next Sunday is the next episode. I would urge you to go and watch that.
Right. So
And I'll be in the chat.
from
I'll be in the chat. I'm the only moderator in the chat.
yes, what I understood from all of this is faith. It's legit faith, right? I believe what I believe in, and you believe what you believe in, and I respect that. I appreciate you for your time, Randolph, Peter, Jump, Warren, and Tackle.
Anytime.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks.
And TJump.
I will 100%.
Don't forget TJump.
Try to get more educated. I did say Jump.
Oh,
Thanks,
okay. We missed it. Thank you very much for coming on, and we look forward to talking with you again.
I appreciate
it. Thank you for coming on.
Bye.
Appreciate it.
Aaron Raw runs a good show there, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
and he's not only does he run a good show, he's got a magnificent panel of people helping him, all of whom are ex-Muslims. So those are an amazing bunch of people. The show wouldn't be the same without them.
Peter, feel free to post the link in the Heathen Hangout chat, and I'll copy it over to the YouTube chat as well.
Sure.
Who's next? Should we look at Abu?
Jason.
Oh, Jason? Okay.
Hello,
Canadian
Jason?
Catholic has been in there for like an hour waiting with his hand up.
Hello,
Jason.
Jason.
I PM'd him. He's going to be after Jason.
If somebody wants to go on before me, he's been waiting longer, I can just sit here and wait patiently. That's fine.
Okay, let's move on to Canadian Catholic, and we'll bring Jason back a little bit later. Thank you, Jason.
Cool. Here for me in a minute. Canadian, I just pulled you up.
I put the link to the playlist in the Heathen Hangout.
Thank you for the super chat, Chigwin. Appreciate it.
So let's bring on Abu. He's been waiting since the very beginning.
Has he?
Hello, Abu. Welcome.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, man. Basically, quickly about the.
You are really quiet. I cannot hear you at all.
Hello, can you now?
That's
Yeah,
better.
that's
Yes.
Okay. Basically, about the moon thing, getting it back together is not mentioned in the Quran, but it's in the Sunnah. You know what does Sunnah mean?
Can you turn up your volume about 50 or 60%?
200% would be great.
Is it good now?
100%.
Is it good now?
Yeah, it's better.
Yes.
Okay. Basically, I said the moon getting it back together is not mentioned in the Quran, but it's mentioned in the Sunnah. If you know what is Sunnah.
Okay. Do you have any evidence for God?
If I'm correct, the Sunnah are the explanations that Imams gave about the Quran. Am I correct?
No. If you want to go to it, the moon thing, or should I give my evidence for, let's say, God existing?
Our focus is on
Can
God
you
or God
briefly
existing.
explain what the Sunnah is?
It's everything mentioned about Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and Hadith is basically everything about him and his companions.
The hadith are written by different imams. There are thousands of hadith.
Not written.
Even
it's the saying and the actions of Prophet Muhammad. It was let's say written by his companions. We have a lot, a big door in this thing. So we can tell if this hadith about Prophet Muhammad, if it's correct or not. So
It seems a little off topic.
Okay, about God existing, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, basically, first and biggest evidence is prophets on history.
Is it history?
Miracles. Yes, prophets. From Adam to Muhammad. It's mentioned there was more than 10,000 prophets with their miracles. So I think you as atheists deny the miracles, let's say, of Jesus. Yes?
Yes.
But why is that?
Because there's no evidence it happened.
It is written.
Written doesn't mean evidence. It's written that Harry Potter cast a spell. Doesn't mean it happened.
Do you believe in the Odyssey? Like, do you think Medusas existed at one point in time?
What? No,
you
that's
believe in
a different.
Medusas?
No, listen. Let's say more than 3 billion people around the world believe in Jesus and his prophets. You can't
That's
just
an argument for popularity.
Yeah, no, but there is science about this. It's called tawatur and ilm al-hadith.
What science? I don't know of any science that indicates miracles.
No, it's just they. Yeah, Allah, sorry for my bad English, but it's they can tawatur. Let's say how do you know about wars, old wars? How do you know if let's say World War II? How do you know if it's happened?
Testimony. People wrote about them in history.
And documented.
Yeah, same thing.
Well, the difference is that testimony about things we have evidence for, like if somebody in history said I saw a dog, that's reasonable to believe. But if someone in history said I saw a unicorn, or like I forget who brought up the Iliad and the Odyssey and the mermaid example, if someone said they saw a unicorn, that's not reasonable to believe. So historical accounts are only evidence for things that already have an empirical basis: dogs, horses, people.
Okay, that's a shame. I was hoping that we would have a better quality call than that. But
yeah, I think it was still a valid point to address. So I think there's the answer is that there's a difference between testimony about dogs and a testimony about unicorns. Historical testimony is only reasonable to believe if it is of things that already have an empirical basis. It is not reasonable for miracles, magic, mythical creatures, the paranormal, supernatural, or UFOs, just like in a court case. That's why we don't believe testimony of Jesus rising from the dead or Muhammad cutting the moon in half, but we do for World War II.
That makes sense. I agree with that.
Canadian, what's up?
Canadian Catholic.
What's up, guys? How are you guys?
Okay, how are you?
So,
I'm
doing good. What you got for us today?
Yeah, so I was invited to convince you guys that God exists. I'm gonna give my best shot. So I think that the best way to convince somebody is to argue inductively. Or probabilistically. So what I'm going to give, I concede, can be explained in other ways. I concede that. I'm not interested in you guys telling me, well, it can be explained. I'm saying, well, what is it more consistent with, and what does it give us reason to believe? And the first piece of it, I'm going to give actually 4 or 5, I don't know. And the first is that there is a either a first cause, assuming the universe began to exist, or otherwise there's a good reason to think that either there's a first cause if the universe began to exist, or if the universe is eternal, some kind of fundamental reality that is more fundamental than anything else. So if you guys think that I'm just making this up, or you guys aren't accepting this, TJump has already admitted that there's good reason to think so with his conversation with Joe Schmidt. You guys can refer to that and watch that. And now the second point is that there is good reason to think that we live in a universe with this either first cause. I'm just going to call it the first cause, but you know, if the universe is eternal, it's simply a fundamental cause. It doesn't have to be first numerically. Now, the universe we live in has a couple of things, right? One, I would say that it has a following scenario. The only known species that is intelligent has a desire to be connected to some kind of fundamental nature. And now, of course, many people will have different models of what this fundamental nature is, but it's simply ubiquitous throughout the world. The only species capable in principle of worshiping God, of being in touch, so on and so forth, has an innate desire and reason to search for God. That's number one. Two, I would argue, is that we live in a world with teleology, that things work towards ends. We see things, produce regular results, and we live in a universe that allows, ends and so on and so forth to develop. And this again can be seen most clearly in evolution. That would be piece number 2 that I would put together. So in evolution, you can see how things develop, going from something towards another thing. So you can see how, for example, through natural selection, things get eliminated, and we go through to a better part that pumps better to ensure survival, so on and so forth. So that's piece number 2. Number 3, I would argue that we live in a universe with a beauty, and that gives us prima facie reason to say that all of this is more consistent with theism, because minds can appreciate beauty, and we live in a world with beauty. So I would argue that. So I can't remember if I had the 4th reason. I might have had, but it kind of maybe slipped my mind. So basically, I would argue that combined these together, we have good reason to think that a God is more likely than not God. So once again, I can see that you can just say that, well, this and that, you can just explain these away, but I don't think it's going to be consistent. It's just going to be a bunch of ad hocs, because again, if there is a God, then the first cause is 1-1, right? 100% you would expect it. If naturalism is true or accidentalism is true, not really. You wouldn't expect it a lot. Secondly, the religious experience and so on and so forth. Well, again, you wouldn't expect this on naturalism, but on theism, that would be 100%. And 3, existence of beauty. Yeah, that's, I think, more consistent with theism. So if I remember if I had another point, I don't know, but these 3 I think are strong enough to convince people to think. So go ahead.
Mind if I go first? So, all right. So it seems like of all the things you presented, God would be the more ad hoc. I don't understand why you think God is a better explanation here. The first example you gave is the fact that people have an innate desire for connection with something greater or whatever. That's clearly seems to be like something really obviously caused by the anthropocentric fallacy or hyperactive agency detection system. We also see ghosts and monsters under the bed and pray to things and think that gods and minds cause lightning and tornadoes, and it seems that is the exact same phenomenon. So it would seem like a more plausible explanation is that that's just a result of evolution, not actually that there is in fact a God there. So I'm not just saying it's an alternative thing, because just the fact that there could be alternatives, you're absolutely right, is not a counter argument. But it seems like this is a far, far better explanation that is just a type 1 fallacy, because we know that's a huge product of evolution. The development thing seems to be more of a product of just physics. We see physical changes all the time and betterment through essentially just different combinations of physics. I don't see why that would in any way indicate a god. Beauty, I mean, it can't be prima facie. Prima facie means something that's you accept is true until a defeater is provided, which isn't the case. Beauty is being a product of evolution would in fact be a defeater, so it would not be prima facie evidence of a god. It also seems better explained by evolution. And you said we wouldn't expect this on naturalism. Well, that's just post hoc. So one of these things that people use in theism is a post hoc fallacy, where they say, well, if I posit a god to explain everything we see, well, then under my theory, we would expect to see everything. But like, for example, you could do the same thing with any natural hypothesis. Like, we wouldn't expect to see this mountain here unless there's my god Blahumabloob, and Blahumabloob wanted to put this mountain here. Therefore, under the Blahumabloob hypothesis, this mountain is highly likely. Whereas under the naturalist hypothesis, this mountain is very unlikely. The probability that an Earth would form with exactly the features it would to produce exactly this mountain seems extremely low. Therefore, if I posit the Blahumabloob, well, the existence of this mountain seems very high, and you wouldn't expect it under the non-Blahumabloob hypothesis. It's just post hoc reasoning. It's not actually evidence of Blahumabloob. You're just using a hypothesis to explain the data you already see. So none of those things seem to be evidence of a god, and I think all of them collectively are better explained by naturalism, and I don't understand why you think that they would indicate a god more so than the natural explanations I just gave.
Yeah, so really quickly, I don't think that any of those were refutation. I'm sorry. So the first one was to argue...
Anthropocentric fallacy? Type 1 fallacy?
No. So the first one was to talk about the religious experience, and the example that was given was that this developed through evolution. That's a bad response, most importantly because it doesn't have anything to do with what I said. The fact that, for example, if God exists, and we have good reason to think that God could use evolution to develop this feeling in humans, that nothing in that refutes what I said. We still, Tom concedes that we still live in a world where religiosity would develop, and the only species that we know of is capable of thinking intellectually or conceptualizing intellectual properties. So simply appealing to how it happened doesn't explain away. We still live in a world where the only species capable of religiosity is ubiquitously religious, and how this came about is irrelevant, because I mean, if there is God, then there is good reason to think that he might use evolution to...
Wait, just to clarify.
I wasn't done though.
I understand. I just wanted to ask you a question real quick. So my question is why is the hypothesis God did this better than the hypothesis this is just a result of evolution, naturalism? That was my point, was that it seems to be...
So the problem is those aren't conflicting statements, right?
Right.
These aren't two hypotheses. That could very well be one hypothesis, because if there's a God, as I said, and if we live in a world with teleology, which I do think that evolution proves that we do, then there is good reason to think, even though I don't think so, but there is good reason to think that God could use evolution to develop this feeling in us.
Okay, let me clarify. The two hypotheses is one, God exists and used evolution, and the other one is God does not exist and evolution happened. And to me, the second one seems to be a more plausible explanation.
Well, you haven't given a reason for that. You've simply said that we can explain it through evolution, which, again, you could disagree with, but that would be irrelevant. That would just be a genetic fallacy if it's an argument. So the problem is the first one hasn't been addressed. The second one actually has been addressed even worse, because I haven't heard Tom address my teleology argument. We live in a world that allows progression towards a goal. We live in a world where, for example, an underdeveloped heart through evolutionary process can be strengthened through natural processes. And now saying that it happened is relevant. Why do we live in a world, for example, where that's possible? Of course, Tom can appeal to say that it's necessary that we would live in such a world, but this simply doesn't seem to be a better explanation.
Well, aside from evolutionary bottlenecking.
You don't understand.
Do you know what evolutionary bottlenecking is?
It's bottlenecking through evolutionary means. I'm joking.
Wait, no. Explain to me what evolutionary bottlenecking is, dude.
It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant, because that's a way that evolution destroys species.
Quick interruption. Taco, can you check DM?
That's literally like evolutionary bottlenecking is because of evolutionary pressures. evolution doesn't. Okay, so first and foremost, evolution doesn't self-correct. Okay, evolution is constantly altering things due to evolutionary pressures, which are external to those
Irrelevant.
things.
The fact that you
It's
can
not
see-
irrelevant. You can't use that evolution is constantly going towards a particular thing
But see, there
when
you
there
go.
when there's evidence that evolution actually is as destructive as it can be
Fine,
improving.
but okay, but fine, but destructiveness is again a goal towards which it tends. So even on your view, there's goal directedness.
Which goal?
It's irrelevant. The fact is that we live in a world where non-mental things are goal directed. And goal directedness is consistent with intentionality. That's my point. Appealing to telling me about
How did you determine that evolution is goal oriented?
You assumed that it was goal oriented by saying
No,
that
I didn't. I don't assume that it's goal oriented. Evolution is a natural process. I don't assume that it has any goal in mind.
You just said that it bottlenecks. It tends to.
It does on occasion. Occasionally it bottlenecks. That doesn't mean that the goal was to destroy the species. This is simply a thing that happens.
You just spoke it that way. Now you just you're changing your.
Let me clarify here. So, one sec. So, Canadian, it seems like you're making a semantic argument here that he's using words that have goal orientedness imbued in the words, but it's not inherent in his argument. His argument is that there are physical processes like gravity. Things go towards things that have big gravity, but that's not something that's goal oriented. And so destruction in the case of something hitting a black hole wouldn't be goal oriented. So his question is why think evolution is any different from gravity, and it just is a physical process.
Yeah, so the point wasn't semantic. I'm saying that you can't talk about evolution in any other way other than goal orientedness. And you can
I just did.
I just stated evolution is a natural process. That's it. It doesn't have a goal in mind. It's simply by the way that organisms develop over time due to the way genetics works. And it is not really controlled, but
the way genetics works is
it's affected by what we call evolutionary. It's affected by what we call evolutionary pressures.
I can't point you out, right? There you go. You said the way genetics works. Right?
Wait.
The way genetics work hides a lot under it. So what is the way genetics works, right? There's a way genetics works and there's a way genetic doesn't work. And we can identify the way it properly works and the way it improperly works. How is this not goal directedness? That's the point. You can
because there's no end goal in sight.
Can you give an example of how it works improperly?
So, for example, we can identify genetic mutations, and we can say, for example, that somebody born with an enlarged heart has a heart problem, and it's really irrelevant if it increases mortality. Let me finish.
That is how genetics works. How is that improperly?
Can I finish? So we can. So the point is, can I finish? So we can identify what is it in genetics that is improper product and a proper product. The fact is,
no, you can't.
There is no such thing as a proper and improper product.
You're assuming that survival is a goal, is like a specific goal that things are trying to attain, and then they're not.
I didn't say that. The point is
that's where you're deriving your conclusion from, is that there is some end goal to be reached, that there's some finish line to get to. And there's not.
This is why I didn't ask for an example. I asked you to define. I asked you.
One sec.
Please hold on. I asked you to define how genetics can work improperly. Don't give an example. Explain how it's improper.
Wait, no, he did. His example was an answer to the question, but so our response should be
his example
his example was perfectly fine. Peter, his example is perfectly fine. So wait, Peter, stop. Holy shit. His example was perfectly fine. The objection would be is that a larger heart would not be an example of an improper function, because if the environment if you would survive better with a bigger heart, and it would be a good thing. It would be a proper function, which therefore the fact that
which is why I wanted to clarify what he meant by
stop, please, Peter, stop. So our response is that no, that is not an example of improper function. It's just a random mutation, which may end up being beneficial, but it tends to be unbeneficial given our current environment, therefore defeating your argument, Canadian.
So I don't think that. So the point is that every time somebody responds, they're going to use a word that is going to simply confirm me, and then they're not going to listen. Like, look at what Tom just said. It tends to be beneficial. We live in a world where things are so we live in a world where beneficial things tend to survive and non-beneficial don't. How is this not teleology? And JL misunderstands me. By saying an end goal, it doesn't mean that there's a finish line. All it means is that it's directed towards something. It could never end. Evolution could go on and on and on, and we could still identify. The point is, Peter,
which
please.
is why I asked you to define what you meant by improper.
Okay, we can't do it if Peter keeps interrupting everyone.
Now, I just wanted to clarify. Wanted to help you clarify.
I don't want to clarify it with you. I'm sorry. I don't want to clarify it with you. Is that okay? I don't want to clarify it with you. Is that okay? Thank you. Now,
how is that? How is me
asking with you? I don't want to clarify it with you. I don't want to clarify it with you. I'll clarify it with others. Okay, thanks. Now, the point is, right, that we all.
The reason why?
Can you just let him finish? Just let him finish.
Yeah, so
I'm just curious if I did something
you
wrong.
let him finish, then ask the question. Holy shit! Just let him finish.
If he can tell me what
that's
I did
fine.
wrong,
That's fine. Let him finish, and he will answer the question. Let him finish. Holy shit! Let him finish.
Okay, so now the point is that Tom himself used language that is teleological, right? And he described a tendency in nature, right? So why do we live? So the question can just be rephrased: why do we live in a world where there's tendencies in nature, right? And simply saying it's evolution isn't going to help, because evolution itself is an example of tendency in nature.
Right.
Why is there tendency in nature? That's the question. And saying, oh, there's tendency in nature because of this thing that already has tendency of in nature inbuilt into it isn't going to help.
Right. That's why I asked you.
We live in a world that has tendencies in nature.
You said that like 6 times. So that's why I asked earlier, like, if we say gravity is a tendency, if a thing with large gravity pulls things in, that seems to be a tendency, but we do not think that's goal-oriented, or I would not use that as goal-oriented. And I would say the processes of evolution are exactly analogous to gravity. They both tend towards something because they're determined by the physical processes, but neither are goal-oriented. And are you saying that they are both goal-oriented, or would you agree that neither are goal-oriented?
No, I would argue that both have goal-orientedness inbuilt into it, right? So the reason they have goal-orientedness inbuilt into it is because we can decipher regularities in nature. So anything on Earth, so we can, for example, go to a doctor and find out what an improper heart is. We don't have to know that this heart is going to kill you, and we don't have to care. We can find an insignificant animal whose life doesn't matter, or we can find diseases that don't kill, diseases that simply don't kill. And we can
one
still
second, just
say,
to clarify,
this
did
is
you
not
say
how the heart
one sec, Canadian? Did you say both? Did you say both? One sec. Did you say both do have tendencies? So you're saying black holes do have tendencies and are goal-oriented?
Yes. So let me give a clear example. Okay, from the fact that particles behave properly, it follows that they ought to fall to the ground. So if Tom is on Earth and he lives in a normal world, then he ought to fall to the ground. And this is the language we can use about the eye. If the eye is healthy, it ought to see. If the heart is healthy, it ought to pump, right? So on and so forth. This language would be impossible if there was no tendency in nature.
So are you saying the language is impossible, or you're saying that there is some like innate oughtness independent of the language that exists in the black hole?
So so my point is, the reason why you can't avoid this language is because the concept itself is necessarily teleological. And that's why all of the language is always going to be teleological, no matter how much you avoid it. So you're going to say, you know, evolution tends to do this. There you go. That's teleological language. But it doesn't tend to. It just produces this regularly. That's teleological language, so on and so forth. You're going to continue using teleological language because it's inbuilt into the concept, and you can't make sense of it. You're going to have to say this is an improper way heart functions. This is the proper way. Well, why? Because it's inbuilt into it, right? Same thing. This is the way particles behave. This is the way they don't behave. Why? Because regularity is inbuilt into it. You can try to avoid it, but that's what you're going to get at every time.
All right. So
now,
two responses.
We live in a world. So the point is, I don't think that this is being evaluated correctly. I'm saying we live in a world where there is a first or a fundamental cause, and this is the world in which we live in with that fundamental cause. So the point is this consistent with atheism? I'm going to argue not really, right?
Yes, it is consistent with atheism, but there's two responses there. One is you're confusing the map and the territory. Our expressions, which may entail teleological language don't imply that there is any ontological fact of the matter that entails it. It just means that's how our language developed. So trying to make a connection between our language and the actual, some kind of ontological directedness is false. That's just confusing the map and the territory. Secondly, I would say that you just essentially committed the is-ought fallacy and just said, because hearts pump, they ought to, but because gravity pulls, it ought to, because nature does stuff, it ought to do that stuff. It seems like obviously just is-ought fallacy 101. I don't see any oughtness anywhere in any of those physical processes. They're just acting the way they act. There's no ought anywhere in gravity. There's no ought anywhere in any of the physical processes of evolution. It seems like you've just made a leap from just is to try and get to an ought to support your argument. There's no actual ought there.
Well, so first of
Sounds
all,
like out of the gaps to me.
So I disagree with one with is-ought gap, but that's irrelevant because you would agree that from the fact that the eye is healthy, it follows that it ought to see, right?
No, like there's no oughtness there. That's just a colloquialism we use to describe the state of affairs.
So you think there could be a healthy eye that could not see?
Wait, could you say that again? You cut out.
Do you think that there could be a healthy eye that cannot see?
Yes, there are plenty.
So, fine. Do you think there could be a healthy human eye that could not see?
There's plenty of healthy eyes that don't see, yes.
That's just bullshit, because the definition of a healthy eye is that it performs its function.
No, because eyes don't see, your brain sees. So you can have completely healthy eyes and you get damage to your occipital lobe.
Irrelevant.
Be able to perceive image.
This is irrelevant. I was using colloquialism. This is a completely irrelevant correction.
So now you're using colloquialisms?
This is just
JL is correct. You can have a perfectly healthy eye which sends signals everywhere to the brain and the brain does not see anything. Yes, that happens.
Does it follow from the fact that the eye is healthy that it ought to send signals to the brain?
No.
So there can be a healthy eye that does not send any signals to the brain.
It follows that if an eye is healthy, it does send signals. There's no ought there. It does.
That's the point, right? I mean, when you go to the doctor and you say, my eye is healthy, and then they're going to ask, well, why doesn't it see? How is that different from the assumption that if it's healthy, it ought to see, it doesn't see, therefore it's not healthy? That's the inference.
It's regularities. Like if you say there is a healthy black hole, it's sucking.
You admitted to teleology, so there is teleology in the world.
Right. I admit there's regularities like black holes, gravity.
Good. Is that okay? So if we have a world where there is first or fundamental cause, and then we have regularity, beauty, and what was the third one I said? I don't remember the third one.
You said the desire to know God, beauty.
Yeah. So religiosity, ubiquitous religiosity. We have ubiquitous religiosity and experiences. That's tied together, by the way. Then there is beauty, and teleology. And fundamental. What more does a theist need if those are there?
Well, you need some way to say that that's all of those things are more reasonable to believe under God, none of which you provided, because all of those things seem to be more reasonable to believe under just natural laws.
Well, once again,
no, you haven't, Canadian Catholic. You just asserted that you've asserted that it's the Canadian Catholic. You've asserted that it's the easiest explanation.
Right. So natural laws aren't what we're debating, by the way, because natural laws can be used by God. The question is whether it's consistent in a closed system where God doesn't exist. Like, we're not talking about natural laws. We're talking about a closed system where God doesn't exist. So is the existence of a fundamental first cause that produces or is responsible or is whatever language you want to use in a world which has causal regularities, ubiquitous religiosity, and beauty consistent with atheism or theism?
Yes.
That's the question I'm asking.
It's consistent
with... No, it's not consistent with atheism because nothing on atheism predicts this.
Let me answer the question. Don't just say no. So Canadian, yes, it's consistent with both, but as you said earlier, just coming up with a different alternative doesn't actually make it better. Like if I said this mountain existing is consistent with the magical leprechaun Blue 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 who created the mountain, yes, but it's also consistent with a universe with no such being that created the universe, and the one with no such being is simpler. It's Occam's razor, it wins because it's a simpler hypothesis with less ontologically asserted variables. So if we have two hypotheses that can both explain the data, we want to assess which one's better. The naturalistic atheistic hypothesis is better because it's simpler. All of the features of that hypothesis are supported by empirical evidence, whereas yours has an extra feature, and worse than that, it's an extra feature that has no supporting evidence. So your hypothesis is less supported to explain all of the things you listed, and ours, which is simpler and has only parts that have been empirically demonstrated, explains all of the phenomenon you listed with a simpler hypothesis.
So 2 points. First of all, the objection that Tom brought up is the objection of that this is just a so story, meaning that it's simply invented to explain one thing. So the God was invented to explain the evidence. So first of all, even if that were true, which is not, that would still be conceding that there is evidence for God, right? I mean, just not particularly good. The secondly and most importantly, of course, is his point that naturalism.
Like how you glassed over that.
I want to finish. That atheism is simpler. Well, that's what we're debating here, and I've been asking what on atheism predicts that there will be a fundamental cause which is responsible or coexists in a world with beauty, teleology or causal regularity, and ubiquitous religiosity, and desire. And no one has provided what on atheism predicts this. No one. All I've heard is saying, well, we can explain by evolutionary psychology, which isn't an explanation against my thesis, because again, anything you bring could just have been used by that God to bring about that world. That's simply appealing to how it came about. That's not what
Canadian Catholic, we don't need to provide an alternative. You need to be able to justify your claim that it is the case.
I'm saying that
you can do this a lot quicker. If you say that there's evidence for God, why not present the evidence for God? Why go through all of this without presenting the evidence for God?
But it's not. It doesn't justify the belief in it. You can hold it if you want, but it doesn't justify it doesn't get you to that. It doesn't get you to that conclusion. So instead of like throwing this out there, saying that it justifies it, which it really doesn't, and then saying that we need to provide an alternative when we don't have enough data points in order to come to a specific conclusion, so we can say we don't know. So why don't you just give us the evidence that supports what you're saying?
Well, so Canadian, he did. So he's making an abductive argument. He's saying, here's a hypothesis, here's another hypothesis. This one better explains the data. He's making an abductive argument. So if it worked, it would count as evidence. It doesn't work, though. So the reason it doesn't work is, as I said earlier, our hypothesis explains all of the data equally.
Where is that explanation? I've been asking you for that explanation. You keep saying it explains it.
String theory is fine. But the main problem here is that... Wait, Canadian, one sec. So the main problem here is your post hoc ergo proctor hoc fallacy. It's the post hocness of saying, like, as I gave an example earlier, if we see a mountain and I have a hypothesis of the Bloogablug, who literally just designed in his nature to want to create this mountain. Now that in the hypothesis of the Bloogablug, the mountain is more likely than the hypothesis of string theory or naturalism, because in string theory or naturalism, there is nothing in those that entail that this mountain we're looking at exists. But in the Bloogablug theory, its nature entails that this mountain we are directly looking at will exist. The problem is that because this mountain is possible to exist under naturalism, under string theory, and those things have supporting evidence, they're a better hypothesis than the Bloogablug theory, because the Bloogablug theory has no independent evidence of the asserted being. So even though the asserted being makes the probability of the mountain significantly higher because it explains the existence of the mountain, whereas naturalism and string theory don't entail its existence, it's still a worse hypothesis because it's adding in an extra thing that has no evidence beyond the scope of what we can actually demonstrate. Therefore, it is a worse hypothesis. So if we have a hypothesis that doesn't entail the different things you listed, the belief in a God, fine-tuning and beauty, but could explain those in principle, then the fact that it's built by only things that we have evidence for, like string theory, which is built on two different empirical phenomena that we've demonstrated, that is a better hypothesis than asserting a Bloogablug or a God who is built on things that have no evidence in order to explain the data, even if you could say that if my Bloogablug God existed, it would make this thing more plausible a priori.
Yeah, so I kind of addressed it. That's the just so story objection. So basically, I've heard it this way, that, stolen shoes are evidence of shoe-stealing fairies. That's how people stated that, on a shoe-stealing fairy hypothesis, it would be expected that shoes would be stolen. So the reason why I don't think that objection works is, one, with this, so I'm not making any extra assumptions about this God any more than it was made when these hypotheses are being compared. I'm not making any kind of, I'm not making any assumption about his desire, so on and so forth. Secondly, I am positing what a God is. I'm not merely saying there are things in the world that God is consistent with. I would say that if this argument succeeds, then this first cause, or the fundamental cause, would be God. That's all. I'm not saying that there's things in the world that occur and therefore we're positing some being. I'm saying we have this being in front of us. That's the necessary cause, fundamental cause, and there is good reason for us to identify it with with God. That's what I'm saying. So the just so story objection doesn't work. Now the second
Well,
point
okay, just to clarify, that wasn't my argument. So my argument is that when building a hypothesis, you're only allowed to use pieces that have an empirical basis. You're never allowed to add anything that doesn't have an empirical basis. So all of the pieces of string theory, Casimir effect, goose early universe inflation, both of those things have been empirically demonstrated. So all of the pieces of string theory have been empirically demonstrated. But adding in things like non-physical consciousness, omnipotence, omnibenevolence, whatever properties you think God entails in its definition, none of those have any empirical evidence.
What on string theory explains, without those post hoc appeals data I gave, what on string theory or any other theory explain these? What explains? So simply appealing to how religiosity came about isn't explaining it. You're explaining to how it came about. That's fine. It could have come about that way through God or naturalism.
Wait, I'm not understanding your argument here. So string theory says.
My question is, it's not an argument, it's a question. So I'm asking you. I gave you simple cause, right? We have a first cause or good reason to think that there's a first or fundamental cause, and you admitted this. Go back to your discussion with Joe Schmidt. You say that yes, you agree. Now the second is, we live in a world with these three facts where there is this first cause or fundamental cause, irrelevant whether you believe the universe began or
Wait, I'm lost, Canadian. So my argument is that a hypothesis that is only using empirically verified features is better than one that's adding things that have no empirical basis. So
everything I'm using is empirically based. Everything I'm using.
No, like, so is God a non-physical mind, or have we empirically demonstrated God? Have we empirically demonstrated all of the properties that you think are in a God?
We don't need to. We don't need to. All I'm saying
that's my argument, Katie. That's my argument. So my argument is that you're only allowed to build a theory. Everything in the theory is only allowed to be built based off combinations of things that have been empirically demonstrated. If you add in a new property to your theory, God or the string theory, and it is not have any empirical evidence, then what this is called making shit up, and it's a bad hypothesis compared to one that's only built on things that have already been empirically demonstrated.
I didn't say anything about anything else, right? All I said is, give us an explanation. Give us an explanation. Okay, I've been waiting here for these facts. And the explanation you gave was simply to account for how they came about, which just leaves us with the same question. Did they came about that way because of God or natural processes? And simply saying that, well, religiosity came about because of evolution is irrelevant. That pushes the question further. Is evolution something directed by God or natural? Right? So now I'm asking you, how do you explain these four facts? The first is, there is an existence of this fundamental cause. What's your explanation, and why is it that this fundamental cause exists with these three facts in the universe? And none of the explanations you gave are anything, right? Anything other than
yes, it does. So like string theory, the nature of string theory is such that it will produce the laws of physics as we see them, which will result in the three things you listed.
That just kicks the can further. Why is the nature of string theory that way?
It's necessary. As you mentioned before, like 6 times already, I grant that there's a necessary thing or a necessary part of nature, and it is inherent as a part of its nature to create what we see around us.
Now our hypotheses are 50-50. There's really no difference. So
no, there is. Remember, as I said like 8 times already, the difference is that my hypothesis is built on things that all have an empirical basis that we can show aren't imaginary. Your hypothesis adds a bunch of imaginary baggage with no evidence. Omnipotence, omniscience, omnibenevolence, simplicity, aseity, non-physical consciousness, whatever properties you think are entailed in a God, none of those have evidence. All of the properties of mine have evidence. The string theory is a combination of 2 things: Casimir effect, which has been demonstrated in a lab, and early universe inflation, which has been demonstrated by observing the CMB. So all of the pieces of my hypothesis have been demonstrated to be real and not imaginary. None of the pieces of yours have been. Therefore, my hypothesis is better and simpler.
Okay, so a couple of things. So first of all, I didn't add those extra assumptions about God for a reason, because I didn't want to get into it, because discussion about models of God should be distinct from existence of God. So if there is a God, that God is responsible for producing these, then at basic we can say that it is something of an analog of a mind. And that's all we need. We don't need to posit that it has actual mind. Now, do I believe it has a mind? Yes. But you don't have to posit that. You can
just to clarify, are all of the parts of God demonstrated in physics, or are some of the parts of God things that have not been demonstrated in physics?
So physics has not obviously accounted for some feature attributes of God, but that's
Right.
irrelevant because
Well, no, that's my argument here. So my argument here is that all of the parts. One sec, just to clarify, all of the parts in my model have been demonstrated by physics.
no, they haven't. No, they haven't because
What?
you got a bunch. So this is going to be pointless because you're going to have a bunch of things in your theory that are clearly not demonstrated.
Wait, what? Like
You're
what?
not gonna have the whole string theory. I mean, I'm not an expert, but you
No,
can
string theory.
Explain how it was demonstrated.
String theory is two things. String theory is literally the combination of two things: the Casimir effect and Guth's early universe inflation. So both of those things have been empirically demonstrated, and if you combine them, you get string theory. That's it.
Okay, but this is irrelevant because you're going to have a bunch of things in string theory that have not been demonstrated.
Those are the only things in string theory. Those are the only parts. That's it.
Fine, in physics then. It really, you're just kicking the can down the road, right? I mean,
What?
we're all going to have a bunch of attributes on our models that are going to be
No, I listed the only two attributes in my entire model right there. Which one of those has not been demonstrated?
The point is you're going to have a bunch of things that are going to be undemonstrated. Right?
Where are they? What name one of them?
Physical theory of everything.
No. In string theory is literally just two things. It is a combination of the Casimir effect and Guth's early universe inflation. That's it. That's everything in string theory. If you combine those two things, you get the multiverse essentially. So those two things are literally the only things in the model. That is everything. That's the entire model. There are no non-demonstrated parts. Those are the only parts.
Of course, we are discussing only those parts. Right?
Those are the only parts. Those are literally the entire theory. This is direct from Sean Carroll. This is literally the entire theory of string theory. It's just those two parts.
So in your theory that accounts for the universe, do you think there are some things that have not been studied yet?
There are some things that have not been studied yet. There are parts that we can't see yet, but all of the parts are made of these two things.
So that's the point, right? That's the
No,
situation I'm in.
no.
I'm just saying that there's attributes of God. Just a second. There's attributes of God that have not and maybe cannot be demonstrated by physics, but that's irrelevant because we're only talking about the parts of the God that can. So what's the matter?
Canadian, I don't think you're understanding here. So I'm saying that, like, if I said I have empirical evidence that people exist, like I see people, my friends, occasionally. Now, I haven't demonstrated all humans. I haven't seen all humans everywhere in the planet, but the category of humans has empirical evidence. I've met other people.
The same thing I'm arguing for.
Wait, Canadian. So in the case of string theory, everything, the entire case of everything in string theory is just a combination of Casimir and Guth's inflation. So it's like humans. We have empirical evidence of the pieces, which leads to all of this other stuff. We don't need to see the other people in Australia. They already have evidence. Whereas you're adding in completely new things that have no evidence. Like, I'm pretty sure you're like a Thomist, so aseity, pure acts, whatever, all that nonsense.
I don't need to appeal to any of that. I don't need to appeal to any of those. I don't need to appeal to any of those.
Okay, so are there parts of God which have no evidence in physics?
Attributes. Yes.
Yes. Okay. There are no parts of my theory that have no evidence in physics. They all have evidence.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. Because there's a bunch of things that are undiscovered about the universe. There's a bunch of things that are undiscovered. You're just going to limit this thing to string theory, which, by the way, is a highly disputed theory.
Right. Yes, it's a highly disputed theory, but it's still better than yours because none of the parts don't have evidence. Literally all of the parts of the theory have evidence. I don't know why you keep denying that. This is literally a fact in physics. In physics, you're not allowed to add in things that have no evidence.
So I'm not adding anything that has no evidence.
You've already admitted you are. You've admitted like 10 times. Are there attributes of God that don't have evidence in physics? Yes, right?
Sure, but we're not discussing that right now.
That's literally what I'm discussing. I am discussing that's the difference between my model and your model. In my model, I'm adding nothing.
In your model, is there a bunch of things? So in your model, which isn't, by the way, just string theory, it's accounting for why religiosity came about, so on and so forth.
That's all in string theory.
So you're saying that nothing is going to be unexplained?
Yes.
That's a joke, right? You're just joking. That's just a joke. So
string theory. The whole point of string theory is to explain everything. That's the point.
I mean, I don't know like how to take that seriously. You're just saying everything has been explained already, and okay, then why are you debating?
Well, it's a hypothesis. We don't have we haven't proven it to be true yet. It's a hypothesis. The point is that this hypothesis is better than your hypothesis. Obviously, I don't think it's been proven, but it's significantly better than yours. So if we're looking at the data you've presented, the data you've presented can be better explained under this naturalist atheist hypothesis.
Explain it. So explain it. Go ahead, explain it. I'm waiting.
Okay, so the nature of string theory is such that it will produce the laws of physics in the way that we see them, which result in evolution as we see it, that produces all the things you've seen. You listed.
Okay. So why is the nature of string theory? It's necessary. So you have a necessary being, right?
Yes, we have a necessary being, string theory.
Okay, so then we are stuck with the same thing, 50-50.
No, because again, yours adds in a bunch of made up stuff that has no basis. Mine doesn't.
No. So so as the study progresses, there's going to be things that you haven't studied, right? But there's going to be things discovered that you haven't studied. So we're on the same page here, right?
Like literally all of the things. Like if we assume string theory is true and we study everything about the universe, we will never discover a thing that violates these two principles that we've already discovered.
It's going to be relevant because you're going to have a bunch of things you're going to discover in your model that are unknown right now.
No, they're all going to be known right now because they're all a result of these two things we already know.
Well, I mean, obviously that's not true, so I don't know what to say.
That's literally string theory is literally just combining these two principles that we already know and saying if these two principles are intertwined, then they will result in string theory. There's nothing we don't know about that. If they're right, that's everything. There is no unknowns there. Everything else just a result of these two things.
Okay, I'm just going to say it's properly basic that you're wrong. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what you want me to say. Like, you know.
Can I ask a quick question, because I'm still looking at the topic of this conversation, and I love your standard of evidence, Canadian Catholic, but let's apply your standard to your God. What is your evidence for your God? Because that would make everything so much easier instead of trying to find fault with. Please, can you please let me finish? That would make things so much easier instead of trying to find fault with a position you reject in the first place. Why not promote your position?
So God is a being, right? Basic definition. I don't know. You guys can argue. God is a being that is responsible in some way for either the universe or humans, and that interacts with humans and cares about us, or so on and so forth. In some way, I mean, you can be analogical or whatever. I'm saying we got basic.
Okay, we can go with that definition.
Okay, let me finish though. Okay, or I mean, I don't know if you guys want to define it in other ways. I don't know, right? I mean, there is going to be a bunch of attributes that are beyond this conversation, right? There's going to be omnipotence, omniscience, Trinitarianism, so on and so forth.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, but that's
Fine
going to be
with that. We can go with the definition you just gave. So, what is your evidence that that particular God, that the one you just defined?
The evidence says that we get the checklist. So the checklist is first, fundamental nature of reality. We get that. Check. Second check is it is involved in the universe. We get teleology. Check. We get intelligence with ubiquitous religiosity. Check. And we get beauty. Check. Okay, that's consistent with some form of mentality.
Now we get to the God. What is the evidence for the God behind all of this?
I just gave it.
Yeah. So he's making.
No. You gave the things that line up with your model, and I'm fine with that. I'll grant you all of that. Now let's get to the thing you seem to be avoiding, which is the God itself. You just said that there is evidence for the God. The things you just listed, I grant you. You've got evidence for all of that. Cold, hard evidence. Now get to the cold, hard evidence for the God that is also there.
Oh, so just to clarify, Canadian is giving you evidence. He's making an abductive argument in an abductive argument.
I know. And I want to just hone it in on one specific thing in his entire reasoning, which is the God. He just said that there is clear evidence.
So let me try to clarify. He said that there's ubiquitous a desire for some kind of connection to something greater, and he's saying that is indicative that there's some kind of intelligence behind the universe.
Well, that wouldn't apply to my country, since that is 80% plus atheist. So apparently, the ubiquity of desiring a religion isn't applying to my country, which is why I'm coming from a different position.
So that's not true.
I want to know how I can find out whether or not this God that he proposes actually exists, and we can do that without listing all of the evidence that is apparent in both models. Let's get to the things that are specifically in the God model.
Right. So Peter claimed that it doesn't seem like religious belief is ubiquitous. Therefore, your first argument is wrong.
That's wrong because, again, as I've explained before, right, the ubiquitous of religion concerns what comes about, I guess, naturally, if you'd like. So I can see that there could be societies that eventually secularize, right, that they're going to lose faith in God, so on and so forth, but that's irrelevant, right? The country you came from, which I'm assuming is some kind of Scandinavian or, Western European country, is
Dutch.
Yeah, Dutch, right? Netherlands used to be ubiquitously religious from probably the earliest kind of evidence up to, let me finish, up to 1960s. So, I mean, saying that they secularized isn't really going to help us because we still have the same ubiquitous religiosity among humans. What we're just going to say is certain conditions might lead to that being frustrated. And yeah, I agree, right? I mean, people ubiquitously.
That wasn't my point.
Right.
That wasn't my point. My point was you listed things that are evident in both models.
No, they're not
There
evident.
is, however, hold on, let me finish. There is, however, please let me finish, because you got it wrong twice already. Let me finish, and maybe you'll get it this time. You listed a bunch of evidence that is part of both models. There is one thing that is not part of both models, which is the God itself. So let's get to the evidence for the God itself. I know you want to deflect from that because you don't have anything or don't want to present it, but let's go there anyway.
Wait. So just to clarify, Peter, if you have two models, there can be a bunch of evidence that works for both models, but they don't work equally for both models. Like, for example, flat earthers bring up the fact that, like, you can look across the ocean and it looks flat or whatever, and that's the same on both models. It looks flat, but it works better for one than the other. And so that's what Canadian is saying here. He's saying that the things he presents works better for his model, even though they do work for both models. He said that at the beginning, that yes, these can be explained by another model, but he thinks they work better for the God model.
Yeah,
and I still agree. But in order to get to convincing us that a God exists, why not go to the God itself?
That's evidence for God.
Why do we need to go to everything else except the God? Why isn't your God?
Peter, what do you mean by
you're a Catholic? According to Catholic doctrine, Jesus should be important. Why are you leaving him out? Why is that a topic that you do not want to talk about?
I would love to talk about Jesus. I do every day. The thing is that I was asked to convince people of God.
Let's do that.
Well, I mean, as far as the length of the conversation goes, I mean, Canadian presented his points that I'm not convinced. I'm pretty sure nobody else up here is convinced. Those are the 3 points he's got. And TJump has explained extremely well multiple times as to why those 3 points don't hold water. That I would say that in this particular instance, a Canadian Catholic has not convinced us. Is not given a good reason to believe the assertion.
Well, I would.
So just for the sake of other people who were waiting in the chat, because he's presented his points. They don't follow through.
I would say he at least for me, he got the opposite of what he was going for.
But I do want to say that
I'm less convinced now.
Peter brought up a good point. I do want to hear later on, if we get a chance, bring Canadian back so we can talk about Jesus. I would like to hear his arguments for Jesus at some point.
Did he mention beauty as a required, necessary attribute?
And one TJump mentioned that string theory is an attempt to explain everything. I'm thinking of adding with no strings attached, but I don't know if that's funny.
So Zanati and Captain Coyote, I do see you guys in chat. We have a special guest though. Jason himself has requested to come up and present an argument for God.
And I would just like to say thank you to Jason for being so graceful earlier to allow some other guests to go ahead. It's great to have you on.
What's up, Jason? What you got for us?
Maybe the worm. I think maybe the worms got him.
I think the tech issues. He has to refresh the page, probably.
Try that. Hello?
Yep.
Hello,
not
we can
working
hear you.
now.
Hey, the worms got me, bro, like you said.
So what you got for us, bud?
Okay, so I heard somebody say, and no problem about that thing earlier. It's no problem at all. But I heard somebody say earlier, it's about big God, small God, and that got me thinking. There's a small God and multiple gods within 7 billion people that whisper dirty little nothings into their ear. Subconsciously, chemically inside. And what's scary is that doctors will literally tell you.
like those.
Yeah, doctors will literally tell you both, like without even like cracking a smile to your face, that yeah, you're supposed to have parasites sucking your nourishment and
I've never
stunting
had
your
a doctor.
growth.
I have never had a doctor tell me this.
So this is not an ASMR thing?
No,
So
it's,
anyway,
it's true. It's true that you do need bacteria and viruses in your body to keep you alive. So you do need.
Yeah,
and they are
yes,
parasites.
yeah.
They're literally parasites. So he is
I mean,
correct.
well, they're not parasites by definition. They're symbiotic. So
No, parasitic. Symbiotic means that they don't leech off of you, and they actually do it to a point where it
symbiotic
slows
talks
your
about the
growth.
relationship between the two, how we provide and they provide for us, and we provide for them.
Well,
That's
so do
symbiotic
viruses.
relationship.
So there are a lot of viruses that are
A parasitic relationship only takes from the host.
Okay. Well, okay, fair enough. Whatever. The 4 helminths, which are intestinal parasites that I'll be speaking about, are parasitic.
Okay, so what's your evidence?
My evidence that there's parasites in 7 billion people.
Which indicates a god?
It indicates that there is something that is controlling you, which can be misconstrued as a god.
Okay, so if it's
From a certain
misconstrued
perspective.
as a god, that means it's not a god, and so you agree
No.
with us.
But yeah, exactly. I do agree with you guys. But I'm telling you how people see a god. I'll tell you how people see demons as well. Things that make you flail out and lash out and things like this. This is all just cases of.
With all due respect, I don't think it's a good thing to speak for all people, because 9 out of 10 times you're going to get it wrong. It's much better to speak from your own perspective.
I think his argument is that
and let other people talk for themselves. That would be so much better and so much more productive.
I agree.
just to clarify,
I agree, but I
I
would really appreciate that if people understood that they have a parasite that might be controlling them, that if they were able to get rid of that parasite, then make them conscious decisions without a outside entity interfering, that would be optimal.
How do we get rid of our parasites?
That's interesting. So
stop eating them
we
first.
have evidence.
So are you presenting
Do we have
personal
evidence
god?
for such a parasite?
Wait. So you said that
It's a personal god for 7 billion people.
Wait. You said the reason people believe in God is because of parasites and fallacies and brain stuff. Yeah, I agree. So you don't actually believe there is a God. You believe there is no God. You're an atheist. You agree with us.
I believe that people once saw gigantic people, gigantic men, bigger versions of themselves, and they called these things gods.
Okay, so 2 things. God usually means an uncreated mind
God
that
is a
created the
name,
universe.
by the way.
But
yeah, God is a name created by the Hebrews, the Hebrew language.
No, God is used.
God literally translates to the word ball.
Okay, so that's an etymology fallacy. The fact that the word was invented there doesn't mean that its current usage is that. Currently, the word God refers to lots of different things. But so you don't believe there is a non-physical mind that created the universe, but you said something about big men. They're large men.
I believe that something has created this environment that we are in, and I believe something has created us. I don't believe it is the Christian God or Allah. I believe that they are mistaken these entities for a deity named Zeus, OCL, Baal, named God. He has a lot of different names that we keep giving this person throughout history, and it was a guy, and it was a giant dude. He stood huge, giant motherfucker, and we just were like, oh my God, that's a fucking God. That's a God.
How big?
God, that's a God. And we freaked out, and we wrote stories about these fucking things.
How
And
big?
Big. I don't know. Big. Look up Fallen Angels.
No, I mean like
Nephilim.
The size of a solar system, planet, galaxy,
huge guy
10
theory.
feet.
Yeah, if you want to know what it looked like, Greek mythology.
No, I'm looking for a size. Like, how many meters tall is it? 2 meters, 200,
Look up Greek
2,000?
mythology. They explain it there.
Right. So I'm asking
This
you.
is where we
I
get
don't.
this is the time period that I'm referring to.
Right. So I'm asking you, how tall are
Okay.
they?
Anywhere from 20 to 80
feet
tall.
20 to 80 feet?
280.
20 to 80 feet.
Feet,
Yes.
Regardless
meters,
of the-
yards.
Yeah,
He
in
said
between
feet.
that.
He said feet.
In between that area.
He
Okay.
said somewhere in between 20 to 80 feet, despite the fact
Just,
that an 80
I mean-
foot human, despite the fact that an 80-foot human could not walk on the planet.
Well, I mean, this is different times. This is different situations. This is just what they believe in, by the way. I don't believe the heliocentric story, and this one
What?
seems to have a lot more.
Wait, you're a flat earther?
Yes, sir. We all are.
Can we not? Can we not?
I mean, you don't have to. It seems to be
flat
a
Earth
circle
doesn't
work.
work
You don't have to. I didn't mention anything about flat Earth.
Not,
I just said,
you just did. You said you don't accept the heliocentric model, which
Yeah,
means
that doesn't mean anything.
And then I asked you, "Are you a flat earther?" And you said yes. And
Well,
flat
I
Earth
wanna
is
know-
demonstrably wrong and beyond. I'm just going to straight up beyond ridiculous.
I
And
want
you're
to
just
know.
doing it to try. And you're just
It's
doing it
not
to troll
though.
us.
Well, I want to know what is evidence for the
This
giant
is
people
how I'm
are.
treated when I'm brought up here, man. Jesus Christ.
I
this is
want to
not
know
cool.
what is the evidence of the giant people. How do we discover the giant people? How do convince me the giant people are real?
Dude's
you
a
look
Poe.
at-
He's a fucking Poe.
Yeah, I'm a Poe.
They
This
suffer
guy's
from
like
resistance.
super rude. Hey, I don't really want to come up here if this guy's just gonna be fucking rude to me every single time, man. What's going on?
Okay, everybody.
Man,
be
I'm sorry.
civil.
I'm sorry. Like, yeah, but what's this dude's deal, man? Like, next he's gonna be calling me an idiot and shit for no reason. Like,
Okay, so
I could. I was trying to be. I was trying to
giant
be
people.
yeah,
diplomatic.
no, I hear your strength, and it's ridiculous that your programming is oozing out so
Wait,
fucking
okay,
viciously.
Jason. Yes, you could ignore JL. Just tell me about the evidence for the giant people.
We have the skeletons. We have
Skeletons.
Indians that, yeah, we have, yeah, literally they have, look up Smithsonian.
Smithsonian. Which Smithsonian? Which of the
Let me get a drink of
Smithsonian
water.
fossils is a giant person?
This dude's gonna laugh the entire. Look up Grand Canyon.
Grand
Canyon giants. Look up Grand Canyon.
Grand Canyon
giants.
was cut by the Colorado River, dude.
Good job, bud. No, actually, it was cut because there was a giant reservoir of water that let loose above it. You could look that up.
That's
too.
not how fluid dynamics works.
You literally don't know shit, dude.
That's
Shut
not
up.
how fluid dynamics works,
Be
Jason.
quiet. I don't like talking to you. I'm gonna leave if this dude says anything else. I'm tired
Anything
of this
else?
guy's attitude.
Anything else?
Can I mute this guy? I mean,
No, you can't.
this is ridiculous, man. What's going on?
Wait, guys,
All right.
calm down.
You don't understand how fluid dynamics works. You don't understand how gravity works. These things cannot exist.
The theory of gravity and fluid dynamics is on my side.
Do you know what a
The
theory
reservoir
is?
gives
Do you know what a theory is,
inches out of
Jason?
its.
Jason, do you know what a theory is? Tell me what a
It's
scientific
a
theory
set of
is.
statements or ideas.
No, it's not.
Well, I
You are a
googled
little turd. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
One
Thank
sec.
you.
So
Well,
I
you're gonna
googled.
have to, 'cause
I googled.
okay.
Whoa. So I googled Grand Canyon giants, and I can't find any fossils.
He believes those. He believes that those photoshopped images of like giant skeletons in the ground being uncovered by people from like they would take an archaeological thing, they'd superimpose like a giant skeleton over to make it look like it was buried there. He believes that those things are true. He most likely also believes that rock formations that, when viewed from a particular angle, look like they have humanoid features. He believes that those are probably petrified giants.
He said they were in the Smithsonian, and I have access to the Smithsonian. I don't see any.
Because they're not there. He's believing shit that he's read off the internet, and that's why it's so demonstrably ridiculous. I've just taken the people who argue for this stuff. I've engaged with so many of them. I've taken them all and stuck them into the Poe category. It is so demonstrably false. They cannot possibly believe it is unless they are like seriously disturbed. They're just Poes. They're just Poes throwing shit out there, regurgitating shit they read on the internet to see if they can get a rise out of people who know better than they do, who are more educated or more experienced than they are. And that's all it is. It's just an attention grab.
Well,
I gotta say, I'm just wondering if it might have been the worms talking for him.
The worms. But I don't. So one thing I do disagree with is I don't think they're Poes. I think there are legitimately people who do believe this stuff because there are many conditions.
I don't think we should talk about people not in the room any further, though. So
Well, I do want to mention that I think it's wrong to call flat earthers pose, because I think many of them are not pose. I think they genuinely believe what they're saying, and there are many conditions that people do believe that kind of stuff. Paranoid schizophrenia is one of them, where they do have all of these kinds of beliefs, and so yeah, I don't think it's right to call them pose.
I made an allowance for mental disturbance. I agree with that. They could be mentally ill.
All right, so ready for the next speaker?
Yeah, so we have Zanati up next. I'm inviting you up right now. Jason, we so appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. And Zanati, welcome. Thank you for your patience.
All right, I've been hearing the debate for a long time. Can you hear me well or not?
You're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, good. So first of all, I don't understand the model of the debate. Is there a mediator?
So what's happening is we're just a panel that you can try to convince any of us that a god or a goddess exists. We have been doing pretty good without needing any kind of a mediator.
Okay. So as I have realized, there are there are 5 atheists here, right?
Yeah, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any deities. Some here take a position there are no deities.
Okay. So there are 5 atheists, and you want one person that believes in God to try to convince you. I think that's a little bit wrong, because it's like 5 people making arguments against one, and that 5 people's knowledge against one people's knowledge require a lot of knowledge from one God-believing people. Do you understand that?
That's fine, but could you give us an argument? That's fine.
Well,
yes.
I'll just say though, if an argument stands on its own merits, then it doesn't matter how many adversaries or interlocutors you have to contend with.
Okay. So what the person talked about before about beauty, I believe that's one proof of God, but that's not the only argument I'm gonna make. I'm gonna make a few arguments then.
Well, tell me more about beauty. How is beauty evidence of God?
I don't believe that the Big Bang, something that wasn't created by any special being, could be in effect create symmetry and beauty throughout billions of years, and make a person, a human, for example, cry while listening to music for no reason. I'm just giving an example, and see beauty in paintings or other types of art.
Okay, so
that's about it.
Sure. So symmetry seems to be something that's obviously a result of just physics, because gravity works equally in both directions, and that's how you get symmetry. All of the forces work in the same direction equally. So that's what symmetry is. Beauty seems to be a result of evolution, where we tend to prefer different patterns, both visual and auditory and all sensory patterns, that were things that made us feel comfort, or things that elicited different kind of chemical reactions in the brain. So like when you listen to music and cry, the reason for that is because the pattern in that music evokes memories or associations in your past that cause a release of certain kinds of dopamine and serotonin that cause you to feel sadness. None of that seems to be requiring a god. That's just basic evolution. So I don't see why we would need a god for any of that.
Okay, so that's basic evolution, just for humans, not for other
all animals.
beings.
Beauty is a thing that many different animals experience, not just humans.
What about plants?
Plants don't have minds. Only things that are like minds can experience beauty, and it's usually like more advanced mammals.
So minds, how did they start? By the primordial soup, you believe then?
Yes, minds evolved from other animals that didn't have minds, like sea potatoes, and those evolved from single-celled organisms, prokaryotes and eukaryotes.
Okay. So I'm just gonna say a few of the arguments that I have, just going around your arguments and mine right away. So I had the proof of entropy. I don't know if you've heard that before.
The second law of thermodynamics, entropy.
Yes.
What about it?
Do I need to tell, or you already know the argument?
I do know what it is. It doesn't indicate a god.
Okay. So as astronomers say, the universe exists for about 15 billion years,
14,
and
yes.
because out of nothing, the Big Bang happened.
No. So
Since then, the universe.
Well, just to interrupt. So no physicist says that out of nothing the Big Bang happened. No one says that. The consensus in physics is that the Big Bang was a result of some pre-existing quantum field that already was there. So it's not from nothing.
Pre-existing what?
Quantum field.
Do you believe that pre-existing thing could be a god?
No. What it could be, but there's no evidence of that. There is evidence it's a quantum field.
Do you have evidence of this quantum field?
Yes, lots.
Okay. You can tell me after I finish the argument, okay?
But Casimir effect, just Google the Casimir effect.
Okay, Casimir effect. Okay, I have no idea what the fuck that is. But anyways.
It's evidence of quantum fields that can generate virtual particles, and the fact that the virtual particles can result and be generated is evidence that the quantum fields exist.
So that's a proof that the Big Bang wasn't created by God.
It's evidence. It's not proof, it's evidence.
Yes, it's evidence. And the evidence has been found out when?
When we did the Casimir experiment in a lab and repeated it. So it's
like which was in the 20th century?
Yeah, we could do it any time now. It's an experiment we can repeat all over the world. Yes.
So it's an evidence from like 60 years ago of something that happened 15 billion years ago.
Yes.
Right.
So we can literally observe things from the past, like the cosmic microwave background, which is light that came from the Big Bang 14 billion years ago. So yes, we can do experiments with the things that we see today, which tell us about stuff during the Big Bang. That's the whole point of the Large Hadron Collider, is that we're reenacting things that happened in the Big Bang.
Right. So continuing what I was saying, out of nothing, you disagree with that, so let's discard that. It wasn't out of nothing, of course. Something happened before the Big Bang.
Yep.
We disagree on what's caused it.
Yes.
After the Big Bang, the universe has been expanding it or not, depending on what scientists you believe in.
Yes,
But
they all believe it's been
becoming-
expanding. That's like every physicist believes that.
Okay, I had a teacher that didn't believe it, but anyways, a physicist. But anyways, and it's also becoming more disorder, and the entropy is increasing, and also that means the energy is being scattered, never to be recovered again.
No. So yes, entropy is increasing. That's true. It's not the case that it's not necessarily going to never be recovered again, because one of the theories from Neil Turek is the Big Crunch theory, where he posits that dark energy is going to reverse at some point and all of the matter and energy is going to recollapse into another Big Bang. So they're not saying it won't come back again. And the quantum field can create another Big Bang. It's going to happen again, probably.
But this is a theory of that could happen in the future.
Well, the Casimir effect, virtual particles popping into existence, that's how we think the Big Bang happened. And it's likely another Big Bang is going to happen from the same thing. Even if all of the entropy continues to disperse, another Big Bang is going to happen anyway.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We won't see. We will wait when maybe before we die, we see another Big Bang. Can you believe it? That would be amazing.
It's possible.
Yeah. So that argument has been refuted by you. So I'm gonna discard it as well.
Wait. Okay.
So I'm gonna say another argument.
Okay.
So either man was created by God with a purpose and a destiny, or he's a multifaceted organism accidentally and with no reason or purpose formed from non-living nothing.
Say that again.
Either man was created by God with a purpose and a destiny, or he's a complex organism accidentally and with no reason or purpose formed from non-living nothing.
Well,
That's
that wouldn't,
correct.
No, that wouldn't be true, because there are many different religions that don't have a god but still have meaning and purpose, and humans were created like from the Dharma field or whatever in Buddhism, and so you can still have meaning and purpose without a god.
I didn't say that that couldn't happen. I just said that either man was created by God with a purpose, or he was created he happened accidentally with no reason or purpose, formed from non-living nothing.
Right. So
For
I'm
example,
saying that's the second part is wrong. So we can be
I
created.
need to have some clarification on one thing. What is a nothing?
Well, I think he means unguided processes, so random forces. He means there's no intentionality. I think that's the point of his argument.
The thing is, there's no such thing as nothing, because when something starts existing, it is a thing.
He didn't mean literally nothing.
Nothing exists.
He meant guided by a mind.
He keeps. I know, but he keeps putting that in his second argument, where something came from nothing.
Well, no, that was in his first argument. So in what he's saying right here is
no, he just said it again.
No, again, you're misunderstanding him. By nothing, he does not mean literally nothing. He means not by a guided intention. So he means random forces. He means there's no intentionality that gave us purpose. That's what he's saying. He doesn't mean literally nothing.
He ended with a non-natural nothing. I've heard him say it 3 times in his last argument.
Okay, I'm going to make a recommendation here, is that if we're going to be talking about something that would be like absolutely nothing, then we should use the phrase absolutely nothing to describe it.
Okay, absolutely nothing. Do you even remember my argument?
Right, so your argument is if humans are either created by a mind with purpose and meaning, or they were created by no mind and just a result of random forces with no purpose and meaning, right? That's your argument?
Yes, formed from absolutely and non-living nothing.
Right. Okay, so the argument here is that you can still get meaning and purpose without a living thing. Like in Buddhism, there is this thing called Dharma, which is a field, which is a non-living thing, and it created people with intent, with meaning and purpose, and even though it doesn't have a mind.
Right.
So you can still get meaning and purpose and created by it's not random, it's just by a force of pure goodness.
I didn't say it's not possible to find reason or purpose without God. Okay. I just said either or that. If the man was created with no reason or purpose, formed from...
Man was created with reason and purpose. We didn't find it. They were created with it by a non-mind, by a field of Dharma. The field of Dharma created man with purpose.
Right, but you're going out of what my argument says.
Well, I'm saying your argument is wrong. You can create people with purpose without a God.
So then you agree with me?
No. So we were created with purpose, but no God. So we still have purpose.
But who created us then?
The Dharma field.
And the Dharma field came from where?
It's uncreated. It is an always existing field that exists everywhere in the universe in Buddhism.
So you're a Buddhist then?
No, I'm just giving you an example to show that why your argument isn't necessarily true. because you can still get meaning and purpose being created with people without a God.
Okay, but I didn't say you can't have meaning or purpose without a God.
Oh, I thought that's what your argument was. Your argument was either we were created with meaning and purpose by God, or it's impossible for us to be created with meaning and purpose.
No, that wasn't the argument. I'm going to repeat it then.
Go ahead.
Either man was created by God with a purpose, or man accidentally and with no reason or purpose was formed from absolutely nothing.
Right. So there's several parts to what you said. The first thing you said was either man was created by God with a purpose, but
yes, God
man can be created. Man can be created by not God with a purpose, right?
Or he was created from absolutely
no. This is
nothing.
This is a question. So this is a question for you. So man can be created by God with a purpose, or man can be created by not God, but still have a purpose, right?
No, I said man.
I'm not rephrasing your argument. I'm asking you a question. So I'm asking you a question about your argument. So I'm saying so your first premise was man was created by God with a purpose. But now this is my argument. This is separate from your argument. I'm asking you, man can also be created by something that is not a God and be created with purpose. Therefore, your first premise is false.
Okay, then. So either man was created by God with a purpose, the purpose of God. God wanted to create man. He had a purpose.
Right.
But the other option is no one, no God, because the argument of God or not God. So something or actually absolutely nothing. If nothing has no reason or purpose, that means it's absolutely nothing.
Right. So I'm saying that's wrong. Something can have purpose without being a mind. A field, a Dharma field, can have purpose. It purposely creates humans, but has no mind.
Okay, do you believe in the Dharma field, or are you just using this as an argument?
Argument.
What?
I'm just using it as an argument. It's an example to show your premise is false.
So you don't believe in the argument you were saying? What's the point of making a atheist debate when you use religious facts and arguments against others?
Because if I can show your premise is false, that means your argument fails regardless of how I show it's false. So like if you said if you said all ducks are white and I show you a black duck, your argument is false. It doesn't matter if I believe in the black duck or not. So the point here is
that also believe that atheism is wrong and Buddhism is right. That's exactly what you prove. You prove yourself.
No. So if you say
using that argument.
No. So if you say it is impossible for humans to be created with purpose without a mind, and I can give you an example of where there's no logical contradiction where humans can be created with purpose without a mind, then that's proven your argument false, because your argument says it's impossible for this to happen. And if I can show it's possible, even if I don't believe it happened, but it's possible it happened, that proves your argument is false.
Okay. But that proves your argument is correct.
No. So like, if you say it's impossible unicorns exist, and I say, no, it's not, it's definitely possible unicorns exist, I've proven your argument wrong. Now, I don't believe unicorns do exist, but I do believe it's possible they exist. And since it's possible they exist, that proves your argument that unicorns are impossible false. So I don't need to believe unicorns actually exist to prove your argument wrong. All I need to do is show that it's possible for unicorns to exist, and that proves your argument wrong. So the same thing applies to the Buddhism here. It's possible that Buddhism is true. I don't believe it is, but it's possible. And if it's possible, then your argument that humans can't be created without purpose, without a God, is wrong, because you're claiming that Buddhism is impossible, and I just showed it's possible.
I don't believe Buddhism is impossible. I just don't believe in it.
Okay, so if Buddhism is possible, that means your argument is wrong, right?
And also yours then.
You know what a false dichotomy is, Sonata? He's trying to explain to you that you're presenting what's called in logic a false dichotomy, which is where you present a premise where everything is either A or B, but if someone can show you that it is not always A or B, it could also be C or D, then that premise is just a false and invalid premise.
So my premise is it's illogical then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
like if you want to amend your argument, to say
yes,
either...
I was always trying, but I kept getting interrupted. But I don't like the politeness.
Well, if you wanted to change your argument to say something like either the world was created by a god with a purpose, or the world was created by natural processes without a purpose, or by something that doesn't have a mind with a purpose, then maybe someone might agree that those are the three possible categories, right? But or it could be some other thing that you haven't specified, and you could leave an option for that. But as presented, your argument is what's called a false dichotomy, and he's very patiently tried to explain that to you.
Okay, I understand it. So leaving that false dichotomy in our heads, let's continue. The evidence tells us that just life can produce life. That's a correct fact.
No.
No, not all life.
So hold on. Life has never been observed to come from inorganic or lifeless materials, in nature or in labs. Do you have any proof that life has been created out of inorganic or lifeless materials?
We have evidence. We have lots of evidence.
Yes, give me one then.
Okay, there's a paper that I have saved called, what is it? Some kind of progress in the field of abiogenesis that shows that the process which life originated most likely came from RNA on clay, forming corpuscles that formed the outer shell of the cell, and the RNA could use the clay to bind in a specific pattern that could result in a reproductive, self-reproducing organism. So all of the evidence made by the scientists in this field is that life originated from an RNA world hypothesis where RNA can form on clay and produce self-reproducing patterns.
So that means that living things can happen with no life.
Yes.
And inorganic materials, right?
Yes.
And that sounds completely reasonable to you.
Yes. In fact, it's called when you say life cannot come from non-life, that's called a composition division fallacy. So, for example,
it's called biology.
No. So everyone in biology thinks that life did come from non-life, or the consensus. So like if I said walls cannot come from non-walls, like that would be false, right? Because you don't build a wall.
That's a false metaphor.
Well, wait. So you said life cannot come from non-life, and I said walls cannot come from non-walls. Now, if you could build a wall out of a smaller material that isn't a wall, like a brick, then you could build a wall out of a non-wall. So if life can be built out of some smaller material that isn't life, like atoms, which is what we see life is built out of atoms, and atoms are non-living things. So we do see life built from non-living things all the time. Then yes, we can say life does come from non-life, just like we can say walls come from non-walls.
Okay then. Walls can come, but not from another wall. I still don't believe in the abiogenesis. I learned in biology that that's impossible, and I couldn't get any arguments. I couldn't get any arguments that would prove otherwise.
So he just gave you the argument. It's called protocell abiogenesis. It's the consensus that there are numerous plausible pathways, and I think the university,
the paper.
Yeah, the university lab that's done a lot of the latest research has shown that it's a lot more likely to occur in much greater frequency than we previously suspected. And the current consensus is not just that life evolved once on Earth, but it probably evolved multiple separate times.
Yes, because of the. But you still believe in the prebiotic soup,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. I'll send you the article. So I'm gonna DM you.
Right.
DM
So
you
you
the
also
article.
believe that life came from non-life, and life came from life at the same time.
No.
Yeah, the
it
first
came from non-life.
protocells. The first protocells had lipid membranes, and they had randomly generated molecules, some of which were like RNA self-replicating. And the combination of those two things is sufficient to bootstrap the first replicating cells.
Right. Okay.
But RNA on its own isn't considered living, so life did come from non-life.
That's true. That I remember hearing that in biology. But at the
Did you
same
get the link
time,
I sent you? I sent you a link to all the
Yeah,
evidence of
I did.
embryogenesis.
I'm gonna read that. Yes.
Okay.
Hey, TJump, would you mind? Sorry, TJump, would you mind posting that in the Heathen Hangout chat as well, so the audience can see it?
Yeah, I'll send it to you, and you can do it.
I'll do it. Sure, no problem. Thank you.
Okay. What's gonna happen now?
Oh, I just asked for the link. Go ahead. I guess what we want to do is figure out where this goes to convincing people that a god or a goddess exists.
Okay. So I'm gonna give 3 options, and you might end up adding more because of the false dichotomy logic and so on, but whatever. So the first is everything came into existence by itself anyway, without the help of God, right? That's one option. Or the second option is everything in the universe has always existed for all of eternity, which is also scientifically impossible because of the. No,
It's not scientifically impossible. In fact, all of the current consensus models in physics are that nature has been there for all of eternity. So like string theory, many worlds, multiverse, they all say that nature's always been there. So it's not scientifically impossible that nature's always been there.
Okay. At least in the last few years, that's the consensus, right?
Yes, consensus is like nature's always been there.
Yeah. Well, that's not what I learned in private school and whatever. But anyways.
Or if you want, I can send you a poll of all of the physicists. There's a poll called the Fundamental Snapshot of Attitudes in Physics that show the most accepted views of the origin of the universe. I've got the poll if you want that too.
Is that from which country?
All of them. It's just a poll of physicists from around the world.
Okay, so my teachers probably never participated in that poll, but they were always they always believed the universe hasn't always existed for all of eternity. But anyways, so there's also the last option, or if you want to add more options, there must be a god or something greater than science, greater than what you spoke, who created the laws of science and has the ability to simply ignore them.
Is that different? What was your first option? So that sounds like the same as the first one.
No, the first one, everything came into existence by itself without the help of God.
Okay, gotcha.
So the third one is there must be a God, a greater being, who created the laws of science and has the ability to break them, to disobey them. Not only that beliefs is the only logical conclusion to a, let's say, a logical draw towards our debate, but it's according to some, for example, my physics teachers, scientifically possible because if there is no God, the first two options that I said are impossible because of the laws of physics. But the last part can be ignored.
At least in my opinion, the God that you're posing seems metaphysically impossible, and I could be wrong there.
Well, let's say not thinking of any religion. Let's think of a God, not a judgmental or a good God or the Bible God or the Quran God, just a God, a greater being.
I think he means any kind of God, any kind of a mind outside of physics.
Any kind of. I'm not saying. Yes, I'm not saying.
But Taco is saying you can't have a mind outside of physics.
Where did he say that?
He said it's metaphysically impossible for a God. So what he means is it's impossible to have like a mind outside of space-time or whatever.
And how can that be proven?
Well, you just willy-nilly threw out the other options, like it always existing, and you're claiming a mind that doesn't require anything to exist outside of everything. Kind of a strange thing to say that's possible.
It is possible.
At least to me, it appears metaphysically impossible.
Well,
can you show how it's not vicious? How does it not only reference itself?
It's not referencing itself. It just means that God is above science, and because he created it. Isn't that an argument? Is there any proof that God didn't create science?
I might be overstepping. That's just my opinion.
I do.
Yeah, I understand.
I do have a question about that. What do you mean by metaphysically impossible? Because metaphysics is the study of what is like the fundamental nature of reality. You seem to be bringing up an epistemic circularity.
Speculation about natural reality that goes beyond what scientific investigation can currently confirm. Extrapolating out from the natural and looking at space-time, looking back to like Planck time, and then thinking before that is what he's doing. And so I'm saying that appears to not be a possibility.
So yeah, it seems like you're saying it's epistemically circular. So epistemically, you're trying to use the universe to try and get information from before the universe or something. But that's different from like metaphysically circular. Metaphysical circle doesn't quite make sense because it's like saying an ontological circle. There's no such thing as an ontological circle. Circular reasoning is purely epistemic. So you could say epistemically there's no way to know about such a being or something along those lines. But I don't think it would be. I don't think metaphysically circle is the correct term there.
I might be incorrect.
I'm gonna get some coffee.
Okay.
I'll be back in a minute.
All right, I'm also drinking coffee, anyways. Who is still here, Mr. IX?
Oh, we're all here. I'm Randall.
Okay,
We're all
okay.
here.
So in my profile it says I'm Christian because I believe that's the most morally correct religion. That's why I'm a Christian. But I also believe that, well, because of this religion, that God is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. That I also believe God is timeless. He's been watching everything, of course, and all of the time.
So by timeless, I think what you're meaning is omnichronological rather than timeless.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't know a word for that.
It's not a commonly used word. That's okay.
No. Okay. Especially if my language is in English, the first language. So
You're doing great. You're doing great.
Okay, thanks. So I believe God, in a way, is not a just being. Of course, innocent people die all the time. That's not an argument against God. It just means that people have to die. If the world was a a perfect place that would make us believe in God. Everybody believe in God, of course, but the words.
You mentioned earlier that you believe in the Christian God because you think that he is the most moral.
I believe in Christian
religion. Okay, and the religion talks about God killing people and then flooding the world. Killing people by flooding the world, and I don't consider that to be a moral act because a lot of
Oh,
those.
me neither.
Okay, so I don't consider Christianity to be particularly moral. Right off the bat, from this standpoint, there's many other reasons too, but I think this one reason should be sufficient for our conversation. And this makes it really hard for you to take it as a reasonable approach to justifying believing in the God.
Right. That makes sense. What you said. A lot of innocent people, let's say, died in that flood, and that's not very moral for God to do. But I also believe that the Christian God, and that's completely disconnected from theology, from the Christian standpoint. That's my own belief that God, let's say, God gets bored sometimes, and he wants to have something to be entertained. So he does some catastrophes. That may sound a bit stupid.
Oh, it's Zanati. So
this character trait that you're describing here is actually a really atrocious character trait. You're saying, like, if this God is supposed to be just and moral and then wants to create catastrophes and actually harm and kill people, just that's murder because he's bored, then that shows a lack of character on his part, because if he truly is good, it won't matter how bored he is, he will continue to be moral and ethical and not do this.
That's why he's not truly good.
So he's not omnibenevolent.
No, he's not omnibenevolent. No, of course not.
Okay.
Okay,
That's my own view.
Despite okay, so this kind of goes to the question that I was going to ask you. When you're talking about the Christian God, and you gave it these particular attributes, how did you come to conclude that God possesses these attributes?
The attributes of immorality?
No, of God. Like, how did you come to conclude them? Did you get it from reading the Bible?
No, I concluded, I did all of the, well, I don't know the words in English, but after you get baptized, you learn a lot from going to the church, let's say courses, and then the last thing you do, you take the bread of God. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I was born and raised as a Methodist.
Okay, so I'm Catholic, so that's the way. But I have little is not the right word, but I don't have enough knowledge of God to say that he is this or he is not this. But I have my own thinking, my own head, and I can watch the world. I can see what is happening, and I can understand how things are happening. And as a collective, it makes no sense for God to punish, let's say, an innocent person for the bad deeds of a good person. So if he's punished,
do you think you would come to the same conclusions about what you observe in the world if you were not a Catholic?
Perhaps I would, but I believe Catholic is the prettiest religion.
Well, it's not by far not the oldest. I mean, even Catholicism derives from other belief systems. So, but my curiosity is if you were not a Catholic, if you were, say, a Hindu, or if you were, I don't know, heck, maybe just whatever faith you want to throw out there. Do you think the conclusions that you've drawn about God, that God is omniscient, God is omnipresent, that God is immoral, do you think that you would derive these same conclusions if you were any other faith?
I don't believe I would, especially because your thoughts they come from your psychology and your
Okay.
psyche.
So how
So,
how is this not confirmation bias? That the world is a way, you were born, you were instructed that the way the world is because of these reasons, or you were instructed that God is this way, you observe the world and you draw conclusions about God.
yes, so let's say I have my own God, but the religion that I follow, I believe it's the one that carries the most beauty.
So subjective. It's completely subjective to you.
Yes.
Okay.
You can also believe in your own God, depending on what you do with your life.
So I just wanted to just get the point that it's a completely subjective conclusion that you basically come down to. You essentially you were raised in a faith, you were taught that this thing exists, and then you observe the world and you've drawn conclusions about the nature of this thing based upon what you observe. But you're essentially you're assuming you're making the assumption that this thing does exist and that you were taught correctly, and that these particular attributes are something that it actually possesses. So I was trying to understand, like, how did you determine these? Like, did you so basically you were taught this by other people, and so the attributes of God are derived essentially from the Bible, or essentially from the the holy text. And then if you want to go to Judaism, so forth, so on and so forth. But ostensibly, the holy text, like the Bible, if you want to go for Christianity, the Bible is God speaking to man through man, divinely inspired word. Human beings wrote the Bible down, and supposedly that's essentially God talking to us through divine inspiration. The attributes that we derive about God from the Bible are essentially God describing himself to us. Okay, so like God is saying, I have these attributes, I divinely inspire you to write them down so other people will know my attributes. So it's God's like telling us things about itself. And if let's just go ahead and assume that the thing does exist, we have to assume another assumption, not only that it exists, but also that the initially divinely inspired word was the absolute truth. Which is another assumption to be made. Is like, how do we know that this thing was telling us the truth in the beginning?
Exactly. I was gonna say that.
So there's a lot of assumptions being made as to why. So, but you came down to it, you pretty much put the nail in it. It was like, this is completely subjective to you. You hold it for whatever personal reasons you have, but those reasons are not, we can't really say those reasons are based on sufficient evidence. That it's evidence that's good enough for you. My question would be, is that if you were presented further evidence that would be contrary to this, would you be willing to change your position?
You can try to present me other evidence.
I'm just saying, would you be amenable to that? Is that something, or do you just steadfastly hold it regardless of what is thrown at you? I'm going to the level of your intellectual honesty here.
Well, if the evidence is good enough, you can try.
This sounds like a topic for another show. Perhaps Zanatti would like to get onto Jail Warren's show to a live stream someday to talk about this.
Yes. When would that be?
I would suggest contact him off the voice chat here. We should probably off stage because we should get on to other people. Thank you for coming on, Zanatti. Really appreciate it. Is there some last thing you'd like to say? Parting words?
Well, I would like to say that God is God likes killing.
I've noticed that he seems to like killing according to the Bible. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
God likes killing.
Fair.
That's it. Goodbye.
Appreciate you having me on. Thank you very much.
And I hate the Antichrist.
That was a phenomenal exit.
Hold on, Bang.
Hello, Bang.
Hold on, Bang.
Hey. So.
What you got for
Convince us of something?
Yeah, I want to talk about because I don't want to talk about how I should convince you guys or live up to what you expect, or I don't even know what you expect, but I think it would be more productive to talk about why people believe what they believe and the reasons they hold to, right? And then you can you can like contemplate on them yourself, right, later or whatever. Right? I
How
think that would
about
be like
you give us a list of maybe the top 3 reasons that you think would be good ones to discuss here?
Thank you for the super
Okay.
chat, Frank.
But,
Appreciate it.
because I hope you guys like understand. Like I believe our worldview is not going to be based on like just one evidence or like one fact, right? It's going to be cumulative, right? It's a cumulative case about certain things that like make it reasonable to hold a conclusion, right? So like the reason why I'm a Muslim, right, and which ultimately leads to God, is that out of every religion or worldview or like theory, right, none of these that I came across hold the same level of coherency, explanatory power, and evidentiary basis as Islam does, right? Historically, theologically, philosophically, right? And I can just like read this little thing that I put on my text. It's not like why I believe in Islam, right? Which is gonna be ultimately the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Right? His biography alone is enough evidence for me. He was an illiterate, uneducated man who was already known among his people as a truthful, trustworthy person who brought revelation, right, or so-called revelation that contains supreme guidance, right, for the people, right, that deals with all the aspects of their life, whether it's societally or individually, right. That
Hey,
established.
Bang, real quick, just a quick question. Can you give me an extra Islamic citation about Muhammad being illiterate?
What do you mean Islamic, extra Islamic? I have
outside
historical-
outside of
yeah, I
Islam.
can give you. It's not about Islam. It's about history. It's just history.
No, that's what I'm talking
It's
about.
not.
Because
It's
we
not
only
revelation.
if we only have
quoting
one
revelation.
indicator, but bang, if we only have one indicator from one particular group about one particular thing, and there's nothing extra out of it that can confirm that thing, why should I believe that thing to be true?
Because it's historically confirmed through independent. Hold on, just let me finish. It's historically confirmed through mass independent first-hand accounts.
But it's not, because there are no
It is.
living first-hand accounts of him being illiterate. We only have the story that he was illiterate.
There is someone. What, bro? There is so many. There's so many.
Is there anybody alive who knew Muhammad today?
Alive, right? What? No, we do have a historical chain that goes back to these people.
But it's not extra Islam. It's all contained within Islam.
No, it's not about it's not revelation. It's just history, right?
Okay, so I'm asking you,
who conveyed history.
An extra Islamic confirmation of this.
That's not just but it's not going to be Islamic though. Like the historical basis I'm
Ben,
telling you
I don't think he's
is
getting
not
this.
Islamic.
Hey, Bang, just so you know, the word extra Islamic means not Islamic.
Yeah.
So like for example,
can you define Islamic? I don't know. I don't even know what you mean by that.
Okay, so yeah, that's what Randolph just did. So it means outside of Islam. So in other words, is there anything from this, let's say, because you'll remember, Islam is not practiced in every single culture, okay? But if for a good example with this would be the Hittites, the historical Hittites, and the historical Egyptians. These two cultures separated or did not believe in the same things, and they were divided by a good distance of land. So they had their own cultural identities. But we can confirm things about the Egyptians in the Hittite culture due to diplomatic correspondence between the two nations, okay, between the two civilizations. And we can confirm things about the Hittites by looking at things in Egypt, in the Egyptian culture. So because they corresponded between the two, sort of things that we can confirm. Things that confirm Hittite that were discovered in Egypt, that is called extra. That would be extra Hittite, all right? Extra Hattusin is technically what that would be. So, what extra Islamic citation do you have to confirm that Muhammad was illiterate? Is there anything in the Greeks and the Egyptians and the Assyrians and in the anywhere else that says that he was illiterate?
Do you think Islam? Like, do you think history is Islamic or something? I don't get it, bro.
No. I'm actually coming out of this is that
we take those historical narrations
stop,
because they're Islamic.
Stop.
You're strong.
I'm not. What I'm pointing out is that you are taking things to be true when they're only coming from one source.
They're not one.
Okay,
They're
so
not
when I'm
one
talking
source. They're
about
independent sources. They're
there
mass
are
independent
okay, so I'm
sources of
asking
such
you
a
for
thing.
extra Islamic sources.
That's not Islamic, dude. That's
Can
just
you pull something
multiple
from the
hand witness
Greek? Can you pull
accounts.
something from the Assyrians who lived very close to the
You know how history works?
Yes, I do know how history works.
That's not how it works. Like telling me to give you a Greek or a Egyptian source when the prophet lived in Arabia. That doesn't make any sense for someone.
No, because I can confirm things about the Egyptians by studying what the Greeks knew about Egypt, and I can confirm things in Egypt by what they knew.
Yeah, but the prophet didn't leave Arabia. He didn't travel to Egypt.
Okay, how do you know that?
Well, I know that because of the mass independent first-hand witness accounts.
But there are no first-hand witness accounts.
No, they are. You're
no,
wrong.
there aren't. They're all dead. How can we
you're
confirm
wrong.
them that they knew it and that they were there if they're all dead and we can't
Because
talk
we
to them?
have a chain that leads back to them. Do you
Okay,
know how history
then
works?
let me ask you this, Bang. Then let me ask you this.
Wait, isn't that the opposite? Isn't that the opposite of a first-hand account? If we have a chain, that's not a first-hand
Right.
account. That's literally like second, third-hand accounts, isn't it?
Yeah, and TJump has a point there, Bang. And let me ask you this real quick: if you take information, okay, and your culture is derived around protecting that information and keeping it alive, and that anybody who disagrees with it or challenges it or tries to change it winds up getting killed, ostracized, or killed, as the Islamic faith has done to keep everything in line with this kind of iron-booted mentality that this is the way it is and it cannot change.
That's not necessarily the case.
That is necessarily the case. That is the case. That's why it hasn't changed. So
you don't know
if the culture of
Thank you for the super chat, James. Appreciate it.
Bang. If the culture
And co-medal. Thank you for the super chat, co-medal. I missed that.
it literally centers around maintaining the structure of the story. Does that mean the story is true?
Can you repeat the question?
If the culture itself is focused predominantly on maintaining the story, does that mean the story is true?
Depends on the methodology they use.
No, it doesn't. I'm simply
yes,
asking you a
it
yes or
does.
no question.
No, yes, it
Can
does.
you derive
It's
the
not a
truth
yes
of
or no
a Can
question.
you derive the truth of a story if one singular culture has dedicated itself to maintaining the structure of that story and ensuring that it doesn't change?
Yeah, again, it depends on the methodology. If you can actually look at the methodology they use to distinguish truth from false accounts, right? Then we can assess those methodologies and therefore derive reliable and unreliable testimonies from them, which is what the Arabs
But you don't
did.
know that those testimonies are reliable because those people are no longer alive to talk to.
Wait,
No,
you said there's some methodology?
We do know that every single person who narrated of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ at first-hand accounts met someone else that they met, and they met someone else that they met.
That's not a first-hand account.
So it's a
second-hand
connected
account.
chain. That's not a second.
No, Bang. That's the chain. If Muhammad did something and someone was there to witness him doing something, that person recounts that story, that's a first-hand account. But the person he gives it to, that person then goes and tells a third person, that is a second-hand account. And then a third-hand account, fourth-hand account, fifth-hand account, over 1,000 years. Do you honestly expect anyone here to believe that the story has not changed somewhat?
Well, we can confirm that this first-hand account did witness it. Right? We can.
No, we
confirm
can't.
these things.
How are you confirming this? By what methodology did you confirm this?
By the science of hadith. You look it up. Right?
Okay,
It's very easy to argue against a concept we know nothing about.
No.
So like rather than just trying to be argumentative, right? You can let this
I'm not being argumentative, Bang.
We can just
I'm
move on.
directly addressing Bang. I am directly addressing your epistemology.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I'm saying, how are you coming to a conclusion to know that something is true? And you were saying that you have these pieces, and I'm saying those pieces don't exist because they don't. First-hand accounts do not exist anymore.
They do.
Because you don't understand what a first-hand account is as opposed to a second-hand account as opposed to a third-hand account.
If we can trace them back according to methodology, and we can know all the people within this chain of narration, whether they actually met that person or not, right? And we can then trace it back, right, through the methodology itself. We can know that if that person lived in the same location or existed in the same location at that same time, if he met that person, if he spoke to him, if he spoke to other people that met that same person, right? all these different factors give us clear evidence of historical reliability of
But
these
it
narrations.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. It
all
doesn't.
the
No, it
chain
does
of
not speak to
history.
the
JL,
truth of what was
JL.
said.
JL, maybe
It
it's a
does.
language barrier thing here.
Oh.
So let me try and help. Bang. Can you talk to anyone who's spoken to the Prophet Muhammad today?
Can I name today? No, what? That doesn't make any sense, bro.
I'm going to just quickly read
Exactly,
something.
and that is what JL meant with a first-hand account. You have no one who can talk to Muhammad today. That would be the first-hand account. If you would be able to talk to someone who talked to Muhammad, that would be a second-hand account.
That's not how
Do
history
you understand?
works, bro. Okay.
That is always true.
I understand, right?
Always
If you
true.
have if you have person A and then person B and person C, right? Person A, right, is actually the first hand account. He sees something and he narrates it to person B, right?
Exactly.
Person B would be the second hand account, right? But if we can trace all those, okay, would you agree that that person B would be a first hand account of person A?
Sort of.
What JL is trying to explain. Hold on. Yes, I already said yes. What JL is trying to explain. Maybe you've heard of it. Are you aware of the game Telephone or Chinese Whispers?
Yeah, I know. I know that it doesn't even it's not analogous to hadith, which is the narrations.
It is analogous. It is analogous to people. Hold on. It is analogous to people giving other people a story. The story over time. Hold on. The story over time will have slight changes when it goes from person to person. That is the point that JL tried to point out, and that is the point that you seemingly didn't get. Maybe that helped. I'll leave it to JL.
Okay. Now let me give you like a thought experiment, like an example, right? Let's just say that you know, right, that someone, like, you have a friend, right? You know his character, you know how he doesn't like lie, and you know all the characteristics about him enough to know that he told the truth, right? And you know that he went around investigating this sort of claim, right? And then he comes up and tells you, right, that I've met this person and I know this person, I can vouch for this person, I can clarify, I can verify that this person I've spoke to did speak to somebody, right? And then you're like, okay, well let me clarify that. And then you skip your friend and you go to the person that your friend spoke to, right? And then you confirm, well, okay, did your friend speak to him? And if yeah, well then you ask him, who did you talk to, right? And then this person tells you, well, I spoke to that person. And you're like, okay, let me confirm that. And you basically look through the chain, right? If there's any disconnects,
I get your point.
or if there's any lies in the chain of narration, right? So then if we can trace everybody, right? If you can trace everybody through this historical chain,
No. Hang on a second.
to the first person.
I get your
Peter,
point.
Bang.
That
Peter,
would be
Bang.
right
Hang on
with
a
the
second. Hang on a
first
second.
hand
No.
account.
Bang just brought up a serious point here, which he's glossing over something that's really, really important. Yes, you could learn something from Bang. You could learn something. Hang on, Peter. You could learn something from your imam. Your imam can give information to you. Then that imam can tell you that he got that information from somebody else. Then you can go. But how far back does that chain actually go? Okay.
There's one thing you left out.
Now, considering the number of people.
There's one thing.
Well, hang on. Considering the number of people alive that you could go and talk to, that you could get confirmation that the one person told them the exact same story, and you can go back and you can confirm the game. You basically go back and talk to the previous speaker so you can confirm the message in the game of telephone. So, but how far back can you go? Now, go from the last person alive all the way to the beginning of Islam. The very foundational. Can you tell? No, hang on. By what methodology, Bang, did you determine that no one within that chain, from the last person who is alive to Muhammad, changed something in the story, got something wrong, misheard something, wrote something down incorrectly, or straight up made up the fact that Muhammad was illiterate in order to make it seem more miraculous? How did you
Because
eliminate
okay,
those possibilities?
That was the point. That was
because
the
it's
point that I was
mass.
trying to press. You can go with people's honesty and sincerity. I'll give you that. We can apply that to everyone in the
It's
chain.
not just that, right? There's different
But
factors.
please let me finish. We can give that to everyone in the chain. Honesty and sincerity. The fact that they can get something wrong applies to every single one in that chain. That doesn't mean that there is intent to write it down wrong. The people make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. And I will even grant you that Muhammad did not make a mistake. Everyone who came after him was human, made mistakes. How did you rule that out?
If you were to know 10 people, right, but you know that these 10 people don't know each other, right? They come from different regions, or they come from different backgrounds, right? These people do not know each other, but you know each of these persons. And these 10 persons all come up to you at different times, and they tell you person A said A, B, C, D, right? In the exact same order and everything. There's not even a difference in vowels or anything, right? What's the chance that those all 10 people somehow made up a lie or came up together to conspirize against you, right? What's the chance?
I'll give you
Would it be reasonable to actually
response
believe
to
that
that.
claim?
I'll give you a response to that. And this is from personal experience. We had a group of friends who did things when we were in school. That was 40 years ago. Every single one of us remembers it differently. The reason why they do is because that is how your memory works. If you know something, if I tell you something, I'm talking to you right now. If you remember this conversation tomorrow, you will remember this conversation. If you will remember the conversation next week, you will remember the moment you remembered it tomorrow. You will never be able to go back to the original conversation. That is how your mind works.
So you're agreeing with the fact that
Making
those
a
10
mistake,
people.
making
Can
a
I finish?
mistake, making a mistake is very easy because your mind, your brain is imperfect when it
Yeah,
comes
well,
to memory.
this is the point. This is the point. None of these 10 people, like all of these 10 people, have an identical account of what happened, right? Which is going to be a form of a statement, like a statement, right?
What's your evidence for that?
That
What
this
is
that this
your
person,
evidence for that?
No, hang on a
because
sec, Peter.
the
Granted,
evidence is, hold on, dude, let me answer him. Okay, the evidence is the independent chains of narration, right? That don't have anything to do with each
that
other.
doesn't
If we
confirm the
just
truth of the story, Bang.
it does
No.
confirm the
It confirms that
reliability
they
of the
all
account.
Bang. All that confirms if 10 people come up to me individually at different times and all recount that they heard from one person this same story, and they all get it exactly alike. There is no deviation between the two. This does not confirm the truth of the story. This only confirms that they all they all were there to hear the story, or they all got the story from one person and they all recounted it to me in exactly the same detail, which is a thing that can occur. Because that person may have recounted it. That initial person may have told them a story. They wrote it down, they memorized it, and then they brought it to me.
Yeah.
So
why would
that's
I
a thing that
believe they
occurs.
lied?
But that doesn't eliminate the possibility that the person, the initial speaker, wasn't making shit up.
Yeah, okay, okay, good. We agreed, right? We agreed that those 10 people actually were truthful about the person saying something, right? But whether that person made up something or not is irrelevant, right?
No, it's not
this
irrelevant
is
because you're saying these things as though they're
let me
true,
finish.
and I'm
Let me
telling
finish.
you can't back that up.
Let me finish, right? If all those 10 people say that this person said some sort of claim, right? And like this claim goes around some time without it being confirmed or like or disproven, right? Because it's a very extraordinary claim that we couldn't know of, right? And it's very specific and detailed, right? And then like 200 years later or 1,000 years later, we're finally able to confirm such a claim, because that back then there was no tool to know if such a claim to be true or not. But now we somehow know of that, right? Now this would be part of the statements that we consider to be prophecies, or historical knowledge or scientific knowledge that was not known at that time, right?
I've got one quick thing to say here because I think we need to wrap up soon and move on to our next people in the audience. But
I think I spoke for a short time. I mean, I'm glad to leave.
I wanted to say I want to find out quickly what your thoughts are on it, but I posted something in the chat there. It's on the side. You can see a picture showing up. It's a document titled "Muhammad was not illiterate." It says, I'll just read the first part of the paragraph. It says, one of the fabrications against the prophet that was created by the corrupt Muslim ulama was that he was not illiterate.
What is ulama did?
I don't know. I'm hoping you knew.
You don't know. Well, like you take the blog post to be some sort of like actual.
What I'm telling you is
this is a joke, man.
Okay, what I'm trying to point out is there are perspectives out there that are that people are. We're not the only ones who are thinking this. So they seem to be making quite a case for it. It might be an interesting document to read, and you could bring it up later if you wanted. At another
question.
They just have like Arabic words.
There is good
and I
reason
can
to
speak
believe
Arabic.
that Muhammad.
Wait, I got a question really quick.
That Muhammad was not illiterate because Muhammad was a merchant. At that time, a merchant had to be able to read in order to conduct his business. So there is very, very strong evidence that Muhammad was not illiterate. The fact that he may not have been able to write everything in the Quran is correct. But he could not have been illiterate because he could not have.
That's
According to Zexus in the chat, ulama means interpreters.
One sec. Bang, I got.
No, that's not what it means. Oh my god, dude. Like, why you guys take like this knowledge from like Discord, like blog posts? Like guys, like at least be charitable to be like, okay, whatever you're saying, we might look into it. We're not just gonna be argumentative for the sake of being like just denying what you're saying, right? There is an entire science of hadith, which like the word hadith just means the sayings, the narrations of the sayings and the deeds or the actions of the Prophet Muhammad. Right? It's a 1400 years science that deals with analyzing the historicity and the reliability.
And it's a science, I might remind you, that claims that fresh water and salt water don't mix, which is not true. But I brought this article up.
That's not what it says, man. No. Wait, you just made a lie. That's not what it says.
Excuse me, Vang. I'm trying to respond to you. I brought this article up to demonstrate that we're not the only ones who have this perception of the illiterate thing being questionable.
Okay,
so TJump, what is your question?
I had two really quick questions.
He made a point, so I can't respond.
TJump, what's your question?
Ridiculous, dude.
Well, my question was like, even if we grant that like 10 people have the exact same story that something happened, like that happens to me all the time with Jehovah's Witnesses. I get John 3:16 repeated verbatim over and over again. Also, people who read Harry Potter all the time. But so just the fact that they recite some statement doesn't mean that it was like a statement of magic or anything. So the fact that it was a statement isn't evidence of anything. Also, what is your picture from? JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, is that it?
Yeah.
All right.
I like the picture.
Okay, look, man. Okay, so you guys made so many points at one time. So okay, so Randolph, what you said about like what the Quran claims that salt water and clear water don't mix is not. That's not what the Quran claims, right? The Quran makes a clear statement specific about the sea itself, right? The sea, where the sea meets the two seas meet, but they don't mix, right? And it's true that those two seas don't mix. Right? It doesn't say like water itself doesn't mix, right? Like salt and pure water. Now the second thing, which you said, can you repeat that, please? Like you made a second point.
The second point. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a bit of a blank because a lot has gone on here.
Sorry, I remember. Like the blog post you sent, right? Like I'm reading through it, and I have a general idea of what he's talking about. It's basically trying to quote these verses from the Quran, like given these like obscure understandings of some words, right? To speculate that the Prophet actually could read or write, because there's some verses that command to read or like to write, right? Well, like so it says that too. But like the Quran itself, right, the Quran itself says explicitly that the Prophet was illiterate. So like if this blog wants to use the Quran in some sort of way to show that, like use some speculative, vague words, right, or definitions to show a case, but like there's already clear explicit verses that show otherwise, right? So I'm already discarding the blog post, right? So the point is what I'm trying to say originally, if it's true that we can trace back a person's sayings to be true, right, like that person actually said something, right, historically, then we can then look at what they claim itself and ignore the historicity, because we would already confirm the historicity of such claims. Now,
You
now
just
the
can't
reason,
confirm the truth of what they said.
yeah, well, I mean, I have by investigating into the claims themselves, right, which took me quite a while. I'm not gonna be like sitting here pretending that I can be convinced in like 5 minutes, right? Changing my whole view in 5 minutes, right? This takes actual investigation, and studying, and contemplation, right? But like the
And
point
faith,
is,
right?
no, okay, and so
No faith at all.
no faith. Okay, so
Do what? Wait, what?
yeah, no faith.
No
Okay,
faith at all.
yeah, no faith.
You'd be the first Muslim I've heard to say that.
I mean, if faith, but if by faith you mean like blind, like faith, like just following because I feel, gullible. No, then that's not the case. Right?
No, it's not what I'm saying.
Actually
It's just belief without evidence.
yeah, I don't hold that. I don't hold to that at all. I don't think.
You hold the position that Muhammad did not make all this shit up on the fly. You hold that on faith.
Yeah, no, it's not on faith.
That is on faith, because you can't confirm that Muhammad didn't just make it all up on the fly.
Well, I can based on the claims.
No, you can't, because the claim is that he didn't make it up on the fly.
No, that's not the claim. I don't believe it based on these claims. I believe it based on the evidence that come around the claim that would confirm the proposition. So let's just say, for example, we have like someone making the claim that Alex ate the apple, right? So the claim is being made. You don't know whether that's true or not. You're not going to believe it just because it's being said so, right? So you look around, investigate what would be the case that helps, like makes the proposition reasonable. Well, you look at the apple, you see a bite on the apple. Alex is the only one around the apple. Alex loves apples. Alex has some sort of like apples around his mouth, like apple clumps around his mouth, right? All these different evidence or facts make it more plausible that Alex did indeed eat the apple, right?
Hey, Bang. I know that I'm wondering if you'd like to have RNG Base join us here. I know he's been communicating with you in private messages.
I don't know. He's not really. He's sent me two messages, and like one is like a server invite, and the other is like a picture.
Oh, okay. Then I gathered incorrectly from the chat, but we're thinking of him on next.
I think that this essentially boils down. There is no way to independently confirm or confirm in any way that Muhammad didn't just make it all up on the fly. There is not enough data points.
Do you know what the prophet said though? Like, because that's not the point I'm trying. I'm just trying to like give you like the general case, the general like sort of facts around the prophet's prophethood, right? Why I believe he's a prophet, right? So I didn't even finish the little like paragraph I was reading, right? I'll just finish that and then I'll leave, right? I don't think there's any more point in continuing this, right? So I'll just read it again, right? Again, his biography, his historical biography alone is enough evidence for me, because he was an illiterate man. He was an uneducated man, right? Who was already known among his people and his enemies, right? After he's a prophet, that he was a truthful, trustworthy person who never told a lie, right? Who brought a revelation that contains supreme guidance that established one of the greatest and longest lasting civilizations of all time. He went against all odds and sacrificed everything to bring this pure message of absolute monotheism that all the previous prophets brought. He brought a revelation that is linguistically unmatched, right? With no errors or contradictions, that perfectly explains reality and it answers our intuitive questions about life. It contains accurate and unpredictable prophecies and scientific and historical knowledge that was unknowable at the time. right? So all these different facts around the prophet tell me that the prophet could not have lied about his claim being a prophet. Therefore, he would be a prophet. That's it. And now, if you wanna like argue for like 4 or 5 minutes about like the errors of the Quran, I can do that, right? But then
I
I'm
think we're
gonna
all
go
pretty
after them.
familiar with the errors in the Quran.
Okay, I think you're misunderstanding them, but that's fine.
I think he was offering to defend the errors of the Quran.
Yeah.
I think it would be it's completely irrelevant. It cannot be confirmed that Muhammad didn't make it all up on the fly, just like many other prophets. Like he assumes about some
What
other
would
prophets
make
in the
you
world.
think-
There are other self-described prophets that have existed throughout humanity that have made stuff up on the fly. You
Well,
would
I-
say that other
not-
individuals have made stuff up on the fly. You
So
can't
how would you know if
confirm-
it's made up or
you
not?
cannot confirm that Muhammad didn't do this. You can't eliminate the
Yeah,
possibility
how
that
do you
it
know
was
it's
not
made
made
up
up
or
on the
not?
fly.
How do you know if it's made up or not? Though?
Wait,
like,
one sec.
You're
one
the
sec.
one making
Like,
the claim as
even
well,
if,
right?
even if it
How
was
would you know
made
it's
up on the
or not?
fly, if Bing's argument is that there are literally no errors in the Quran, I mean that would be slight evidence at least. So if that's his argument that there are literally no errors and Muhammad made it up on the fly, I mean that would still be decent evidence if he made it up.
Yeah,
and they're all right.
neither internal nor external evidence errors, right?
But
So,
there are
like,
many
we know-
many errors in the Quran.
Yeah, but
there
like
are many errors in the
I wanna
Quran.
challenge
There are
you
many
on your
scientific
claim,
errors
right?
in the Quran that were derived from the very basic
Yeah, I'm
observations
happy
that
to talk
humans
about
could make
them.
at the time.
But you said something, right? You said the prophet made it up on the fly. How would you know that?
I can't eliminate the possibility that he didn't.
Okay, so why would you make the claim then?
I'm not claiming that he is. I'm saying you can't say that he didn't make it up on the fly when you can't eliminate the possibility that
No,
he
but
didn't.
you don't even know what I know about the prophet. So
Wait,
I think you're just
get it. I don't
strawmanning
get
my
it.
position.
I'm lost. I'm lost here. Why does it matter if he made it up on the fly? If he made it up on the fly and there are no errors, that's still good evidence. Like if
Okay,
he,
then combining it, then you combine it. You combine it with the inability to confirm that he didn't make it up on the fly, and the fact that it is chock full of errors.
It's not even about the errors thing, right? Like, okay, I do know that it has no errors. Plus, that all of the so-called expectations or prophecies that come true, right, in a specific, unpredictable, and falsifiable manner, right? And we have like hundreds of those without any of them being actual false, right? Hold on. If I were to know that, right? If that were to be like true, right? Would that be a reasonable position for me to hold, right? And I'm not saying this because I want you to validate me. I don't really care. I just want to know if you're sincere about this, right?
Yes, there are
Can I
vast.
ask? Can I ask
there
you
are-
for one?
There are vast
prophecy
studies that have been
don't
done.
best?
There are vast studies that have been done that showcase like all the errors throughout the Quran.
Yeah,
massive
anybody-
errors,
anybody
massive
can make
massive
claims that there's
misinterpretations
errors,
of
right?
reality,
I'll be
massive
happy to-
misinterpretations of phenomena. All of these things, it is chock full of them.
I think you're just like uh, copying like some blog you read on the internet or something. Like,
I'm not.
happy
I
to
literally
challenge those
watched
claims
people. I
against
have watched.
the Quran.
I have watched people and ex-Muslims literally walk through the Quran and explain why it's wrong.
Yeah, like Aaron.
Bang!
Sure.
I produce a show hosted by Aaron Ra where we go through the
dude, I just-
Quran, back, front to back, everything.
Yeah.
It is
I
read
don't think Aaron has any credibility.
Your only argument is he doesn't understand it.
Jail, hold on. So even if I would grant you that Aaron Ra has no credibility, everyone else on the panel is an ex-Muslim.
Well, I mean,
Peter,
if he
can
wants,
you,
there are.
Can you take one argument that you've heard from this live stream and just like tell it to me? Let's see.
Actually,
like,
you know what?
give me your best. Give me the one that you think is like the most like challenging to Islam.
actually,
right?
Ben,
and if I would be able to actually debunk
Ben,
it, like, in
we've
2
actually
minutes,
kind of
then
veered
you
off.
shouldn't bring this up again.
Hey, Bang.
We've already done that. We've already done that in an earlier conversation. So
Yeah,
that
you're
would be
not talking to
unnecessary.
me
That
though.
would just be-
You've spoken to other people. That
Okay,
this
I'll
is
give.
poison.
Okay, I'll give you one. I'll give you one.
Okay.
Stars are not lamps, and you can't throw them.
Where does it say that there are lamps and
In the Quran.
and they can throw them?
in
Wait,
the Quran.
okay, so in what sense are they lamps? Like, what do you understand by
They
lamps?
are lamps. They are lamps that Allah can throw at specific people or at demons.
No, so this has two points, right? One is a lamp, another is throw, right? Like, okay, what is a
No,
lamp?
it doesn't have 2 points. It is a lamp
No,
that
it's
can
two
be
claims.
thrown.
Yeah, it's two claims. It's a
No,
lamp and
it's
something
one
that can be
claim.
thrown.
It's
This
one.
is what you claim, right?
It
No,
is
it's
one
but it's
claim.
two different things. They're not the same thing,
It
right?
is one
Being
claim. It is one claim. It is one claim, and that is that it is a lamp that can be thrown at people.
yeah, but being a lamp isn't the
One
same
claim.
as can be thrown, right? So like being a what is
It is
being a
one.
lamp?
It
What is
is
a lamp?
still one claim.
I think
Oh
you're
my
talking
God.
about Quran 67:5.
Yeah. So what is a lamp, Peter? What defines a lamp exactly? Like, what do you think it is?
A lamp is an artificial apparatus to produce light.
Why does it have to be artificial? Like, why can't it be a metaphor for something that lights up in the sky the same way? Hold on, the same way, and a lamp actually lights up in the
It
dark.
can.
Right?
How do you know lamp was being bang? How do you know that lamp was being used
Name me
metaphorically?
one lamp that isn't
No,
good.
Peter.
Because if the
Peter,
because
bang.
the
How do
science
you
of
know?
exegesis.
Bang. How do you know that lamp was being used metaphorically?
Well,
Because
actually,
of the
it's more serious than this. If it is a metaphor, then it's not scientific.
no, nobody says scientific.
You said it's
The
scientific.
claim.
You said that's an error.
I never said the claim is scientific. The claim about lamps being
You
stars
said
being
Quran
lamps is
and the
scientific.
history of Islam is all scientific, and now
I didn't say
maybe
that. I know I didn't say that, guys. You're just ramming me right now. Like, I'm saying this
You're
claim about
prosecuting
it,
us.
this claim about it being a lamp is not supposed to be like
I
an
think
actual
metaphor's
physical
point
lamp
is
that
cop
is
out.
made by human beings, right? Okay.
I think the metaphor point is a cop out. I'm not convinced that Allah exists. You talk almost nothing about
Yeah,
Allah.
I'm not
Almost
convinced
all
to
about
it.
Muhammad and the Quran.
I have one clarifying question. In the time that the Quran was written, right? The people that lived at that time, what would they think a lamp was?
Something that lights up in the dark. That's they all literally understood it like that because they understood that metaphors were used.
We really need to get onto the next
huge part of things.
So we need to
And that's fine. Like, if you guys don't want to like continue, if you guys can't handle like basic grammar, right?
Asking you a
Then that's
question.
fine.
Why do you keep over talking?
Because Randolph was
lamp.
over talking.
Would the word lamp mean something that they themselves could construct and that would give off light? Would that be for them the definition of a lamp?
I didn't get it. Can you repeat that? Can you repeat the question? I didn't get it.
When the people living in the time when the Quran was written, if I were to mention to them lamp, would they think of something that they themselves or people in their community could construct that is used for giving off light at night so you can see? Is that
would be the basic general definition, but that ultimately is going to depend on what you ascribe it to, right? If it's just a lamp, like a room lamp, or like some sort of like a glass lamp, right? Then they're gonna think of an actual lamp, like like the literal physical lamp that we use, right? If you tell them like a celestial lamp, they're gonna think of stars.
If I would try to describe to them something that is not a lamp, not by a long stretch, not a lamp, would I then use the word lamp?
No. Well, if you tell people, well, there's this thing that lights up, right? That lights up and hanging in the night. That would define a lamp, right? Like something that lights up, that hangs in the dark, right? This is how the lamp is understood, and this could be applied to a star metaphorically, because a star literally is up there in the sky, the dark sky, right? And it lights up.
Allah on purpose wanted to spread the misinformation that the lights you see at night in the sky are not planets.
I think you
I
guys
hate
are
to
not being
interrupt, but
charitable. I think you guys are not being
you
charitable.
really
Well,
veered off
I'm just
course.
gonna leave.
I'm
I'm just gonna leave.
asking.
You guys
I'm
are
asking you a
cool.
question.
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
I'm
you
asking
guys
you a
have a nice
question.
day, guys.
I know,
Assalamu
Peter.
alaikum. Yeah, this
I
is a
don't think
waste
he's
of time.
convincing anybody, and he's just defending the Quran at this point. I don't think anybody's going to get convinced from this.
Yeah, instead of giving him an inch, you gave him a whole lamp.
So someone has been spamming Randolph with all sorts of DMs, spicy DMs, and he thinks he can. Yeah, this sounds like a good one. RNG base.
RNG base. Just so you know, I just reposted the article in the chat so people can see what you're talking about.
Yeah, sure. All right. Who am I talking to?
I'm
I
Randolph.
cannot. Yeah. Okay. So let's go to the article point by point. Yeah.
Well, let's try to keep it quick because we'll also be expecting that you're going to provide us with some convincing argument for your God, I guess would be Allah. But before that, go ahead and respond to this article really quickly and let's get through that.
Okay, so chapter 25, verse 5 says, they also say tales from the past that he wrote down. They were decanted to him day and night, right? What does the verse in Arabic means? Do you guys understand any word of the verse in Arabic?
Wait, what is the point of the question? Like, is there like an argument here? Something?
Oh, yeah. For TJump, I have a suggestion. I actually suggest you shave the stash. You look better off of it. Second point, I'd say.
Okay, those aren't points. Can you, like, what is your argument? What is your evidence? Something like, what is?
I am discussing the paper you have sent, guys.
Oh, the paper I sent on evolution, or Genesis?
No. This is for a link that I shared in the chat that somebody's explaining why Muhammad was not illiterate.
Okay, so he's arguing that Muhammad was illiterate?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Mm. So, Randolph, what is the word for he wrote down in Arabic? Go on.
Well, you had made a point here asking that I should be reading the Arabic version. I reject that because here we are in a place where we're speaking English, and so we're going to be using English translations here. I expect that the translations will be accurate. If you think the translations are not accurate, then of course there's going to be a lot of people in the world who are relying on those English translations who are getting Islam wrong.
I would say you will not get the full meanings of the words via translation. Hence, the word for wrote down is iktatabaha. Iktatabaha is a fi'l, which tells you he told somebody to write it down.
So the underlying message that you're saying here is that the Quran in its original version is explicitly stating that Muhammad is illiterate?
Yes.
And how did that get mistranslated?
It did not. I told you the point where he said he is illiterate. It did not get mistranslated. But the point you're trying to make about him writing it down, I think this got mistranslated. Hence, the word says iktatabaha, which is a form of a verb, while you're giving commands such as you should write this down, as you guys write it down. Somebody else wrote it down.
Okay, so I can accept that things will be changed in translation, but I think in general, the essence of the message will still be there. And the idea that that you're saying that it hasn't been mistranslated in the Quran into the English versions obviates the need for, eliminates the need for having us look at the Arabic version.
I would strongly disagree. You cannot find one Muslim that actually reads the Quran in English and thinks this is the Quran, because Quran has been revealed in an Arabic tongue, and the Quran states this multiple times via the Quran. So if let's say a Western guy who reverts to Islam, he wanna perform his prayers, he cannot recite Quran in English.
Well, I know many people who study Islam in the English translations only and don't know Arabic. They might know a few words because of the people they truck with, but they're not fluent in Arabic and wouldn't be able to read the Arabic version.
Subhanallah, that's what I'm telling you. The Quran tells you via multiple occasions or multiple spots in the Quran that shows it is Quran بلسان عربي مبين. It is a Quran that has been revealed in an Arabic tongue.
That's pretty short-sighted for an omniscient entity.
So what I'm going to say, so you're saying that, but hang on, RNG base, you're
Yeah.
saying that the Quran does state that Muhammad is illiterate. So what you're saying is the Quran disagrees with what's in that article that I posted, and I can accept that.
Yes. Fair enough. So you take that article off. You don't rely on that anymore.
You can't eliminate it though.
Wait,
The
wait,
point,
wait.
So to clarify, my reason, as I stated numerous times with the previous guest, is that his name is Bang. And thank you for coming on, Bang. Is that the reason I provided that article is to show that we're not the only ones that question the veracity of the claim that Muhammad was illiterate.
I see. So if somebody have a question about the Quran, I think the least person he would go to is an atheist, right?
Yeah, I think that it makes more sense to talk to people who regularly study those things for sure. Now, if you want to raise doubts, and you want to find out different perspectives about something, then certainly you're going to talk to people who don't necessarily agree with the ideas, because that can be helpful in garnering more perspective, and that's a reasonable thing to do. So, for example, if I wanted to get some additional perspective on debating against Christianity, I could talk to Muslims, and some of them could probably give me some argument suggestions that I hadn't thought of from my own non-Muslim perspective.
Yes, but why would you ask a Muslim about Christianity unless your intentions are literally not to learn, but actually try to refute something? We are here all to learn something, right? I'm not here.
To try to refute would be one option. Another option would be to try to develop a more rigorous test of the ideas, not necessarily with the intention of refuting it.
Mm-hmm. All right. So
it also
we're
seems,
taking
to be honest, RNG, it also seems really short-sighted of an omniscient entity to basically cultivate a religion that can only be understood in one language when this entity possesses infallible knowledge that is not the dominant language in the world.
Okay, you made a fair point. I would like Ant to answer that. Could I?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So the Quran makes the claim there are some clear-cut evidences of verses which are easy to understand for any language, like any language in the world, such as English, German. I don't mind. Yeah, but like let's say worship your God alone, and let's not associate partners with it. That's fair, fine, right? But when you are coming to the Quran and you're looking at the word like such as iktataba, which you don't have one word translation for it, which actually you need an actual literally sentence for you to translate it. How is this my fault? It shows the strength of the Arabic language.
No, I didn't say it was your fault. I said it's Allah's fault.
No, you're wrong. Wait.
Because Allah has infallible omniscience of all things. So 100%. Allah would know and would possess the information, would possess the knowledge that Arabic is not the forefront language of the planet, and that eventually it wouldn't be there. So wouldn't it be? So Allah would know that it would have to express itself in such a way that it would be easily interpreted by any language that came to it, but it chose not to do that.
Alhamdulillah, that's a very good question. Where were you at the dark ages of Europe? Arabic was a universal language. You had to learn Arabic to gain science, right?
No, in Greece, you
didn't have to
speak Greek.
Provide your source.
In Greece.
So what you are saying that Allah's knowledge doesn't progress after the Dark Ages? That Allah doesn't know what happened after that?
No, that's a straw man by yourself.
No. That was literally the question JL asked. If Allah is omniscient, then he would know that at some point Arabic wasn't the first language anywhere on the planet, except for a small region. Then he would provide us with 100% correct translations of the Quran. And we would not need, hold on, I'm not finished. We would not need to learn Arabic in order to read it and interpret it 100% accurately. That is what JL said.
Okay. How many languages do you speak, Tucker?
That's irrelevant to the point.
No, wait. I'm trying to make a point. Why are you attacking me, Warren? Wait,
I'm
how
not
many
attacking
languages?
you. I'm attacking you. The question is irrelevant. You need to ask
I
why
could-
would an
I could-
omniscient entity not?
Okay, guys. If I can't speak to one person.
I could make the
right?
joke. I speak 2 more languages than Allah.
Okay, fair enough. You said that. Now I'm telling you, every single Muslim on the planet, as of today, has to learn Arabic. How is this not Arabic prevailing? No, it is relevant.
No, you made.
What?
Hold on. You made the perfect argument in favor of what JL said. Every Muslim has to learn Arabic. So how does one become a Muslim when you don't speak Arabic and you have to go off of false translations? Then you are a false Muslim.
No, you have to go to learn Arabic. Wait, let me make my point then. You ask a question and you don't want to answer it for me. Go ahead, answer it. Go on. I'll listen to you. Answer the question. Okay. So you asked me a question. Why is Arabic not prevailing as of today? We have approximately 2 billion Muslims across the world. They all have to learn Arabic. It doesn't matter how much. You have to learn Arabic to recite Surah Al-Fatiha. Then I will tell you why are 2 billion people, a majority of the world right now, have to speak Arabic, have to learn Arabic.
My point was, and I think that was JL's point as well, people who become Muslim, who do not speak Arabic, have to read a false translation first.
No, they don't have to. They can learn Arabic and read the Arabic version of it.
No.
Can I jump into this question?
A Muslim, you just made the claim. You just made the claim. Now let me finish. You just made the claim. A Muslim has to learn Arabic. A non-Muslim does not have to learn Arabic. In order to become a Muslim, if you're not a Muslim, the only thing you will have is the Quran in your own language.
Okay.
Which means that Allah has provided you with a false translation and then expects you to correct that later.
I wouldn't say false translation. I would say an improper translation. So in essence, the chosen language, language that the language that Allah has chosen is Arabic. Okay. Now, if Allah exists and Allah is trying to convey truth to all the people, okay, then it would behoove Allah in its omniscience and its omnipotence to be able the ability to do anything and knows all things, that it would behoove the message that it be able to be translated into any language without error so that all the people could understand this. This would behoove the mission of this deity. But this deity, RNG, hang on, RNG, but this deity did not do this. Why is that?
Okay. So you're asking why it has been revealed in an Arabic tone, right? Or an Arabic tongue, right? Is this your question?
No, I'm asking you, why did Allah need to give a translation, or need to basically give it? Why did Allah need to word it in such a way that there would be, knowing that there would be translational difficulties along the way? Why not just word it in such a way, because it has the power to do so? Why not just word it in a way that no matter how you translate it into any language, it always says the same thing?
Okay, alhamdulillah, that's good. هو خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا. So the verse says, he created life and death to test you, who is doing good and who's doing bad. حسب الناس أن يؤمنوا من غير أن يفتنوا. Do people think they would believe without having trialships and hardships during their beliefs? So Allah puts the challenge in front of the believer to test their faith. This could be one of these tests, right?
And we've already discussed why faith is inappropriate to use.
Huh?
I want to know why it matters if it's in.
Wait, please, 1 second. Did I answer your question, Lord?
No, you basically summed it up. You need to have faith, and faith is an unreliable pathway to truth, so it's unnecessary.
No, I didn't do that. I literally told you there gotta be trialships, there gotta be hardships to be tested. I didn't say faith. I said testing your faith.
Testing your faith. Testing your faith, meaning you have to have faith. Why would I possess faith in anything?
This is just your intuition.
It's not my intuition. I have confidence based upon evidence. I don't possess faith.
Do you know the saying there are no atheists on a falling airplane?
Yeah, yes, I've been on a falling airplane. I am still an atheist.
Did you call out for a deity to help you?
No, I did not.
Are you sure?
Yes, I was
Oh.
there.
All right, inshallah. We can talk the
I was 6,000 foot plummet, dude. I can guarantee you, I did not call for a god.
Okay, fair enough.
Gee, I can do you one better. I was conscious when my heart stopped beating. I know what was going to happen. I had no need for a god at that point.
Okay, and I don't know about that. We'll see in the afterlife. Second point I'm trying to make. If you want to talk about the existing,
I have not seen the afterlife. I only said that
you guys making points and you're not allowing me to talk, guys. Come on.
No. Don't strawman me. Don't strawman me. I said
I didn't strawman. I told you.
Conscious when my heart stopped beating. That does not mean that you're dead.
I told you we're gonna see and find out in the afterlife if there is any, right? We're gonna test out, right? How is that straw manning? Second point I'm trying to make. You actually made me.
I misunderstood. My apologies. Apologies. I misunderstood.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to talk about the existence of God, we can shift it and we can talk about the existence of God via the logical narrative, since you don't believe in any religion, right? What do you guys say?
Can you say again? I missed it.
I was aiming this for Warren, since he was saying about the existence of a God, and I was saying about if you know the saying about there are no atheists on a falling airplane. So if you want to talk about the existence of a God, we can shift this and go to
I'd like to ask a question if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. TJump, go on.
So you brought up you have to read it in Arabic, but I don't see why. There's no extra knowledge in the Arabic. It's literally you just read it in English, you read it in Arabic, you get the exact same knowledge. I don't know why Muslims think reading it in Arabic is somehow special. It seems to be the same thing that Christians did back in the 17th, 18th century, where they said you had to read it in Latin, which had nothing to do with the actual content. It was just in order to keep the people uneducated. So I don't see any reason why you would have to read it in Arabic at all.
Yeah, and to be fair here, RNG Base did confirm for me that the translation has the same thing, so we were okay there.
Yeah, but okay. I want to test something. Could you provide somebody who knows Arabic, maybe, from the chat? So I can show you that actually people of this time do not speak the same language that they spoke earlier.
Why does that matter?
So I can show you language changes over time.
Yeah, of course it does. Why does that matter?
I'm trying to make my point. Do you want to let me make my point?
What is the point?
I'm trying to make my point about saying the language, translations, mistranslations, because if you are relying on translation, you're not getting the original form. Hence, you have to go to source a reliable source of the translation, right?
No, if you just tell me, if we get a reliable source who can actually read Arabic and they can tell me it in English, then I get the exact same meaning both ways.
I wouldn't say that.
What?
I wouldn't say that. Still, even if you get a reliable source, just a quick thing. I think.
Hang on. I'm going to interrupt here. I'm going to, if it's okay, I'm going to bring in El Kennedy in because they've indicated that they speak Arabic. Would that be okay?
I know that Kennedy. I think he knows the verse, but sure, go on, bring it on.
Hello, El Kennedy. Thank you for helping out. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are we doing?
Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh.
Alhamdulillah. Okay. So basically, you've proposed to bring an Arabic person, and I speak Arabic, so yeah, you can make your point. I can help you, brother.
Okay. I have this ayah from Surah Al-Dhariyat which says, وَالسَّمَاءَ بَنَيْنَاهَا بِأَيْدٍ وَإِنَّا لَمُوسِعُونَ. Can you translate this in English?
Okay. السَّمَاءَ بَنَيْنَاهَا. It means we have built the heavens. وَإِنَّا means we have expanded it, basically.
You forgot one word.
Which one?
وَالسَّمَاءَ بَنَيْنَاهَا بِأَيْدٍ وَإِنَّا لَمُوسِعُونَ.
Yeah, we built the heavens with our own hands, and we are its expanders.
Okay, see, here's the problem. He said بِأَيْدٍ as hands, while the word is بِأَيْدٍ from أَيَّدَ, which is strengthen, which gives strength. And if you think I'm mistaken, Al-Kennedy, go to Al-Tabari or Ibn Kathir, and you will see what I mean.
Okay, so if you say it in English the correct way, then it's still the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
It's the same thing.
It could be, but I'm showing you that there are changes of the
Yeah,
argument.
people can mistranslate things and missay it in Arabic too. The fact that that they're translated to English doesn't make it any less reliable than if they're translated into Arabic. It makes no difference. It's just you have to make it translate it correctly.
You made a comment on the saying of the stars are they are being thrown out, right? Who made that claim? Tucker,
what?
I think.
Yeah, he was talking about the description that the stars are lamps and they can be thrown at individuals or demons.
Bring up the verse, please.
So I think we don't want to spend too much more time on this because I think that the point has been made overall. Did you have some kind of reason to some way of convincing us that a god or a goddess exists, either of you?
I would bring up the infinite regress. I don't know how to say it, but yeah, paradox. Maybe we can go off that. What do you guys think? Do you take this, or do you already have a few?
That's up to you. You decide what argument you think would work. What approach would work best to convince us?
All right. So I believe there gotta be a first causation for this universe, right? And this first causation gotta be there from the start. Or we will get the cause of infinite regress. I think you are familiar with it, or do I have to explain?
No, I'm familiar with it. Is there a logical contradiction in infinite regress?
If there is no first causation, then you would not have a start. Do you agree or disagree with that?
That's false. But that's not. He asked, is there a logical contradiction with a past infinite regress?
I'm not sure what he means, but go on. Could you elaborate?
A contradiction is like saying a married bachelor, or saying something exists and doesn't exist at the same time. It's literally saying one thing and the exact opposite thing at the same time.
I don't think there is.
Okay, so if there's no logical contradiction, that means it's possible.
Yes.
So it is possible to have an infinite regress.
Not to mention, when you're talking about infinites, you're talking about mathematics, and you've got convergent and divergent series of infinites, and divergent series of infinites go on, but convergent series of infinites tend towards a limit. So it's not logically contradictory for there to be an infinite regress.
Okay, so I'm gonna make this claim. You're welcome to take it. I haven't studied philosophy, or I have not studied ilm al-kalam, as they say. So I'm gonna make this argument. You feel free if you want to take it. If you don't, that's up to you. I can help you with prophecies via Torah or any other book. It doesn't matter. But all right, so I'm gonna make this claim. Without a first causation, we would not have a start of the universe. Do I agree, disagree, and can I know why?
No, that would be wrong. You can still have a past infinite regress and still have a start to the universe. That's perfectly fine. It's like if I pick a number, say 47. There are infinitely many numbers before 47. There's infinitely many numbers in between 46 and 47. But how did I get to 47? I picked it. So
but
there
I'm
could
not
be
talking about numbers.
No, yes, you are. So infinite points in time, each one can be represented by a number. So we can have a start to the universe at 47. Say the Big Bang happened at 47, or we can 13.8 billion years. Pick a number, doesn't matter. And you can say that's a result of a quantum field, and the quantum field collapsed at that point in time, just like it happens randomly when uranium decays. So there are infinitely many different times that uranium could decay, but it picks a specific time to decay. So having a past infinite does not make it impossible to have a beginning to a specific event in time.
Can we have something which is actually sensible that we can measure throughout the universe of such sort, or some which have the same properties that you mentioned?
Quantum fields, yes.
Are they testable?
What?
Aren't
they what? You cut out.
Are they testable? Are they sensible? Can we see?
Yes, like uranium, in quantum mechanics, uranium has infinitely many different times it can decay, but it decays at one time. So it has infinitely many past infinite, but it decays at a specific time.
Why does it decay at a specific time, may I ask?
Because of quantum mechanics.
So this is just wait. I'm trying to let you elaborate on the quantum mechanics, and you are saying because of the quantum mechanics this happened. This is a circular argument, isn't it?
No.
It is.
No. That's which premise is in the conclusion?
Is it not?
No. Circular reasoning is when you have a premise in the conclusion. Which premise is in the conclusion?
Yes, which you concluded that quantum physics does not have a start, and I told you why they don't have a start, because you said then quantum physics, because of quantum physics.
I didn't say any of that.
No, you said that because of quantum physics, uranium decays at a certain time.
Right. So uranium has infinitely many times it could decay, but it decays at a specific time. So it has an infinite past of possible decay times, and it decays at one time specifically.
Why?
Because that's how quantum fields work. So you asked, do we have a thing that wait, you asked, do we have hold up. You asked, do we have a thing which we can measure that has this property? Yes, we do. There is a quantum particle. Quantum particles like uranium decay at a specific time, even though there's infinitely many other times they could decay.
Why they decay at this specific time? Because of
Why do you
physics,
keep
right?
asking that? I gave you asked, is there a thing we can measure? I said, yes, there is. You're deflecting to a separate topic. Yes, there is a thing that has this property that we can literally measure. You asking why it has the property doesn't make it not have the property.
If you're repeating, this is not helping you. This is circular
No,
argument.
it's not helping you because I answered your question and you're deflecting to a separate, unrelated question. Your question was, do we have a thing in reality that we can measure that has this property? The answer is yes. You asking why it has the property is irrelevant. I told you we do have a thing with this property we can measure. It doesn't matter how many times you ask why, it's still going to be a thing with the property that we can measure.
Why? Because of quantum physics. Why quantum physics?
Why doesn't matter. You asked, is there a thing with this property? Yes, there is a thing with this property. You don't need to ask why now. I've answered your question. Stop interrupting me. If you asked, is there a thing with this property? I said, yes, and then I told you what it was. You don't get to ask why. I just gave you an example of a thing with the property. That's all there is to it. It doesn't matter why. We know it has the property.
It doesn't matter why.
You don't get to ask why because I gave you a thing with the property. That was your question. Your question, is there a thing with this property? I said yes and gave you an example. Why doesn't matter. There is a thing we can measure with the property in reality.
You said why it doesn't matter. Then why are you asking about God's existence? Just believe it.
Are you dumb? Like that doesn't follow.
Why not?
Because we're asking, do you have evidence for God's existence? You said infinite regress. I said, nope, that can be explained by natural phenomenon. You asked, is there an example of something like that? I said, yes, uranium. And then you ask, oh, why are you asking about God? That's just a stupid question. So I answered all of your questions coherently, and you're deflecting to completely unrelated, irrelevant topics.
I would like to interject something here. I think the argument of just believe it is not convincing me. And I think that we should probably start moving on to the next caller because that's RNG based. Thank you for coming on. And AL Candy.
Should I make my argument now?
Thank you for having me.
Randolph, can I ask one final question to
No,
RNG?
I want to say something.
Yes, sure.
Well, he's gone, so it's my turn. Well, do I begin?
Go
Okay,
ahead.
Sure.
Did you have argument for God or something?
Basically, I think one of you guys, I'm not sure who it was, right? You said that the Arabs, the 7th century, they translated masabih in the sky, which is lamps, as literal lamps. So not as stars. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Then what was what you said? Because that's exactly what you said.
That's not what I said.
That's literally what you said.
Okay, what did you say, Peter? What was your argument?
Okay, what does the word mean?
Okay, it's used in different contexts, right? But we have Tafsir ibn Kathir, Tafsir ibn Abbas, Tafsir al-Tabari, and they all have translated it as a source of light in the sky.
I'm asking a simple question. What does the word mean?
A source of light. And listen, see, here's the thing, right? You're asking me what the word means, right? And then you're taking it out of context completely. I told you what it means according to Ibn Kathir. Do you not take Ibn Kathir as an authority? Do you want to translate Arabic yourself? Do you know Arabic? Okay. I can show you a lexicon
Wait, stop. So he said that it means a source of light. That's what he said.
Can we keep it respectful without resorting to shouting?
And can you step away from your microphone because you're burning everybody's ears?
Listen. Okay, here. I'm away from my microphone, and I made my
Much
argument.
better.
Okay, sure.
What about the demons in that verse?
Wait. That's a separate topic. So his argument is that it doesn't mean lamps; it means sources of light. That's fine. I don't see that
as. It says so in the Tafasir. Unless you guys are mufassirs and you're trying to interpret your own way.
No. Let's go with that. Let's go with that.
Okay, sure.
At the time the Quran was written.
Sure.
How would the people have?
It wasn't written. It was orally revealed. It wasn't written.
Okay, 1400 years ago, approximately, when it was revealed.
Do we have to go into semantics? Hold on.
It's not semantics. You guys are saying something completely
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The literal date doesn't matter. Let him finish. Peter, go ahead.
Please stop shouting. It doesn't help. I was asking a simple question.
Ask your question.
The Quran, at the time, the Quran came into existence by whatever means you want to use.
No, it came to existence by Allah's uncreated speech.
Wait, El Kanadi, let him finish. Let him finish. El Kanadi, let him finish.
How's that?
How's that? Allah's created speech. He spoke to the angel, and the angel delivered the message. It's as simple as that. And then Muhammad, he recited the verses to his followers.
What are you answering? El Kanadi, what question are you answering?
I'm answering your question about how the Quran was transmitted, how it was revealed.
I didn't get out? The one that you didn't allow me to ask?
Which question is that?
Repeat my question back to me, please.
No. Your statement was that you don't know, or you assume something wrong.
Repeat my last question back to me, please.
No, I didn't hear it because I was correcting your nonsense. So
exactly.
You can repeat it.
You were over talking me. So I'll ask it again. In the time, and I have to be careful because you're going to get mad again. In the time when the Quran came into existence, what did that word mean to the people that were alive back then?
Source of light. It says so in Ibn Kathir. I already answered this like 3 times now.
Okay. And can any source of light be thrown at people?
Yeah, metaphysically. I mean, if Allah describes it as such, then sure.
So you can throw the sun.
Wait,
we're talking about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself, so I'm not sure what's your question.
Hold up. So, one sec. So, stop. You talked past each other. Just stop.
Please let me finish my line of questioning.
Peter, stop. Peter, I'm trying to clarify. You misunderstood what he said. You made a mistake, Peter. Peter, you fucked up.
Peter, stop for a sec.
So you asked the question, can any light be thrown at somebody? Al-Kanadi said, yes, some lights can be thrown at somebody. That does not mean literally every light can be thrown at somebody. And so you following up with a sun would only apply if you said, can every source of light be thrown at somebody? So those are separate things.
No. That would be my clarifying part of the question. If he implies that the word can be used to describe a star, our sun is a star. It's a very logical follow-up of what he said. If some things can be thrown, then I want to be specific. Can our sun be thrown? Because our sun is a star.
Yeah, our sun can be thrown by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I understand your point.
Our sun can be thrown by what?
Yes, it's
God.
Listen. You're talking about Allah, the God, omnipotent being. You're saying he cannot throw the sun away to hit certain demons or something?
Let me grant you that Allah would have power. Let me grant you that Allah would have the power to throw the sun. Can he throw the sun at someone specific on the planet without hurting the rest of the planet?
Can he do that? Yes, he can.
Is that physically possible?
No.
Exactly.
No, how you perceive it, it is not possible. However, Allah, as he created the laws of nature, he can and is able to do it.
Just admit it.
The question itself is wrong. No, what do you mean? I'm literally answering your questions. You're the one interrupting me, sir. You're literally the one interrupting me.
Also, so you can interrupt me, but I can't interrupt you.
No. I've never interrupted you when you were going off that tirade. You interrupted me while I was giving my answer.
Earlier.
I answered your question. Which question?
Yeah, after I had to beg you to listen to my entire question, right?
No. I answered it like 4 times and you repeated it again.
Let's keep this cordial and let's give each other time to speak. That would help.
That's what I did. Wallahi, that's what I did.
Can we move on to the next question instead of like just insulting? It's a waste of time. Just move on to the next question.
Yeah, what's your next question?
You just admitted, even for Allah, it's impossible to throw.
No, that's not what I said. Stop strawmanning me. No, that's not what I said. I said we perceive it as.
You are again over talking me.
No, it's because you're strawmanning me, and when you're strawmanning me, I have to respond. No.
So I think Al-Qanadi's correct. You're strawmanning him. He said it's physically impossible given the laws of physics, but God is all powerful, so he can overcome the laws of physics. So he's saying his God could do it, even if it doesn't cohere to the laws of physics. So he was correct. You were strawmanning his position. He did not say it was impossible for Allah.
There you go. At least TJump gets it. Why can't you?
So he would suspend the laws of physics.
Yes.
When he throws the sun at our planet to just hit one specific person.
Yes, he said that's what his God could do because his God is all powerful.
And you have evidence that can happen.
Do I have evidence that an omnipotent, all-powerful being that set up the laws of physics can do something like that? Is that really the question you want to be asking me?
No. My specific question was, do you have evidence that can happen?
What do you mean? Do you have evidence?
He's asking.
Such as the
do you have evidence? Do you have evidence that Allah can do this?
Okay, one sec. Let me just fix my mic since people are telling me to fix my mic. But I'll get back to your point. I'll answer your question. Just give me a second.
I'll try to explain what I'm asking. So you are making a claim that Allah has a specific ability. I will grant you your claim. Now, my follow-up question is, do you have evidence that this can actually happen?
It can happen by the will of God, yeah.
Okay, so he's asking, like, is there any evidence that Allah is all-powerful? Is there evidence that an all-powerful being exists?
Evidence? No, well, he has to be all-powerful by necessity. You know?
He
has to be all-powerful by necessity.
Restating the claim. You misunderstood. That is restating the claim. My question was specific. Do you have evidence that can actually happen?
Why would I need evidence for that to happen?
To justify your belief in it?
Well, so he did. He said it's necessary.
If you don't have evidence, why do I need to accept your claim without any evidence?
Hold up. He presented evidence. He presented evidence. One sec. So the thing he claimed was evidence. That he claimed God's nature necessarily must be all powerful. Therefore, he must be able to do this.
Yeah, that's exactly my position.
Which is not evidence.
No, but you're literally. Oh my God! Do I have to explain this again?
So
literally explained it to you.
So the question would be: why do you think God is necessarily all powerful? Because that doesn't seem to be necessary. It seems to be something theists just kind of made up.
No. That's a necessary attribute, I believe, and I'll tell you why. Because listen, so when Allah Subhanahu wa Taala He creates, right? He would be able to know what He created, and He'd be able to predicate what was created. Okay. So what this basically means is that omnipotence and being unknowledgeable and all these sifat, all these attributes are necessary to him, right? And without them, then that means that this is a secondary creator and there is a greater creator behind him, which is something illogical because both gods their words would contradict each other, right? And this is actually proven in the Quran. Allah makes an example here. Abraham refutes the polytheists by saying that, how polytheists, they used to have societies and there were idols and there was a big idol where they used to sacrifice to him. And
all right, one sec. Let me interrupt for a second. We can just say that there isn't an all-powerful God. Problem solved. There is no mind.
No. I'll get to that. Okay, give me a sec. Okay, so basically the argument here is that if a fly were to take food from one of these big gods, the big gods, he wouldn't be able to take it back. So this pretty much refutes the will of these gods. So this means right? That by necessity, that this God, this all-powerful God, he has to be omnipotent. He has to be all-knowledgeable, and he has to have all these other attributes. Otherwise, another God would be predicated to him.
So let me address that one sec. Well, before you go on, let me address that. So there could be no gods. There could be a powerful being named Allah who is created by a field, and so the field is all-powerful, and Allah isn't. And so Allah may have created this universe, but he's not all powerful. So your argument is false, that there could be a being that's really powerful. One sec, let me finish. One sec, let me finish. So there could, one sec, stop talking. I'm going to mute you. There could be a being who's really powerful, but it was created by something like a field that has no mind, and it's all powerful. So you don't need a mind there.
And I can make it even shorter. So you make that claim. I'll grant you everything that you assert that Allah is. The fact is, I don't believe it. And the topic of this conversation is that you convince us why your claim must be true.
Okay, but
you can claim. Hold on. You can claim Allah is necessary, but you would still have to convince us that he is necessary and come up with a good explanation why he would be.
That's what he was doing, Peter. He was literally trying to give an explanation of why there has to be a necessary being. That was the whole point of his argument. That's what he was answering.
Literally.
Yes, and
yeah, go ahead.
Yes, but I don't see a convincing claim nor any evidence of that would support that claim.
Right, which is why I showed why his argument is false.
No, it's not a false argument. You literally strawman me, TJump. You said that if a field with no consciousness gave Allah the ability, then Allah is less greater than the field, which is a fallacy because Allah has a consciousness and the field does not have consciousness.
So
you think that okay, look, listen. Does a rock have consciousness?
Sure.
You think a rock has consciousness?
Sure.
Why?
Yes. Sure. Yes.
Why?
I'm just granting he has consciousness for the sake of the argument. I don't think Allah is like a god at all. So, but we can say that there is a thing with consciousness. No, it's not a logical fallacy.
You can tell it's literally the same thing as a field. No, it does not have consciousness. Anyone with a brain knows it doesn't have a consciousness. This is a stupid argument.
Wait,
no, that's not.
I don't think you understand anything you're saying there. So I'm saying a field is all powerful. No God. There's no consciousness. A field is all powerful, no mind. And it created things with minds.
No mind, and it doesn't. No. If it doesn't have a mind, then it doesn't have the predication to create. So that's a fallacy in itself.
No, that's not a fallacy. It can create just fine. That's what quantum fields do. So quantum fields don't have it. Wait, don't interrupt. I'm going to mute you. Don't interrupt. Quantum fields can create just fine. You don't need a mind to create things. That is the consensus in physics. Quantum fields can create things without a mind just fine.
No, but you need a consciousness for a creator to create. No, listen. The argument was that Allah consciousness, and the field does not have consciousness. Can something without consciousness give something with consciousness?
Yes.
Like what?
Like that's how every consciousness is created, from non-living matter with non-conscious matter creates consciousness.
Okay, so is the mother not conscious when she's giving birth to a child?
What? The consciousness is produced by the matter, not the mother.
No, I'm asking. No, that's not the point of the argument. I'm telling you, can something without consciousness give life or give consciousness to a conscious being?
Yes. Consciousness can come from non-conscious things. It's called matter. Matter does that. Matter creates consciousness. Matter is not conscious.
Well, how do you prove that?
All of the scientific evidence in neurology, psychology, cognitive science, philosophy of mind, everything indicates that.
No, because see, here's the thing. Consciousness is the instinctive nature of matter, right? So that argument is false.
Instinctive what?
No, it's the instinctive nature of matter.
No, that is no evidence to support that. That's not any position in science.
I can literally get you scientific. No. A Scientific American literally agrees with me. What do you mean? I can post the link right now.
No, they don't. I can give you a poll of all philosophy. Stop. Don't interrupt. I'm going to mute you. Don't interrupt. I'm going to mute you. So Don't interrupt. I'm going to mute you. Stop talking. So I can bring you the polls of everything from the philosophy of mind, Phil Survey's paper in philosophy, the cognitive science and neuroscience. I can take any one of them. The whole consensus in every academic field is mind is a result of matter. None of them indicate the idealism or consciousness is fundamental. That is a single digit position. Like nobody accepts that in any of those fields. I can show you the polls. Like it's 4%. 3% in physics, 4% in philosophy. Nobody accepts that because there is no evidence for it.
No, you're a liar. Because I literally just posted an article and I refute you.
Okay, I'll post the polls of the expert consensus in every single one of those fields that shows you're full of crap. Phil Survey's paper 2020. There you go.
I have a survey as well, so where it is.
Well, you don't get an opinion because I just posted the consensus of all of the different fields.
Where's the consensus of all the different fields in your
Phil Survey's paper 2020. Fundamental attitudes in physics.
I haven't seen the link. Where is it?
I'm sending it to Randall.
Send it to my DMs.
Oh yeah, I can send it to yours. Oh, I'm gonna send it to Randall because he's gonna post it in the. He wants to post it in the chat. Physics snapshot. Message.
I'm not sure about this consensus you're talking about because, you know, physicists say that consciousness might be a state of matter as well.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they
Literally,
don't.
They do.
No, they don't. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. As I just said, the polls. Stop. Don't talk over me, or I'm going to kick your ass. So, as I said, the consensus in physics from the physics polls say that it's a single digit of idealism.
What?
It's single digits. 2% of people.
Never mind. It's completely begging the question as to the truth of the Quran because he's getting all of this from the Quran, and he can't demonstrate that the Quran is true.
What's it called? Something von Neumann hypothesis. The something von Neumann consciousness collapse.
I shared your link, by the way, TJump in both Discord and YouTube. So
consciousness collapse. Wigner von Neumann. That's it. Wigner von Neumann, and you can go to the Wikipedia for Wigner von Neumann, and it should give you the actual percentages of the polls there. 6%. A poll was conducted in Quantum Mechanics Conference of 2011. 6% of participants indicated they believed the observer plays a distinguished role in consciousness collapse. 6%.
That was an interesting guest. He was kind of a little bit unscheduled because he was brought in to do translation, and then wow, that turned into really something. I think okay, we have less than 25 minutes, so we want to bring in Trev here. He's already in, and we want to bring in Sam as well, and hopefully we'll have time for others. Otherwise, we'll have to do the rest next week, next 2 weeks from now, next fortnight. Welcome, Trev. Thank you for joining us.
Hello. Thanks for having me. I want to play devil's advocate for the case for there being a God. I can hold a belief, a worldview in my mind, and withhold disbelief, as I'm sure everyone can. And I like to do that with different scenarios of there being a God.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
we know it.
To be honest, I don't actually think there is a God, but with my small percentage of the possibility of it being a God, it's just maybe around 20% possibility.
We know what devil's advocate is. What is the argument?
Yeah, so I'm just prefixing it with this isn't my full.
Right, you already said that devil's advocate. That's what devil's advocate means.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But I do actually think it's quite a possibility.
Okay, so what is the argument?
My argument is basically a panpsychist argument. It's almost what that guy was going to say, actually. And I was actually, even though he's kind of awful, that thing that he was saying about can matter be conscious, there are actually some scientists, like there's the neuroscientist Christoph Koch, who talks about integrated information theory, who proposes that consciousness might be an inherent, well, not an inherent, but it might be a property of organized information. Like we might be able to emulate it in a computer someday, for example, if we can, get the neurons to work in the same way as brain. And as far as we can tell, consciousness is an emergent property of the brain or an emergent quality of the brain. Therefore,
wait. So you're
you
saying
could argue
some people
the lower the level of the consciousness.
Wait, one sec. You're saying an authority you trust believes it, therefore it is the case. Do you have any actual evidence for it being the
No,
case?
I do kind of like this guy, Christoph Koch. I did read his book, and it was called Consciousness: Confessions of a Romantic Reductionist.
Well,
Have
I'm
you heard
glad
of
you
it?
like him, but do you have any actual evidence? Like,
Well,
as I mentioned before, like the
so
consensus.
this is just like my build up to my argument, really, which
Okay,
is
what
kind of
is the argument?
a panpsychist kind of a god. Because if you imagine that consciousness could reduce more and more and more to the states of where it's not very organized, maybe there is still a very, very, very low level of inherent consciousness. But maybe my version of a god, what my initial question was, is could there be a creator god that is not conscious, or maybe a low level of consciousness, not omnipotent, not all the omnis, not omnipresent or not omnipotent or omniscient. And I would argue that by the very fundamental core definition of a god, yes, you can, because if you all of those other things, all
Sure.
those other qualities
Sure, it's
aren't
possible.
necessarily there in all other religions, but the one thing that is there is that he's a creator. And I would argue that the universe, scientifically, is the biggest thing that created it. It's the thing that created us. And we've got evidence for that.
Okay,
so if you assume that God is a creator, then that's
I'm
the
still
universe.
not seeing the evidence. What is your evidence that the universe is conscious? Because is it possible?
Well,
Sure.
I don't need to present that. All I really need to present at the first, it might be a bit of a trick, but all I've really got to say is the universe created us. If you just accept that God is the creator, and
That's
then
only
we
if it's
can say,
conscious.
well, is it conscious?
No.
No, but that's not really necessarily. It could just be a low level of consciousness.
Well,
but
I'm
still,
saying there's zero. There is
as
zero
far as
level
we know,
consciousness.
we are sons of the stars.
Right,
you
so
know?
I'm saying there is zero. Consciousness is not fundamental to the universe. It's an emergent property of matter and specifically brains. Therefore, the universe did not create us in that way. We're just a result of natural, unguided processes with no consciousness. So what is your evidence that consciousness played a role of any kind, of any level of consciousness at all in our creation?
That's not really the crux of my argument. The crux of my argument is that God, from most religions, is a creator. And if you're going to say, is there what God is? If there's a God, who is it? I would argue that it's the universe, and I would also argue that in many cases it's useful. It's like a useful myth for people to believe, to have almost not just faith in themselves ultimately. Even though you might call it faith in a God, I think poetically that's just a poetic way of saying have faith in themselves and their family.
I'm totally lost in anything you're saying here. So it seems like you're just saying, I'm going to call the universe God, which is just naturalistic pantheism, which is there's no actual mind.
Well, panpsychism. Pantheism.
Panpsychism is consciousness.
Panpsychism is an alternative to theism. It's not.
I would
a form
argue
of
that
theism.
it might be important for us to have a kind of faith in something more than us, because of the way our brain operates, because on a very basic level, we can set our brains to work on problems like without our conscious effort. So you can actually do this yourself. You can set your subconscious.
But why
to
is
work
that
on a
evidence
problem
that there is a
and
God?
being
Like saying
the
that
solution.
there's a positive
Well,
consequence of us having wrong beliefs isn't
I'm
evidence
saying
that they're true.
there's positive things in having faith in yourself, and I think
that's an appeal to
that's
consequence.
self-evident. Like, sorry.
That's an appeal to consequence. Like I can say there's a positive effect of having a belief in a magical sky daddy called Puffins, but that doesn't mean it's true. Like doesn't mean that Puffins exist.
No, it doesn't. But I would say that because you can't argue against there being a very low level of basic version of a creator God that kind of binds us together, because it kind of is a bit depressing. After I became a non-Christian, I did kind of get a bit depressed until I built my own moral system, and I think that part of that is having that kind of, a little bit of faith in kind of a greater something, and maybe that is.
But that's not evidence. That's an appeal to consequence
it's
fallacy.
not good.
Making you feel good is not evidence it's true.
Yeah, I know. I'm not even arguing that it is true.
I brought this up with the car accident and prayer analogy.
And by the way, I'm a massive fan of Aaron Ra. By the way, I didn't know you guys spoke with him. But yeah, I think there is still an argument that a faith, because ultimately it's a faith in yourself. I think that, and that's where a lot of atheists do kind of. I think that's a bit of a weak area for atheists, because faith in yourself.
Well,
is
why would I use
faith in
when
yourself
why, no,
ultimately?
but why would I use faith when I
Okay,
can have
so it's a
when
bit
I-
like The
no,
Secret.
No, but Ken, why would I use faith when I can have confidence in myself based upon the evidence of what I can accomplish, my abilities,
Because
my knowledge?
sometimes blind faith is needed to achieve insurmountable odds.
The thing is, you're not blind when you believe in yourself. So you have past experience, you have significant prior evidence that you're capable of many things, right? So believing that you're capable of things in the future is a reason justified belief. Even if you don't have exact evidence proving that you can do a specific thing, believing that you're likely to be able to do things in the future makes a lot of sense because your priors justify it, right?
Yeah,
Believing in a spiritual apprehension, like the existence of a deity, without any priors that demonstrate it, is completely different kind, which is why if you look in dictionaries, there's two totally different senses of the word, right? So a leap of faith, like doing a thing that's risky, is not the same kind of sense of the word. It's polysemous as believing that there is a supernatural being without any evidence of it. And they refer to that as believing because of spiritual apprehension. In other words, just believing because you feel it, because you feel a certain way, right?
So, Trev, you did say something about faith is needed for something, for improving the odds or something. I question whether it's actually needed for that. It doesn't seem. I think that
So a lot of the time you see that the most successful people in business are risk takers, aren't they? So in a lot of cases, it did pay off to have kind of a bit of calculated risk, which are against the odds sometimes.
They built confidence in their abilities by prior success, right? So that's completely reasonable.
But my example is
what we call leap of faith, which isn't really faith at all, right? It's just being confident enough in your prior success that you're willing to take more risks in the future.
Now, our time is running short. We have another 15 minutes left. There's one more guest we want to get on. Would that be okay to start moving on to the next person before we close down the show?
Yeah, cool.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, thank you for coming on, Trev. Really appreciate your time.
All right, thanks. Cheers.
Let's bring on Sam. Hello, Sam.
Hello.
How are you today?
Oh, not too bad. It's kind of busy. Took some time out to come in here.
All right. So you understand the goal of the show. Unfortunately, we only have about 10 to 15 minutes left. Are you presenting to us today, trying to convince us that a god or a goddess exists?
Well, yeah, that's my goal.
Hi, sir. Hi, Cerberus.
Hey, Peter.
You've been identified.
Yeah, my mask has been taken off.
Peter, in future we don't do that here, Peter.
No, that's fine. No, because I this is just my name on here. I don't try to keep it secret or anything.
I think everyone recognizes his voice.
Peter already knows you're okay with it, but let's go ahead and
you know him from Speech Channel.
Oh, from a lot of different places. Okay, but so I wasn't going to ask this to start with, but I didn't hear anyone else while I was in here ask it, and I think it's an important question. Do any of you have a definition for the word God?
I define God as a non-physical mind that is uncreated, that created everything else.
All right, there we go. Does anyone else?
I don't have a definition because I don't think it would be honest when I'm talking to a theist, and if I have a preconceived definition of God, I could no longer focus on their definition of God. So therefore, I always ask the person that I'm talking to what their definition of God is, because that is what we're going to be talking about, not my definition.
Like a polytheist might not actually define their gods as what TJump just defined God as, because they wouldn't necessarily always have a creator deity that created the universe. There are different versions of theism, so
yeah.
Why do you ask?
I ask because there's an issue that but someone could theoretically show you Yahweh.
Yes.
And if you didn't accept that what Yahweh was a god, you could still be an atheist. Right.
Okay,
Even if they gave you a definition that fit Yahweh, that doesn't mean you have to accept it. And if you don't have a definition, that means you can't be convinced that there is one because it has no meaning to you.
Well, I do have an answer for this one because Yahweh does have certain characteristics because he's a Christian God. A couple of those characteristics include being omnichronological, omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient. And so what I put the challenge out to Christians before who've asked me about this is that what would definitely prove it to me is if that God were to grant me omniscience and omnipotence for a period of 2 weeks so that I could experiment and confirm it for myself. That would be one way to prove it. And there should be no problem for a deity with all those different characteristics to grant me just some of them for a short period of time.
Yeah, but my question is more fundamental than that. How do I convince? I could convince you of Yahweh. How do I convince you Yahweh's a god?
It's defined that way in the Bible. That's pretty good. But what we're asking for is to prove that this deity exists.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can prove something exists. There's no. What I'm trying to get at is there's no difference in properties between Yahweh and the god Yahweh.
What?
So I could prove to you Yahweh, but if Yahweh doesn't match what you think a god is, then you're still an atheist.
So I would say that you can define God in any way you want and try to prove he exists, and we will try to accept your definition until our starting definition isn't required. You can give any definition you want and provide evidence for what you define it as. We just have an idea of what the word typically means in general. So it isn't required that it fits our definition.
Yeah, we want to make sure it doesn't deviate too far from typical, because if somebody, like TJump said earlier, God is a coffee cup. Well, we can prove the coffee cup is real, but that doesn't prove it's actually a functional deity, right?
Okay, so I'm trying to think. So if there was something that knew everything that could possibly be known at any given time, was likely eternal, it does actually exist, contains all power that could possibly be, would you guys consider that a god?
Sure. That you just listed: omniscient,
It's one of
omnipotent,
those
and
things
eternal.
we could test for.
Okay, existence.
Yes, so you just listed an omnipotent, omniscient, eternal thing. So that would be like pretty much all the properties of God.
Yeah, I'm saying
Unless it's
existence has all those things as I said it.
How do you know that existence is eternal?
Well,
that's why I said likely. I mean, for it to not be eternal, you would have to say nothing exists.
Why do you think it's likely to be eternal?
Because to say, you would have to say nothing exists in order for it to not exist.
Wait. It seems like he's asking if there was this thing, which we don't know. There's no evidence of this thing that he's presented. He's just saying, if there was this thing, would you accept that as a god? I'd say yes.
I'd say
no. The thing I presented was existence.
Well, existence isn't conscious. It doesn't know anything.
It has consciousness. Yes.
It doesn't know anything. It has no knowledge.
Are you part of existence?
Yes.
Then it has consciousness.
No. Composition division fallacy.
Yeah, this is
how is there composition fallacy?
To say that to say that the whole has a property of the parts, or that the parts have a property of the whole, is the composition division fallacy.
We say you're conscious, but we don't mean your hand has consciousness.
Yes, that's a composition division fallacy.
We still say your hand is you.
Yeah, it's still a composition division fallacy.
So the whole of the thing doesn't need to
It's still a composition division fallacy. I'm just going to repeat the same thing until you get it. It's a composition division fallacy. The universe does not have. Wait 1 second. The universe does not have an individual consciousness. It does not know everything. Even if we accept it. Stop interrupting. Even if we grant every single conscious entity as the universe's mind, it still doesn't know everything, because every single conscious mind doesn't know nearly single % of anything, so it still wouldn't know everything.
No, as I said, it knows everything that can possibly be known at any given
We don't know. Not all consciousnesses know everything that could possibly be known.
Yeah, because if it's not known, it can't be known at that time.
No, it could still be known at that time. It just isn't known at that time.
It can only be known if it's known.
No, that's false.
It's a tautology.
That's false.
Then you're saying something that isn't knowledge.
I could know the number of dust mites in my pocket. I just don't. So it's a thing that I can know.
But that's possible. That's possible future knowledge, not possible current knowledge.
No, it's possible that I could have had this knowledge right now. I just didn't.
Do you generally accept that knowledge is a justified true belief?
Yes.
But put some provision on that if you want.
Yeah.
So if there's no belief, it's not knowledge.
Sure.
Okay. So things that aren't beliefs cannot be knowledge. So
No, wrong. Wait, whoa, stop. Things that are not beliefs are not knowledge, but they can be beliefs. They could exist, so they could be knowledge.
They can be, but possibly like if you want to imagine a different universe where something does know that thing, then I'll grant it to you. But I'm talking about this existence.
Yes, in this existence, because randomness is a fundamental thing in this universe, not everything is exactly determined as the way it is. Yes, there are possible states of knowledge that we don't have that could have been had.
Yeah, maybe logically possible, but not physically possible.
That doesn't even make sense. Firstly, it is physically possible. It is physically possible. It is physically possible because of quantum mechanics. So it is actually physically possible and logically possible.
No, because it has to be known in a brain for it to be known.
It is physically possible that I could have had separate beliefs than what I have now, given quantum mechanics.
Does knowledge require a mind?
Sure.
Okay. So it has to be in a mind in some fashion for it to be considered knowledge, right?
Yeah, it has to be a belief.
Yeah, so something outside of that isn't knowledge then, is it?
If it's not a mind.
Yeah, so the only thing at any given point in time that can be physically known has to be in a mind.
No, it has to be possible to be in a mind.
No, that's logically possible. Right? There's no mind containing facts, if you want to say it, that's not in a mind.
No. So there are things that can be known which are not currently known, and they are still knowledge.
How are they knowledge if they're not in a mind?
Because it's logically possible for them to be in a mind. So they are things which are facts which we just don't know. So propositions can be true whether or not we know them.
And we don't know them because they're not knowledge.
They can be known. That's the point.
It can be
so
known.
All
but that
knowledge
make
means
it
all
knowledge.
things that could ever be known, not just the things we currently know.
Can be known is not knowledge.
Yes, it is.
No, knowledge is a justified true belief.
No, if you use the term everything that can be known, that includes all propositions which are known and which are not known.
Possibly be known. The only things that can be known is
nope,
knowledge.
I've already explained that's wrong. If you say everything that can be known, that includes all propositions which it's logically possible for a mind to know, whether or not they do.
So you know things that are not knowledge.
Nope. Again, as I explained this, if you use the term everything that could be known, that means any proposition that could ever be known under any circumstance by any mind logically possibly is knowledge. That it knows.
I'm not interested in your usage. I'm pointing out that something isn't knowledge unless it's in a mind.
No, that's
right?
again,
something outside of a mind
isn't you are wrong
you
on
just
this
admitted
topic.
It requires a belief.
You are wrong on this topic. So if you say
you're contradicting yourself.
No, if you say that there is knowledge, all knowledge that could possibly be known, that means any proposition that could ever possibly be known by any possible mind. It does not mean is currently known.
But that's what literally the stipulation I made. At any given point in time, what can be known is known.
Can be known means a logical possibility for a mind to have a proposition. That's it. Doesn't mean even if none of the minds do, is it logically possible for a mind to know this proposition? Yes,
again,
it is
I'm
knowledge that can be known.
About knowledge.
What?
I'm only talking about knowledge. I'm not
yes,
talking
I know,
about
and you don't understand the topic. If you say knowledge which can be known, that statement refers to all possible propositions which can be held in any logically possible mind.
That's not what that's not the usage I'm using.
Then you're saying the sentence wrong.
It's very simple. The only thing that can be known is knowledge. Period. They're like equal. I don't know how you're denying A equals A. It's weird. I don't get it.
I'm not. You're just saying things that make literally no sense. So it seems like you're saying the universe knows all things that are known.
Yeah. Meaning it has all knowledge. It contains all
those
knowledge.
are two contradictory statements. It does not have all knowledge.
It doesn't. Is a key point of knowledge a belief?
A logically possible belief.
I think you can believe.
So all knowledge refers to all possible propositions which could ever be known under any circumstance.
No, but I'm not. That's not on addressing.
Right. So you don't mean all knowledge. You mean all
I'm not
currently
talking.
known
I'm not
things.
talking about what can be knowledge. I'm talking about what is knowledge.
Yes. So you're not saying all knowledge.
Yeah, I'm only saying that. Well, no, I am.
No.
To say
Nope.
knowledge implies that there's a belief, which implies a mind.
Nope. Because all knowledge would include all logically possible knowledge.
All knowledge has to be in a mind.
No,
right?
it includes
so
logically
in order
possible
for it to
knowledge.
be logically possibly knowledge,
Okay, so
it needs to
no,
be in a
you're
mind.
wrong. I've explained to you wrong many times on this. That is not how it works
Yeah,
in
but your
philosophy.
explanation is false. It doesn't.
No,
it doesn't. It's not addressing
philosophy. Just Google modal logic. You don't understand how it works.
anything. I don't think you're understanding me at all.
I do. I understand what you're saying, and you have no idea how it works.
But you're saying there's knowledge outside of a mind. And
No,
then you're
you just
saying
don't
there's
understand how
knowledge in a
modal
mind.
logic works. Logic, knowledge can exist in possible worlds. Possible world semantics. There are possible worlds with different cases of knowledge.
I'm not worried about possible worlds. I'm talking about this existence.
Well, I am, because
the
that's
real
what
one.
philosophy does. You're ignorant of philosophy.
Yeah, great. But I'm talking about something that exists.
Yeah, I understand. You don't understand the topic. You keep using the word all knowledge and don't understand what all knowledge means.
You understand? If I'm talking about what actually exists, and you're talking about something other than that, you're not talking about what I'm talking
Right. You're contradicting yourself,
then
and
you're
you're
off
using
the topic.
all knowledge to refer to something that isn't all knowledge.
about. You are off the topic. Then I'm sorry.
No, you
That's why
are
you're not
contradicting
understanding.
yourself
You're trying
with
to go
two
other
contradictory statements.
What are two contradictory statements?
All knowledge referring to just the knowledge we currently have.
That's all knowledge.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it has
It's
to
called
be,
an
by
ambiguity
definition.
fallacy, basic fallacy in philosophy.
No,
Your
it's
argument
not,
completely falls
it's
apart.
not ambiguous at all. I
That's
can define it
literally an
literally.
ambiguity fallacy.
For
You're
something to be
using all
knowledge, it has
knowledge.
to be a belief.
Can we get this guy out? Can we get this guy out? This is so dumb. This is so dumb. This is a dumb semantic argument. He doesn't understand
Since I
philosophy
have
and doesn't
experience-
support anything.
Since I have experience talking to Cerberus, can I help? Because I think you're talking past each other.
No, I understood what he was trying to say. It's just stupid. It doesn't follow his argument. So his argument is that the universe has all minds in it, and all minds have all currently known facts. And then he uses this as an ambiguity fallacy to say it has all knowledge, which is not what all knowledge means, in order to imply that the universe has all knowledge, which it literally doesn't. So it's a composition division fallacy where he's saying that the knowledge. What?
I think what he meant is that knowledge is defined as things we know.
Right,
And
I literally just said that.
Combined knowledge is everything.
Right, I
that
literally.
everyone who has the capability of having knowledge knows.
I literally
It's
just said
what he
that.
meant with all
I
knowledge.
literally just said that. So yes, his point was that he thinks all knowledge equates to all currently known things by minds in the universe, which it does not. And he's using that as a composition division fallacy to say that the universe has all knowledge. So it's an ambiguity fallacy, changing the word all from meaning literally all possible propositions which have knowledge potential to just the currently things known. And he's using that to try and make a composition division fallacy to say the universe itself has knowledge. So he's using two fallacies, combining them together to make a fallacious argument.
Okay. For clarity, do you think that there is knowledge that is not known?
Yes, it's called propositional knowledge. There are many facts about the universe which we do not know, which are still classified as in the category of knowledge. There are propositions which are true, which can be knowledge. So no, the universe does not have all knowledge. Doesn't have any knowledge because it has no consciousness.
I think my English is not enough to try and express what I mean.
No, I understood perfectly what he means. He's just wrong.
I think we're all. I'm not saying that either of you is wrong. I'm trying to understand. I know what Serb meant when he said knowledge. I'm still not entirely sure what you mean when you say knowledge.
All knowledge.
To me, knowledge is. Hold on. To me, knowledge is something that is known, because that's when it becomes knowledge.
Right. So by knowledge, all knowledge, omniscience means to know all propositions. There's truth value, truth or false, whether or not we currently know them. So something like, what is the number of stars in Alpha Centauri? We don't know, but it has a truth value. So to have all knowledge, you must know that thing. He was equivocating and using all knowledge to refer to just the facts that we happen to know at the time, which does not include all facts. So it would not be
I
all
may have,
knowledge.
I may have misunderstood, but I thought that when he said all current known knowledge is what he was referring to. So not the facts that are still facts, but we don't know the things we do know.
Right.
But I could be
yes,
wrong.
that you are correct. That is what
sure.
he meant, and he was inaccurately using the phrase all knowledge to refer to that. That is not omniscience, which was the whole point. He said, if we say there is a thing which is eternal, always existing, has all power, and knows all things, would that be a God? I said yes. And then so he was equivocating. Wait, one sec. Then he was equivocating that knows all things to simply mean knows the current things that we currently know, which is not knows all things.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two separate things.
Here, guys, we've run out of time. We have to end the show. This is a fascinating conversation, but we have run out of time, and because we've gone over 6 hours, and we really need to put an end to this, so that in 2 weeks from now, one fortnight from now, we'll be able to do another show, and we could continue this then if you guys like.
When exactly?
We do this every fortnight. That's 2 weeks from now.
I think I can make it. My shows with Arn have skipped a week, so I'm thinking that they now are in
We
the
can discuss this off stage. So thank you everybody for tuning in. There's one group I do need to mention is the Recovering from Religion Foundation. I have put a link in the chat. It's recoveringfromreligion.org. And they are currently in fundraiser mode. And if anybody feels like they want to help them, they do tremendous work for helping atheists who have left a religion. And they're very nice about it. And they're very helpful and caring, and it just helps people get on the right track with things if they're having some struggles. So aside from that, a special thank you to the Politics Discord people who run Politics Discord for hosting this here in their Discord. We really appreciate having the audience, and for everybody who's tuned in on YouTube and also here in Discord, thank you so much. We'll be back again in a fortnight from now, 2 weeks from now. My name is Randolph Richardson. I'm with the Canadian Atheists. You can find out more at www.canadianatheists.ca. And everybody else here, you want to just say something about how people can reach you? That'd be great before we close down the stream. IX? JL1.
Well, I at least posted all of their links and pinned them in the Heathen Hangout channel here in this Discord, so make sure you do that. Peter, JL, TJump, anyone want to jump in?
What? I'm TJump, youtube.com/TJump.
I'm JL, youtube.com/Bridge the Divide.
And I'm Peter the Tucker. You can find me on the Gonna Go For It channel, youtube.com/Gonna Go For It.
My YouTube channel is youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. And remember that Randolph ends with an F, not a PH, no matter what autocorrect tells you. IX, are you there? Okay, IX is obviously away from the computer, but Taco, do you know how people can reach IX?
On a number of Discords all over the place, actually.
Okay.
He's an admin everywhere. If you join a Discord, you will probably find him.
So for those who wanted to get into the show today, we're sorry that we've run out of time. We will hopefully see you next fortnight when we can get more of your perspectives and challenges. Thank you again, everybody. Taco, you want the last word?
Sure. Thank you, everybody, for coming. You guys are all awesome. Audience, thank you for listening. I'm going to close this out now. Y'all have a great day.
All right. I'm going to get some food. Thanks